What is going on, everybody? Oh my god, that's not even the song I thought it was. Oh my gosh, we gotta get that off real quick. I thought I had the rights to that one. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's try something else. There we go. Failsafe backup. What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, don't know, don't care. Could be a juice in a bottle somewhere, don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump into it right here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, I know the music is... Oh my god. There we go. That was a little early tech mishap. Yeah, you were supposed to hear a mashup there. We're supposed to get a mashup instead of a remix. I don't know. We'll probably be okay with a remix, chat. I just hope you're okay. Song ID on what song? Oh, it's the... Oh my god, how my Neil C. Cieriga did a remix of Ghostbusters, and it's called Bustin'. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. I'm sorry, I completely mixed it up, chat. I told you the wrong side of the mashup. The side that you heard was actually a remix of Plastic Love. Oh my god, chat. So yeah, we gotta talk tonight about somebody named Michael Tracey. Somebody who I have not thought about and definitely not talked about in a really long time. Somebody I never really thought I'd be talking about again, but he turns out to have made himself relevant. And chat, we may find that that relevance that he has established for himself, which is not fame, but rather infamy. It's not notoriety, but notoriousness, right? We are dealing with the notorious... I don't know, chat. I don't know how to make his name. The notorious Tracy. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat. Bustin' makes me feel good. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people, I've heard that from a lot of people. A lot of people highly recommend Bustin'. There are a lot of fans of Bustin' out there. The Bustin' community. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about Michael Tracey. I haven't talked about him in a long time. This is an old TYT guy. He was on TYT at some point, and all I really remember is he was kind of to the right of Jink and everyone. Like, whereas Jordan Sheridan might have been slightly to the left, and Jimmy Dore, believe it or not, at least postured himself to the left of the rest of the Turks before leaving and doing his own thing. Doing the Jimmy Dore show, and like, aren't we glad to have that? That reservoir of wisdom of Jimmy Dore talking to a bunch of Boogaloo boys. My favorite of his mashups is the Psycho theme with Love Shaft. Oh yeah, yeah. From defending Tulsi to defending Epstein. So we're talking about, yeah, we're talking about Michael Tracey. That could have applied to a lot of people. unfortunately, but maybe not so much with the Epstein part. That kind of narrows it down. And look, I don't know what to expect as far as Michael Tracey's defense of Epstein. He gets asked on Piers Morgan if he is being paid, right? One of the other guests just like throws it out there, like, are you getting paid? And there's a reason, right? It's the he is defending a very unpopular viewpoint. Yeah, that's what he's doing. And I don't know. I'm still not entirely sure like how much, like to what. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Do you know that matcha stains? Yeah, it does. Okay. That's not good. We had a little matcha accident. I thought I had the perfect plan, chat, to pour it. Okay, I think I know what to do now. We're gonna have to make this a little bit more complicated. Okay, so from the matcha bowl to the coffee cup, and then squeezing the coffee cup, then into the juice bottle. Yes, successful, chat. Kind of successful. The only non-success here is that I got a bunch of matcha on my computer desk. Isn't that interesting how it just right in the middle of talking shit about... I feel like I hadn't even gotten to talking shit about Michael Tracey, right? And look, it's so long ago that I don't actually have that much... Yeah, it's a beautiful matcha mess that we're dealing with here, chat. I could probably just, I don't know, like, you know, apply it to my skin. It's good for the skin. But then, I don't know, chat. I don't know. It's not like, yeah. There's not much of a matcha mess, but it is a matcha mess nonetheless. And the matcha mess on my desk is going to become a matcha stain if I don't find a way to clean the surface, right? Okay, so there we go. More or less, chat. I think we're okay now. I think we can get back to talking shit about Michael Tracey. Yeah, look, I've never liked him. I don't know, his personality rubs me the wrong way. I vaguely remember him having some kind of, you know, right-wing bent to his politics, right? I am embarrassed to talk about it now because I like legitimately don't remember it. And, you know, I always try to say anything as if the person I'm talking about could be in my chat at that very moment, right? I wouldn't want to say something that would sound ridiculous to that person because they know their experience better than I do most of the time. But that's my memory of Michael Tracey is an abrasive personality with a, you know, oh my god. There's matcha. Okay, there's one more spot of matcha to clean up, chat. This is the real vibes that you're getting here by tuning in instead of like to some kind of ostensible news source, right? That might talk to you about the details of the Epstein Files, even if it's in a way that is not music I own the right to. That is really good music, chat. Whenever I'm grooving out too good, I gotta just think to myself, like, that is, you know, you're not allowed to feel that good. And then try to put something behind myself that is not gonna get me in trouble for copyright. And I choose you. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, great. Completely lost my train of thought, but on the plus side, chat, the matcha mess is no, oh no, it is a little bit of a problem. Like, cause you know it's good. There's gonna be a little bit of matcha everywhere. Okay, so but hopefully none that stains anything. That's what we're looking out for here. You need to pour something from a larger container to a smaller one. Stick something in the smaller one like a straw or a skewer, and the liquid will follow the. Are you serious? That's crazy, but maybe just crazy enough to work, chat. You know what's crazy enough to work is trying to be hydrated during stream. That's always a good thing. Question makes me feel not that good. Well, I mean, I think that's how Michael Tracey was feeling on Piers Morgan, because he went on to give some very unpopular takes, let's just say, right? Michael Tracey was on Piers Morgan giving some very unpopular, it's a matcha stream, yeah, officially the matcha has taken over. He's giving some very unpopular takes about Epstein, right? Some shit that that hardly anybody agrees with. And making himself kind of an easy target. Now look, when a man in the social media sphere makes of himself an easy target, I'm always on the lookout for whether this is in some way kayfabe, whether this is like an attempt to get inserted into the spotlight. And especially considering that Michael Tracey, who I haven't thought about, talked about, seen, heard, I'm sure he exists. I'm sure he is still doing, you know, his own thing much more successfully than I am, but I just haven't had cause to think about Michael Tracey, and now I do, and I'm wondering, coincidence? I mean, maybe so. Maybe it's so. Because listen, here's the thing about Michael Tracey. Like I told you before, he is a contrarian. Now, that might just be him having a different sort of mind, right? That makes him see things from contrary points of view. I don't know. Maybe that's just him. But it can also be an attempt to get attention. And if you think about like a wrestler, right? A wrestler doesn't necessarily have to be good to get attention. If a wrestler pulls a foreign object out of his pants and starts beating the other dude with it, while the referee is turned around and somehow always slips it back into his pants before the referee turns around again, that's also going to get attention, even if the wrestler does not end up winning. Right? It's not the, you know, like, so in other words, is this like Michael Tracey possibly throwing himself to the wolves, just seeing who will bite on this carcass? God damn, I said I try to say things in a way where if the, you know, subject of the rant was in the, you know, in the chat, that, you know, I wouldn't have any regrets were they to pop up and be like, oh, you know. But yeah, that's probably too far to say his carcass. I don't want to be like that, chat. I honestly don't know Michael Tracey that well. I remember not liking him many years ago. But that's got fuck all to do with now. It sounds like what he's talking about, like what he's saying, is a bunch of bullshit. But he does have, like I said, an interesting mind. He you know, finds himself, you know, the contrarian in many such issues. So yeah, we want to look into him and see what's going on with that. Because in addition, chat, to the conversation that I detailed with Piers Morgan and a bunch of other people I don't know, just don't recognize anybody else on the panel with Michael Tracey. But in addition to that, we also have him showing up as a guest for 2 nights. Is this correct, Ghastly? Has there been two recent conversations between Pisco and the man, the myth, the legend, Michael Tracey? He loves dismissing things as moral panics. Yeah, Epstein is a moral panic. That's right. So he can posture as the reasonable one. And the thing is, the reason that he's getting asked, are you paid? Is that, like, that is exactly, like, you know who else feels like it's a moral panic? The Epstein class. I'm sure that they need a hero, chat, and there's not, like, a lot of people that they could get to go out there. I mean, look, Destiny went out to ride for Israel, but he went out to ride before Israel was a pariah state, right? He made that decision to go on his pro-Israel arc while Israel, still had, it's essentially given the benefit of the doubt. And any sort of issue of revolving around Palestine, Israel was given the benefit of the doubt in the United States, at least, right? Up until that point. So it seemed like maybe a good bet to to do that arc that he did. And it seems like at least Destiny shows some signs of regret. I don't know what to take seriously about Destiny and what part is kayfabe, just like Michael Tracey. I don't know too with Pisco, but he talked with Richard Spencer before Pisco. What does Richard Spencer have to say about Epstein? That's wild. But not as wild as this. This drink. Damn, okay, that worked out really well. The drink worked out really well. Richard Spencer is still alive. At last I heard of him, he was espousing a very different political line than I'm, he wasn't saying the white supremacist stuff. I know that some of that was always there was a separation. There was a behind closed doors mode that he did. But I feel like he is did he, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but did Richard Spencer not attempt some sort of a redemption arc? I feel like I heard about that. I feel like I heard about Richard Spencer was impressed by Tracey's work. What part of it? Jesus Christ. I mean, that tells you a lot, doesn't it? Richard Spencer was like, I like the cut of your jib. But yeah, we don't just have him to deal with. Michael Tracey, he's, he's a lot to deal with in and of himself, right? I wouldn't wish a working relationship with Michael Tracey on my worst enemy. He does seem like, I don't know, Chad. I'm just commenting based on what I saw many years ago between him and the Turks, who themselves, I'm sure, are not, easy to deal with. So take it all with a grain of salt, all right? I don't have that definite or recent impressions, let alone views on Michael Tracey, or as Sahil from the Progressive Victory. Sorry, no, God, I get it wrong all the time. Progressive Voice. Progressive Voice is Sahil. Or is it Progressive Victory? Wait a minute. Do I have it straight, chat? Yeah, Progressive Voice is Sahil. Progressive Victory is the Dark Money group. Okay. But yeah, as I get hydrated, let me just describe for you what we're going to cover today. In addition to Michael Tracey, we're going to take a look into Cheryl Hines, who is the wife. I always want to say of the late. I don't know why, but no, not late. Don't call him late. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. She is his wife in real life. I always forget, chat, that Cheryl Hines is not Larry David's wife. But anyway. She went on Joe Rogan and she talked about, I think, a lot of things, but at some point she did come off as defending Epstein in some ways. Also with Joe Rogan, there's a bit of a, I don't think we've talked about this, right? Joe Rogan is surrounded by guests and close confidants that are in some way implicated by Epstein. And he hasn't really said a lot about it, right? He's talked a lot about Epstein. You know, he's one of these podcast bros that like focuses on, well, really any conspiracy, but so we've also got Cheryl Hines, you know, talking to Joe Rogan, two people that really have some stuff to answer. Maybe not so much themselves, although I don't know, chat. The deal with Cheryl Hines that I think that everybody forgets is the deal with RFK. And that is that RFK Jr. is one of the few people who volunteered information about his own ties to Destiny, volunteered this information in a way, and we've seen this with RFK before. Like, you remember the bear thing? Before the bear thing came out, before the RFK bear story came out, he went to Roseanne Barr's house and told the story from his perspective so that his take on an innocent falconing trip, which, you know, turned into an attempt to obtain roadkill meat from the, you know, from an auto from a bear that was killed by a car, and ends up with a deposition. Deposition, is that the right word? Ends up with him depositing the remains of the bear in Central Park with a bicycle on top of it, thus blaming the cyclist that RFK Jr. Like, look, I understand people hating cyclists, right? Because when you think, I full disclosure, chat, I rode my bike like to school a lot and to work, and like I was like a biking commuter, so like I am I guess a cyclist, right? But when you think about a cyclist, you don't think about me and my pannier bags, like, right, carrying like groceries home. You think about a you know, somebody in Lycra, right? You think about like a 40-year-old like white lawyer in Lycra, right? That's, you know, so people have like a certain image of cyclists, right? And I think that's what RFK Jr. is like sort of playing upon. But the thing about it is, right, you know, what do people hate about cyclists? Well, they're, you know, they have very expensive bikes, meaning that they're very wealthy, and you know, they're kind of doing a healthy activity, and I don't know, maybe some people feel like it's being rubbed in their face, or, you know, they have trouble dealing with cyclists in traffic. You know, there's a lot of reasons that people feel that way. But RFK Jr. is not, you know, he's not just like a wealthy person with a, you know, expensive hobby, right? Like a cyclist, you might think, right? RFK Jr. is falconing. He is hunting an animal with another animal, chat. Like, this is the most, what is it called? The dangerous game? But yeah, no, you're more relatable with your falcon than the guy in Lycra leggings, right? Not the kind of bear you want to find cruising the park. His cycling, wait, who cycle? Oh, my lifelong BFF's first husband became a cyclist. It consumes his whole life. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really, like, I've shared the roadways with people like that. Usually they're like passing on my left, right? In giant pelotons. But no, he loves the falconing hats. There's falconing hats. The white whale Ouroboros. But anyway, yeah, I mean, we're hunting like our white whale of Epstein defense, both in the sense of Michael I keep on saying his name wrong because Sahil's got it in my head to say Michael Tracey for no reason either. I don't think it's not like a Tracey's not a slur or a word that implies something bad, right? It's just like, I'm gonna say his name wrong because I don't like the guy. That's the joke. That's what you could expect from the over there, the progressive voice. Anyway, chat, I sound like I'm talking shit. I'm actually not. Reminds me of the Wild Animal episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry finds a dead bear, puts it in his trunk through dinner so he can make sausage. Wait, wait. On Nintendo, is that real? Did Curb Your Enthusiasm prefigure RFK Jr.? I feel like I've seen a lot of Curb and I don't remember that one. That's the kind of thing that if Curb is Curb still going? I could see Curb like spoofing the RFK thing, but is that real? I think I've been effectively debated and derailed, but that's okay. Points to you, chat. I'm still trying to catch up on my hydration before we get started proper into the content tonight, into the Michael Tracey universe, to just see like how bad it is, because I'm trying to be open-minded. I do realize it's been a long time. I was a different person. Ostensibly Michael Tracey was a different person like all those years ago, and trying to be, you know, kind of unbiased about it, but from what I've seen so far, it does not look good. I need a reason to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's a good show. It's crazy because you get I think it was like some of the later seasons, like I end up watching part of them on a plane or something, and then I have to watch the rest of the season because I'm just like, wait, where did it actually kind of pulls you along like with the story. Oh my god, still dehydrated. It ended a couple of years ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone on that show is, you know, fairly old at this point. Yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for the resubscribe. I need a reason to watch. Yeah. I feel like I thought I'd seen most of it. I don't remember a bear episode. It does sound like a Larry thing. I don't know. Maybe that's the joke, right? It sounds like a Larry David kind of thing to do. It sounds like a crazy story. It doesn't sound like a real life thing. And that's the thing about RFK's life, is that nothing about RFK Jr.'s life sounds like a real thing. It all sounds fantabulous, right? Now, granted, look, his identity is he's a Kennedy. He's a Kennedy. He's the son of a a person that might have been president had he not been assassinated when he was. Somebody who was, the brother of another president that was assassinated. Yeah, like RFK Jr. is definitely not good. There's nothing about his life that is normal, right? But even for somebody who is born in a strange place, in a unique kind of situation, I feel like his real life defies our expectation, right? Case in point, RFK Jr. in a interview, I think he was asked about something about Epstein, but it wasn't anything about like, what about your association with Epstein, or have you? He wasn't being like interrogated, like, right? It wasn't any attempt to get him to like, to question his association with Epstein, but he just volunteers the information to get ahead of it once again, right? And I don't know, is this like his whole thing? Is getting ahead of it like RFK Jr.'s whole life? Has that been what he's been trying to do? Is try to stay one, like, because I feel like there's a part of RFK Jr.'s life that's not only weird, it's not only hard to understand or hard to believe, but it is downright criminal. And I don't know, I'm saying I think, I'm not saying I know. As far as I know, the man has not been, he's not been convicted of a crime, has he? Either way, if he did, it was, a long time. Anyway, but I feel like, right, and I don't know what that could be, because, right, there's some mysterious shit that happens around RFK Jr. There's some mysterious shit that happens to you if you are RFK Jr.'s wife, and maybe it's just tragic and weird. But maybe it's something else, right? Like, he's basically admitted. I shouldn't say that. Let's be really clear about litigiously what I'm saying about RFK Jr. here. When asked about the allegations that he had groped a babysitter, right? Was it an underage babysitter? I don't remember, but anyway, groped somebody that worked for him against her will. His answer was something to the effect of like, look, I have not been a Boy Scout all my life, right? That's the answer that he gave. All right, so just to say it really clear, you can make of that what you will, but most people don't take that statement and make of RFK an innocent man. Most people, upon hearing that, interpret that as a statement of guilt. There we go. There's the defamatory version of what I'm trying to say. That, and just do with that what you will. There's a lot of sus stuff about RFK Jr. He is definitely not a normal guy. He's definitely not a competent guy for the role that he's been appointed to in the government. He's definitely not like a trustworthy individual. And he may be, something truly reprehensible, because there's a lot of fucking smoke when it comes to RFK Jr. not to be fired. Now, why have I ranted for like 30 minutes now about RFK Jr.? What we're talking about Cheryl Hines. Okay. Well, this is RFK Jr.'s wife. And ostensibly, if I'm not mistaken, right, the claim about the Epstein plane, should we go back to this, chat? Should we start off with this? Just verify that I know what I'm talking about? I believe the claim involved him and Cheryl going on the Epstein plane. Let me see if I'm right about this, because like I said, I don't want to say anything defamatory. RFK Jr. What do we have? Yeah, Epstein. The hardest thing in the world sometimes can be like if there's a crazy interview clip like this. Oh, was it on Flagrant?
You just announced that you were on Epstein's flight, Gray Plane?
No, it was not. No. It wasn't a big plane.
Yeah.
I've been on Donald Trump's plane.
Nice.
Which is, well, it's like a 737.
Yeah.
It's not like a little G6 or something that. It's
I love it. Holy shit.
My wife, she knew Ghislaine Maxwell. I'll tell you two things.
Chat, I wasn't even thinking that this was going to be anything. Whoa, my wife, she knew Ghislaine Maxwell? Okay.
That happened on that flight. He said, I don't invest in anything on the stock market unless I have inside knowledge. And I had just met him, and he was telling me that he's committing federal crime. The plane landed in Chicago. We thought we were going down to New York, and it landed in Chicago, and he got off the plane, and there was a Mercedes waiting for them there, and it had a very beautiful blonde, very beautiful woman standing next to it. And he said, my plans have changed. I need to go to Europe. And he got off our plane, and they took the Mercedes to another plane on the tarmac, and he and the girl got on it.
You just announced that you were on Epstein's flight, Gray Plane?
No, it was not.
What a weird, okay, everything about that is weird, chat. First from the question, I think it's also cut, like it's edited, I'm guessing, so maybe it's a function of the editing. But we don't ever let that question breathe of you admitted to being on the Epstein plane. So that wasn't him admitting to it, right? That is actually him being asked about having admitted to it and, you know, in a roundabout way, confirming it. Was it Jesse Waters? Yeah, it was Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters. RFK Jr., Epstein, Jesse, I don't know how to spell his name, Waters. Oh my god, why is this so hard to find? There's a David Pakman clip about it, but that's not, we're looking for the, okay, I think this is maybe it. Wait, this is a very short.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times.
You weren't ever.
But anyway, I feel like I heard the RFK Jr. If I can find the whole clip, which I would love to do, Jesse Waters, RFK Jr. It's somewhere out there, chat. But anyway, if I could find the whole clip, I believe he talks about going out to dig up dinosaur bones. Like they're doing paleontology. That's what he was on the, because, you know, you got to give an explanation, right? You get, like in the original conversation, I think, you know, he actually gets asked for what we want. It's like sort of an explanation. Okay, what were you doing on the Jeffrey Epstein plane? And I think his answer is, yeah, digging for fossils with the family. That includes Cheryl. So there we go. Not so weird for me to go off on a tangent about RFK Jr., considering that Cheryl is not only, and look, she's not only, God, there's a recent Majority Report, I think on this, right? She's standing behind her man, right? There was a while where, you know, there were rumors that she had said that she would leave RFK Jr. if she didn't want him running for president. She didn't like him, you know, supporting, like she would leave if he supported Trump or something like that. And then he becomes the vice president for Trump. And obviously she didn't leave him, right? But I think she's kind of made more Majority Report. Was it on the Majority Report? Or did they just cover the... Yeah, I don't know where I saw that then. I'm not seeing it on MR. I'm guessing they talked about Cheryl Hines on Rogan at some point, but I'm not seeing... I'm not seeing anything further on her. Dinosaur bones are full of calcium. Oh my god. See, he would do that. He would take the dinosaur bones and he would put them, he would somehow grind them up as a supplement and he would sell the supplement. That's what RFK Jr. would do with a freaking dinosaur bone. If you need to know, he would call it like primordial bone broth, right? He would do that. That would be an RFK Jr. thing to do. He claimed they were fossil hunting, probably means any girl. Oh, fossil, like it's a code word, like the pizza thing. But yeah, she stayed with him through being vice president. I thought that there was, chat, am I completely hallucinating this? I really thought there was a Majority Report video that was literally about like Cheryl Hines maybe I'm thinking of, who's the other not the other god. I'm not like, God. She was on Bill Maher 3 months ago. On The View. Too lazy to try. Okay, I'm not seeing him as having covered the Cheryl Hines thing either. Although he does, we will watch one Too Lazy to Try video today on Rogan and his relationship with so many people. So many of Rogan's guests have been in the Epstein Files, and so what does he do? He brings on Cheryl Hines. Like that's how we chill the fuck out. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I saw this, but I know there is like a Stand By Your Man moment for Cheryl Hines somewhere, so we'll get into that. We've also got, oh my god, I didn't know that it did that. Chat, is anything weird going on with did anything weird happen with the stream just then? Hopefully nothing weird happened. I think we're okay. Now I'm like really wondering where it was I saw because I mean I think that's part of what Cheryl was talking about with Rogan, right? She kind of, you know, backsteps into defending Epstein. But then she's also talking about sorry for trailing off, chat. I am just looking trying to see let me just Cheryl? Is that oh no. I'm looking for Cheryl in my search history or my watch history, and the first thing that comes up is like Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes. I don't think I've watched that in a good while. Oh my god, chat. I might do a change up, okay? Do you want to see the Michael Tracey stuff first? Because that might actually be more interesting. Yeah, I might have to kind of search a little bit for the Cheryl Hines. Either way, chat, this all kind of focuses around Rogan. So we'll definitely watch this Too Lazy to Try video about Rogan. Yeah, first let's just dip in and see what's going on with the Michael Tracey thing. Does that sound good? All right, so we need to get going on the stream here, chat, but I gotta mention we have the opportunity, right, as we do every night, to make the stream slightly longer. There's a there's a regular version of this stream, and then there's like an XL version. I should say this right. There's like a Thirstbuster version of the show, and if we only get to the Thirstbuster version, we only get the 72-ounce version of the show. If we can get to 100 on the bonus goal, we're at 6 right now, right? The things that make this go up are super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift a membership on YouTube, right? If you support me on throne.com, which, yeah, I'm hearing such bad things, chat, right now about the market for, what is it, like RAM and hard drives right now. Like AI's eating up everything. I'm going to have to somehow update my computer at some point, because this one does not work with Windows 11. So if you want to help me in that regard, you can help me by supporting me on throne.com. That also makes the number go up, as does supporting me on Patreon, which you can do if you do at the $5 level. You get a shout out at the beginning and ending of each show. I'm going to do those in just a second. No survey. Thank you. Oh my God, Kaylala. We need something to actually explain that, don't we? Yeah, that's missing. Bonus content question. The question is bonus content. You do need a poll to make that happen. Let me just put that in there and talk to you about what we're going to be watching. We're possibly seeing as bonus content tonight if we get to 100. We have Fox News going off about Hassan Piker China maxing. The trend of China maxing in general is something that bothers Fox News, and well, especially Hassan Piker as a, popular vessel for China maxing, right? China maxing is, I guess, where you embrace the Chinese culture as the ascendant force on the global stage, either, through their... And, and Gex. Yeah, we got Gex. We got Gex, chat. So anyway, I think I put all of this up there. China, Fox News, let me say this right. Fox News on Hassan China maxing. That's what it's about. Yeah, there's a reporter that's upset at Hassan because him going to China, having fun there, buying Chinese clothes, wearing them back in the US, talking about the positive sides of China, like their high-speed rail and the like. It is, it's something that gets on the nerves of this Fox News personality. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to save the music. Save the music. Save the music. There we go. We don't want to get sued for copyright, so I had to save the music. Okay, what am I trying to say? So yeah, that it's a story. It's a story from Fox News about the trend of China maxing, people making China look good, and how evil that is, because it's a evil. The Chinese Communist Party is evil, and how could you dare support that? And anyway, and talking a lot of shit about Hassan. Did the poll come out? Is the poll there? No, it's not. It's got to be hit. The button has to be hit. The button has to be hit. Okay, there we go. There's the poll. Vote, right? I thank you for observantly letting me know that I didn't have that up yet. And that if I don't have the poll up, that also means that I don't have up the butterfly goal. This is a goal to put a butterfly in my hair. Yo. And you could do that if we get 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher. Okay, so that is the butterfly goal that goes up every time a super chat. Oh my god, chat. I should have hydrated more before I started tonight. But anyway, yeah, China maxing, Fox News, Hassan Piker. That's the first option. Second option, Emma Vigland of the Majority Report. like, I actually haven't seen a lot of people reacting to iHip. Somebody was asking me about this very morning, right? About, you know, what people's reactions are. You know, we've seen, like, I think I talked to you. Yeah, I talked to you about, and I showed you iHip's audience reaction to, I think both Cenk Uygur, when he was on iHip, and Anna Kasparian most recently, and how their audience was not feeling it, right? But what we haven't really seen is other content creators, you know, either taking issue with Jen and Pomps, or even, you know, reacting to what Anna said on their stream. And we do have that. We do have that now with Emma Vigeland, more so of a, you know, critique of what Anna is saying rather than any issue Anna might have with Jen and Pumps, or sorry, any issue Emma might have with Jen and Pumps. So that's the second option. Third option, we have Pisco versus the Vanguard. Does anybody know about this? Does anybody know about Pisco versus the Vanguard? This went down without me realizing. This happened and I didn't realize. I don't even know how much they disagree on these days. Because I mean, I get the feeling that of anybody on Live and Learn, like Pisco was kind of on their side in the argument that you know, that happened there. So anyway, we those are the 4 options. We get there through super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com to help me get a computer that works before Windows 10 is totally obsolete, or on Patreon, or on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, I'm sorry, is that a muted sign? Wait, is that a goes hard on mute sign? I can't tell. I can't tell what the emotes are. I can't tell. I think the emotes are, I hope that's not turn up the volume. Wait, I'm sorry. Are we having a volume issue? I'm only seeing this from the Twitch side. Anybody on the YouTube side? I thought it was Vanguard versus Hutch. Was it? I mean, that's always fun to watch. Hutch against Reese. Yeah, not muted. Okay, good. Just making sure. I don't want to be... but anyway, those are our 4 options. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Twitch Prime subs you can get if you have Prime. You can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and it gives you this thing called a Twitch Prime sub. It's free, and you use it on the streamer of your choice. And if you use it on me, I'll get paid a little tiny bit, and you will, more importantly, you will get a sub, right? You'll be able to rewind the stream whenever you want, and you'll also be able to use those animated emojis that we have. You'll get access to all the emojis, or most of the emojis, I think, on Twitch through becoming a sub. You can also get yourself a sub. It is $6. That's twice as much as it costs to become a member on YouTube. So, you know, I understand if that's a little bit much for people. There's also a possibility that you could get gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat, right? If somebody sees that you're here, they're like, "Ah, good take, person. I will," you know, right? You know, because people actually choose, or they can choose who to give a sub to on Twitch, unlike on YouTube, where it's just totally random. So anyway, that's the deal as far as the bonus goal goes. I'll stick around longer if we hit, if we hit 100, and if we hit 200. Then we'll do 2 of these topics, the top 2 topics. Now look, so I mentioned that you could vote on the topics. The topics are up for vote right now on youtube.com. That is to say that if you go over to YouTube/nocommentchick and you click on the stream, you too can vote on these topics, right? So, you know, feel free if you're the Twitch audience to come over and cast your vote. Feel free to go right back to Twitch afterwards. I'm not trying to get you to change platforms. I am just trying to let you know how to vote. And that's how you vote. And the voting will actually, I mean, you don't see it reflected here, right? Because these are the donos, right? But the voting will actually decide which one of these topics lands in first place. Oh my gosh. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Schooly Mom, you just got weaseled. Art Vandalay, That's a Seinfeld reference. You just got weaseled. Aloha Kitty, you just got yeah, sorry. You just got weaseled. Cindy Prim, you just got weaseled. And Taylor, I presume, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Also, Ghastly, thank you for the super chat. Getting us to 1 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. Yeah, this is the butterfly goal. If we get to 10 by the end of it, I'll put a butterfly in my hair. We're 1 out of...
At Ghastly750, super chatted $5.
Butterfly. We are kicking Twitch's butt? Yeah. So anyway, you can vote on YouTube right now. In addition to voting, if you do donate, right? And I'm thinking about changing this maybe, because it does seem like it might be overpowered. The way I have it set up right now, it might be slightly overpowered, right? But if you donate, you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. That is to say, you can turn your donation into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice. That's what this stuff is about. So, like, say that you super chatted $5, right? And you're like really want to see the China maxing, as bonus content, right? You'd say China maxing in chat. You'd like at me and get my attention and be like, yo, I want to support. I want mine going towards China maxing, and I would add 5% to China maxing. And yes, indeed, at the end of the day, this stuff gets added to the poll, right? So it could possibly skew things a little bit. Now, look, I know what you're thinking, right? If you don't like, the idea of skewing the poll with money, you can also say Vox Populi when you donate, in which case you are donating against the effects of money in the poll, right? Your donation will serve as a buffer, let's just say, against people influencing the thing with, influencing the poll with donations, right? So that's a possibility too. I also owe you 4 freaking video game streams. That's crazy, chat. We gotta figure out some way to do that. To play some video. I need to play some video games for my own sanity, right? It actually helps me. It's good for me. But if you want to put more pressure on me as if there wasn't enough, oh my god, chat, to play some video games soon, then you could also say video game stream and make me acutely aware, even more so that I already am, that I need to find some time to, have a fun Fallout New Vegas, Soul Hackers, hell, Persona 2 stream. There's a lot of video games that I need to finish, chat. And yeah, I gotta make that happen. Anyway, so that's what's going on. That's how it works. We're at 26 right now out of 100. If we get to 100 out of 100, I will stick around and do one of these topics. If we get to 200, I'll do 2 of these topics, etc., etc. I think I mentioned earlier the Patreons, that if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're near the beginning of the stream right now, let me do those, right? Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Orlis Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. There we go, chat. Those are some shout outs. And with that, I believe it is time. It has got to be time, because I am parched, chat. I don't know what's going on. I'm very, very thirsty. People are always worried about me when I'm either like I'm thirsty or like, oh, I need to pee. Just to calm everybody down, it's not like a blood sugar issue or anything like that. It's usually just that I don't drink enough, and when I do drink enough, I need to pee a lot. It's not it's not like a crazy amount of either consumption of fluids or of expulsion of fluids. So yeah, that's TMI for most of you, but that's okay. We are gonna see if I can fix this screen here before I get started. Okay, are we good? We're good. There we go. Michael Tracey, chat. I lied to you in the, I gotta change this. We're gonna start with Michael Tracey. I'm gonna have to look up some of the Cheryl Hines stuff to make sure that we get it all in. But I don't know, chat. I'm trying to avoid, if you haven't noticed, I'm trying to avoid, I'm trying to avoid having to, watch the Joe Rogan footage like raw, because I'm not sure how often this guy copyright claims. Right? I can't remember if okay, we'll keep Cheryl Hines, Michael Tracey. On Pierce, does that fit? It does. Good. Michael Tracey on Pierce, and then Michael Tracey on Pisco, and then we'll take a look at whatever Cheryl Hines is up to. All right. How bad could it be, chat? Well, I mean, look at this face. Look at his face, right? You saw in the thumbnail that face, and you're wondering, where did I get that thumbnail? It would be from the Piers Morgan show. From this exact timestamp, in fact, is where I got the, now what I wonder, and what I haven't looked at myself yet, is what spurred the, what created the, like, what is he what's going on here? Let's give it 10 seconds earlier, okay, or 20 seconds earlier, and we'll see what made him react like that. 10 seconds earlier, how about?
And by the way,
Oh, we're not loud enough. Let's get louder.
what happened to saying alleged victim or purported victim? Virtually none of these people have actually ever been adjudicated as victims. The only
It was that. It was a breath. None of these people have been adjudicated. We're talking about, we're calling them victims. None of these people have adjudicated. It hasn't been found in a court of law that, oh my God. Okay. So I think he's saying, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody who's watched this before, you can correct me. I think Michael Tracey's point is that, like, this is a witch hunt. This is a moral panic, and people are, you know, believing things that that are not objectively proven, that they would not believe in other circumstances, and we got to protect the rich. I wonder what, chat. I wonder why he's being accused of taking money. I wonder why he's being accused of being paid to say this, right?
criteria that's required by the DOJ to abide by what the frantic victim lawyers are demanding is mere self-identification of victimhood. Does the media make any of this clear? And does the media...
Not a fan of self-ID. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look. I mean, he just does this, chat. He naturally does this. I was not trying to go for an embarrassing thumbnail, but he looks like the illegitimate son of Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd that is, you know, somehow gotten the worst PR job in all of time.
All right, let me Pam Bondi is protested, last point, Piers, when Pam Bondi is being protested last week and everybody's going wild saying, oh, all these benighted Epstein victims are standing up and demanding truth and justice.
Oh my God. I mean, you recognize where his rhetoric comes from, chat, don't you? People recognize this rhetoric in chat? He does have a bit of a cartoon face. He looks haggard. Oh, I thought you were going to say, look, you know where this rhetoric comes from? Like the way he's talking, right? These benighted victims. Oh, okay. Self-proclaimed victim. Oh, they haven't been adjudicated as a victim, but we're just gonna go ahead and assume that they're telling the truth about this. Sounds like Me Too cope. It sounds like Project 2025, says Omegastar. I mean, I'm sure that's in there somewhere, but it sounds like it sounds like the kind of shit that people would be saying, you know, quietly amongst their confidants during Me Too, right? Of like, well, I mean, she says she's a victim, but like, does the court weighed in on it? If not, then, you know, it feels like he's got a burr in his saddle, a bee in his bonnet. Is that even the right phrase, chat? Is a bee in like a chip on his shoulder about overzealous prosecution of allegations, right? It sounds like anti-Me Too stuff, right? I'm gonna say Rush Limbaugh. Yeah, maybe Rush Limbaugh did this. I mean, I'm sure. Weren't there allegations against Rush Limbaugh?
How come it's never pointed out that, I mean, the vast majority of the people who are visible there, the victims, were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. And yet this is supposed to be some massive pedophile crisis, so David Boies can add to his extortion of the British royal family and now extort JP Morgan for another couple $100 million.
Okay, chat. Who's David Boies? Should I know this name? God damn, I need to be less of an American, okay? Just like, yeah, know some British stuff once in a while, NCC. But I mean, like, the Epstein Files definitely weave their way through the UK, and I've actually, had seemingly more consequences. But he just called it like blackmail, right? Essentially, or let's hear. I want to hear what he said again.
Pedophile crisis, so David Boies can add to his extortion of the British royal family and now extort JP Morgan for another
Extortion of the British royal family. Okay, I want to watch, like, just this, see what people's reaction to it is, but I'm going to go back to the beginning after that, because I feel like he's going to explain this Boies connection. I don't know, people in chat might know. Anybody know about Boies?
Another couple $100 million.
Well, when you say,
just
all
like
right,
he did.
all right. Today's show is sponsored by Oxford.
Okay, well, there's the ad read, so I guess that's over. Anyway, let's see.
The Epstein mythology have simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence. People like Tara Palmieri and David.
Okay, so Tara Palmieri is credited by a lot of people as having done research, having done work, having advocated for victims, even when nobody was talking about this, right? Tara Palmieri is, one of these. Julie Brown is another figure like this, right? There are certain people that have been struggling to make this a more public issue. Prior to people starting to care about it when Donald Trump started acting funny.
Boys are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape.
Chat, I don't want to agree with clavicular here, but if you go by the clavicular theory of content, like, Michael Tracey has a lot of looks maxing to do before he can be an effective vessel for the message of the super wealthy. That this is all just a big misunderstanding and a moral panic. We're jumping to conclusions. We're being unfair. And we all just need to settle down and realize that none of this has been adjudicated yet. And therefore, we don't even know if Epstein committed crimes beyond the ones that he's been accused of so far, or convicted of so far, right? This is clavicular would say that this guy needs to he needs to ascend. We need to ascend Michael Tracey to a fucking mogger status. He's not he needs to be able to mog for his cause. He's representing the super wealthy. If the super wealthy get mogged, especially if they have given him some money, right? If they had paid for this, they're gonna feel terrible about the fact that he didn't even do his hair. He didn't even he's put no effort into anything. He's just he's just kind of rolled out of bed, and here he is being yeah, we're all taking this way too seriously. There's no evidence of any wrongdoing, and this is just a big witch hunt. It's a big witch hunt, is all it is.
atrocity, so David Boies can add to his extortion of the British royal family.
We've got a better person to respond, actually, because I'm now joined by
Ron Paul.
David Boies.
Oh, that's David Boies. That's David Boies. Okay. Oh, wait, maybe somebody in chat has said something about Boies. Boies represents Epstein victims. Okay. So he's accusing the lawyer for all the victims or for some of the victims, I'm guessing, right? Of extorting the royal crown, of extorting the royal crown, of extorting the crown, extorting just rolled out of bed. I mean, I know I'm one to talk here, right? I could definitely I could definitely use some looks maxing myself, but yeah, maybe I should if I wasn't afraid of spending money, I would take a day off and get my nails done and get my hair styled, and I'd come out and just fucking mog for you, but I don't know.
You can always find somebody to deny anything. The idea that anybody can, with a straight face, deny that this was a massive sex trafficking scheme.
Yo, Ozoops, thank you for the Twitch Prime. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 29 out of 100. We are almost a third of the way there. Okay. Do you think that, like, anyway. Fractions, chat. It's all fractions.
It's between absurd and pathetic.
You may seek to depose Meghan Markle, as she may have important knowledge. Do you still think she may have information that could be useful?
I think that's quite likely, Mr. Dershowitz. Like a lot.
Oh my god, chat, I feel like I've done malpractice. Oh no, chat, streaming malpractice. I didn't put Adam Friedland talk to clavicular, chat, and I didn't think of it until just now. Adam Friedland and clavicular. Adam Friedland and clavicular. They could have a theme song. They should have a theme song. Yeah, Adam Friedland talked to clavicular.
A lot of other people would serve themselves a lot better by coming clean.
Nobody is above the law, said the UK's top prosecutor about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The former prince is facing a police investigation for leaking trade secrets to Jeffrey Epstein. A sex scandal.
Oh, Sasha G says Tracey is referring to the accusation that they attempted to use information obtained by Epstein's clients to extort them. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was an accusation. So wait, are these people saying that the crown doesn't really want to be doing all this stuff, and they're just doing it because of the, metaphorical gun poised to their head, like the threat of to. That's kind of crazy, right? To think about that, right? That all the victims have agreed to stay silent on certain matters that would implicate the crown. But only if the crown, does what they, what has the crown done besides, I mean, I don't know, I need to look into this, but.
Will cost him his royal status. A white-collar crime may yet cost him his freedom. And pressure is because
I'm guessing he'll go into what he's accusing them of extorting.
To build on the former prince to testify in the US. In a country where many are frustrated about the lack of serious consequences for Epstein's pals, fueled by the idea that we still don't have the full story, this is not going away. For Andrew, or for the royal family. Well, David Boies represented the late Virginia Giuffre in her civil case against Andrew, who reportedly paid $16 million to avoid facing him. He will join me very shortly. We will begin with our expert panel. Joining me now, the Executive Director of the Foundation for Freedom Online and a former State Department official, Mike Bence, former CIA whistleblower and host of Deep Focus with John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou.
Oh, wait, this guy is like a big, this guy was like a big deal in some scandal of the, oh my god, some scandal of like the 2000s. He was a whistleblower. There we go. Former intelligence officer. He's a columnist with Reading Support News Now. He was sent to prison for exposing an interrogation technique of the CIA. Oh, waterboarding. There we go. That's who he is. Okay, it took me a second to to place him. He was an intelligence analyst and operation officer for the CIA's Counterterrorism Center and a senior investigator for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also consultant to ABC News, co-host of podcast, was the first U.S. government official to confirm in December 2007 that waterboarding was used to torture al-Qaeda prisoners during interrogations. In 2012, he became the only CIA officer to be convicted. Oh, so he's a whistleblower that did time, convicted for exposing, right, the enhanced interrogation program, having passed classified information to a reporter. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 30 months in prison. Imprisonment. Received a prison send-off. Hosted by political peace activists dressed in orange jumpsuits. Mock prison column costumes in solidarity. He was, anyway, so 30 months, right? February 28th of 2013 to February 3rd of 2015. So it's like 24 months. It looks like he served to serve released from prison to serve 3 months of house arrest. Following his release, Kyriakou said his case was not about leaking information, but exposing torture, continuing, and I would do it all over again. He has since expressed interest in campaigning for prison reform. Okay, and Omega Star with the super chat. Harumph and such. Also Emma and Anna, if you please. Emma
At Sashig219, super chatted $5. Tim Allen Noise.
Harumph. Wait, oh, you probably said something about this, and I didn't. I was reading about John Kyriakou. I remember this guy being a big deal in the early 2000s. I just had to kind of refresh my memory about who he was. But thank you for the super chat and getting us. We're 3 out of 10 of the way to Butterfly City right now, with 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining on the timer, believe it or not. So good time to get those super chats in. Sasha G also had a super chat with the Tim Allen noise. Oh my god, that's almost like what do you call it when it's like recursive? It's like the Tim Allen, it makes the Tim Allen noise and then it says Tim Allen noise. It's something for sure. But we are at 39 right now out of 100. We are, I don't know, 61 from, I think that's the math, right? Yeah, we're 61% from, we're a third of the way there. Wait, is that right? That is correct. Okay. And there's John Kyriakou, a man that exposed the waterboarding the CIA was doing, the enhanced. Anybody seen the movie W? Right? I actually ended up watching this recently. YouTube like auto scrolled to. I don't remember what I was watching, but it did the automatic scroll through to the movie W, starring Josh Brolin as George W. Bush. And I don't actually know the rest of the cast, but But yeah, it just reminded me of the whole there's a scene, I mean, like, and again, this is an Oliver Stone movie. They're not super historically accurate. They try to be accurate to the spirit of history, not the letter of history, if that makes sense, right? But there's a scene, of Dick Cheney, um, kind of talking to him. In this version of Bush, he doesn't have the relationship where Cheney is his mentor, the trusted, respected elder. He is a little bit resentful actually of Cheney in this one, but he needs Cheney to give him, I guess, legitimacy and yeah, to some extent guidance. But yeah, Cheney, is while Bush is like kind of being wary of Cheney manipulating him in one way, Cheney is like, I need you to sign off on this really quick. It's just enhanced interrogation techniques, right? And in the movie, W actually does say, "Are we going to be torturing these? Are we going to be torturing these Al Qaeda or something like that?" Like there's an inkling of maybe I should give this more thought, but then he doesn't. He's a little bit more of a thoughtful W than how W was funny. Yeah, I was surprised at how entertaining the movie was. But yeah, John Kiriakou.
The journalist and academic Michael Tracey and the host of
What is this guy's deal?
the Tara Palmieri show, Tara Palmieri. Well, welcome to all of you. Tara, we've spoken a lot throughout this scandal. I've noted today that the Trump administration.
So I mean, like, Kiriakou, I know who he is. Tara Palmieri, obviously I know who she is. The first guy, wait, the first didn't he also have like the lawyer?
Reportedly paid $16 million to avoid facing him. He will join me very shortly. We will begin with our expert panel. Joining me now, the executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online and a former State Department official, Mike Bentz.
Okay, this guy I don't really know. But yeah, the guy he's talking about, this guy, right, is Boyce. This is the lawyer. So he's gonna have a one-on-one with Boyce.
Going away. For Andrew,
He's gonna have kind of a one-on-one with Boyce. It looks like kind of interspersing the conversation with others. Tara earned this smirk. If you have to sit next to Michael Tracey, hell yeah, you earned that smirk. And thank you for the super chat. We're at 4 out of 10 now on the butterfly goal.
all of you. Tara, we've spoken a lot throughout this scandal. I've noted today that the Trump administration is now saying, that's it. We've had all the files we're going to get, even though it's believed there are 3 million more that have not been put into the...
Oh, he looks like a smart Hutch. Yeah, he looks like Hutch's dad if Hutch's dad was like, I don't know. Like, actually, like, you know how Asmund dad was, rest in peace, Asmund dad. Asmongold's dad was actually like a pretty cool guy, ostensibly. Same thing with Tim Pool's dad. Now, I think Tim Pool's dad used to come in here. I know that somebody that made videos under the name Tim Pool's dad looked a lot like Tim Pool. Used to come in here until you chased him away, chat. I don't remember, but chat was too based for Tim Pool's dad one day, so Tim Pool's dad did not return, sadly. Maybe someday, chat, but yeah, like there's a lot of cases where somebody's dad is actually like the cool version of them, if you could imagine that. Wait, are they not counting? What? Super chats should count towards the butterfly goal? Wait, they do count, right? Is it not working, chat? Is something busted? It says 4 out of 10. I think it's super stickers you might be thinking of that don't count towards the... Yo! Neither Gaza nor Lebanon, my life for Iran. Stay strong, my brothers and sisters. Javi Cliff. Temple's dad was cool, but ballot just too liberal. And thank you for the super chat, Davi. But yeah, we got Karyaku in here. We're up to what, 54 already? Holy shit, chat. Almost, we are halfway there. What am I saying? We are halfway there. It's not almost. There's no almost about it. Asmund dad, yeah, was a Hassan fan. Yeah. Well, like, here's the thing. I don't know. I don't want to like excuse Asmongold or like say he's not as bad of a dude as he has revealed himself to be. I just want to say that there was a time before Asmongold talked about politics, and he was a lot easier for everyone to deal with. I don't know. Wait, I'm not trying to ignore chat. Wait, what's going on?
Public domain. And there's still no real accountability of the highest profile people named in these files. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, issued a lengthy number of names, some of which, obviously, from looking at it, are completely innocent of any criminal behavior. But of all these high profile names that have been named, there's only one person who is languishing in prison, and that's Ghislaine Maxwell. This seems deeply unsatisfactory on so many levels.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that, especially considering the FBI had presentations that they were putting together, which showed that they had credible tips about a variety of other men, and they never went through with those investigations. And I think a lot of people just feel like that, you know, if you read these emails, if you look through the FBI's own investigations, that they could have gone further and they could have actually prosecuted some of these men who have been accused by women in civil cases of rape, and through their meeting through Jeffrey Epstein, through I guess like Leon Black, for example. I mean, he denies the charges that are against him, and the cases were dropped, but there are other examples as well inside of the files, and yeah, just nothing has happened. It's been, I think, not just for the victims, but for everyone, a feeling that this is it. I mean, Pam Bondi just said on Sunday, case closed.
Yeah, which it clearly isn't. And the problem with that is, if you said from the start of this, as the Republicans have, we're going to be completely transparent, and then you're self-evidently not being completely transparent. You can't hold back 3 million files and say that's all you're getting, right? The conspiracy theories will continue to rage, and I suspect there will be a series of leaks from the files that we haven't seen. So the scandal just continues. Whereas I've always felt if they just went, here you go, redacting victims' information that could lead to their identification, but just put everything out there in one hit and say, that's it, that genuinely is it, you can at least have the claim that you've been transparent.
Right. And even from the fact that a number of members of Congress, like Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, they've gone into classified briefing rooms to see the files and what was redacted. And what they found is that, in fact, they were redacting the name of men. They weren't redacting the names of the victims. And, you know, in a number of instances, these were just men that had some connections to President Trump, some didn't, but there was no reason to redact the word less in front of Wexner, for example. There was no reason to redact the name of a Emirati businessman in the email about the torture video that he enjoyed. And so there's just a number of these examples, and we can only be left to wonder, well, what else? Especially since we know there are 3 million more files that we're probably never going to see, and we don't know why.
Right. Michael Tracey, you've been, you know, a relatively lone voice out there arguing a lot of the public debate about this, especially around hidden elite networks, intelligence links, and so on, is mythologized beyond the evidence that we've seen from court documents, official records, and so on. This is not a popular view, but there are some who share it. Why do you feel so convinced of your position on this?
Because the central tenets of what I've taken to calling the Epstein mythology have simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence that would justify the United States, Great Britain, and the world now being embroiled in this gigantic pedophilia crisis where people like Tara Palmieri and your next guest, David Boies, are convincing untold millions that there was some enormous child rape atrocity that was perpetrated and covered up at the highest levels of government. This is crazy-making stuff. And in fact, it wouldn't be surprising if people who come to believe this stuff and might already have a disposition toward mental illness could enter into a kind of homicidal mania. And so Tara Palmieri, I mean, I would agree with her in that there is a lot more to investigate on this subject, namely the journalistic malfeasance that's been so shockingly rampant, it's incredible. Tara Palmieri journalistically collaborated with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, didn't just use her as a source or as an inspiration, but essentially shared a byline effectively with her on the podcast series that she produced in 2020. They went around the United States saying they were just innocently on this truth-seeking mission to find out all that Jeffrey Epstein did to all his innocent victims. And they told the listeners, don't worry, none of this is about bringing any further lawsuits or criminal charges against anybody. So all these men we're trying to track down, they have no reason not to speak to us. Meanwhile, about a year or two later, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who, by the way, is one of the most egregious serial fabulists who's ever...
Whoa! This is blowing my head, right? This is like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a proper... Like, I'm trying to think of a parallel, like, right, just like, he's just like out the gate, right? It'd be like, fuck Virginia Giuffre, right? I don't know. This is like, first of all, do we even have any evidence that Epstein was all that bad? No. Do we even have any evidence there was close to conspirators? No. That scumbag Virginia Giuffre, like the dead victim of Epstein who died under mysterious circumstances? Oh my God, Michael Tracey, did you kill her? I'm just asking questions here, Chad. I'm just here to ask questions. But that one's not a serious question. I'm not actually implying that. But it does feel like, you know, given what he's saying, that he's doing things that are going to please the Epstein class. I'm not saying there's necessarily coordination. We don't have evidence of that, but let's let the debate go a little bit.
Ever walk the earth. I know that's really controversial, but all the claims that she had to retract, the trail of destruction she left in her wake, empowered by people like David Boies and Bradley Edwards, who, by the way, if you want to know what the impediment is to full disclosure of the Epstein Files, just look at what David Boies' colleague, Bradley Edwards, has been frantically arguing for the past several months in federal courts in the Southern District of New York about the supposed terror and nightmares that have been unleashed if we have the Epstein Files released. On the one hand, they're all sloganeering about release the Epstein Files. On the other hand, they don't just want to redact the, quote, victims' names. And by the way, what happened to saying alleged victim or purported victim? Virtually none of these people have actually ever been adjudicated as victims. The only criteria that's required by the DOJ to abide by what the frantic victim...
Yeah. When we introduce somebody that's a possible victim, let's also introduce that they could just be lying. Possible dirty liar that made up a assault that never happened. And it's just going, I don't know. What does he want? Should the victim wear a scarlet letter, Michael? Is that what we need to do? What your opinion of Pisco is? Look, I've been friends. I was friends with Pisco way back in the day. All right, we kind of lost touch with each other, and when he became part of the Destiny orbit, I'll admit, it's not really something that I wanted to associate myself with. But I do feel like out of that whole group of people, even when he was fully in the Destiny orbit, Pisco was a standout as far as being like the very least the least bad in that group. And Now it seems like he's kind of on the outside with them, although it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But yeah, DGG's lawyer, Pisco, is somebody that I tend to agree with in debates. Tend to be on the Pisco side of things, not always, but more often than more often than you'd expect, right?
Lawyers are demanding is mere self-identification of victimhood. Does the media make any of this clear? And does the media ever specify that when Pam Bondi is protested, last point, Piers, when Pam Bondi is being protested last week and everybody's going wild saying, oh, all these benighted Epstein victims are standing up and demanding truth and justice.
He sounds like...
How come it's never pointed out?
Chat, he sounds like he's jealous of them. Nobody's ever felt sorry for me like that. Nobody ever asked me if I was a victim. Guess we just don't care about men in this society. I don't know. That's what he feels like to me.
That, I mean, the vast majority of the people who are visible there, the victims, were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. And yet this is supposed to be some massive pedophile crisis, so David Boies can add to his extortion of the British royal family and now extort J.P. Morgan for another couple $100 million.
Well, when you say,
just
all
like he did.
right.
Well, I'm glad somebody's looking out for J.P. Morgan. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Wow, really defending the little guy here in this debate.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford.
Okay, so yeah, something about I really think he should change his if Pierce ever gets implicated in any of this Epstein shit, he's so cooked. Right? Piers Morgan uncensored. I don't know. That's the other thing too, is that like a lot of this content that Pierce is doing, it feels like, I don't know, somewhat designed to get the, heat off of him. At least like, I can think of two people close to Pierce that were attached to Epstein, right? Same thing with Rogan. Rogan has not really sufficiently answered for his close connections with Epstein. Like it's basically his whole guest list. I would say the same is true about Piers Morgan, except I don't really see anybody giving Pierce the shit that he deserves for it. But anyway, let's see what he's got for us here.
In relation, look, I'm going to go to Tara to respond to that. It's only fair giving you name checked.
I don't even know.
So aggressively. All I would say, and I'll come to the other two panelists in a moment, all I would say about so-called extortion of the British royal family, the reality is that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, when he was still Prince Andrew, said he'd never met Virginia Giuffre, certainly never had sex with her on the 3 occasions in different places he was accused to do so. He said the picture of them was fabricated, etc., etc., etc. He also, in a lengthy interview for the BBC, said he never had anything more to do with.
Megastar with the super chat. Today's show brought to you by the Oxford comma. Hey, better than that than the M dash, right? I don't want to be sponsored by AI. I'm just noticing when I click on Omega's super chat, it does not show up. We're at 7 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, right? So 3 more super chats of the teal variety will get us to butterfly status. I think it is like, are we at 59 right now? Oh my god, this is some spicy chili paste too. Yeah, he's unable to sweat. That's right. Never let them see you sweat. Pierce was pretty close to Maxwell. Yeah, like a lot. I feel like he hasn't really been held to any kind of scrutiny over it. He will be joining RFK Jr. and the kid in the next $12 porno. Oh my god. That was amazing. That was amazing.
With Epstein after seeing him in Central Park, after his conviction, and so on. All of which turned out to be a load of baloney. At the last minute, rather than have his day in court to clear his name, Andrew paid a check reported to be £12 million to Virginia Giuffre, a woman he claimed he'd never met. The picture we now know from leaked emails by Ghislaine Maxwell in the latest dump of Epstein Files, where she said were genuine. That picture was taken, right? And so I'm afraid just on that point alone, I see little extortion and just a bunch of lies from Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to cover his ass. Listening to this, actually,
Piers, let's
is
stipulate that
Virginia
he did.
Giuffre's. Well, hang on. I gave you a chance to
I fixed it.
speak, and I've responded. We've got a better person to respond, actually, because I'm now joined by David Boys. David, great to have you back on Uncensored. It's been 6 months since I last spoke to you. So much has happened since then.
Right.
In relation to what we've just heard from another panel member, which is that Virginia Giuffre was one of the least reliable witnesses imaginable, what is your response to that?
Look, you can always find somebody to deny anything. The evidence is just overwhelming. The idea that anybody can, with a straight face, deny that this was a massive sex trafficking scheme, is between absurd and pathetic. We have the testimony of dozens, many dozens of young women, girls. We have the reports of the police department in Palm Beach. We have photographs, not just the one photo.
Jeans in the sauna was wild. Not just jeans in the sauna, jeans in the cold plunge tank. RFK Jr. lifts his weights, like does his workout, and then he goes into the cold plunge tank and he's got his jeans on. Those jeans don't even come on off during sex, chat. Although we'd have to ask Olivia Nuzzi to be sure about that. Who is the man in the red sweater? This is Boyce. His name is it David Boyce? He's, I believe, the lawyer. He was the lawyer for Virginia Giuffre. He's a lawyer for a number of the Epstein victims, and he is the man that Michael Tracey was just accusing of like blackmailing the British clown. Wow, British clown. Yes, well, it feels like that sometimes, but no, I mean the British crown. Blackmailing the British crown.
Photograph, but multiple photographs are coming out. We have the emails that set forth at least some of the efforts, including the efforts to bribe witnesses. This is not a close call. And the reason that nobody wants to go to court and that people settle has nothing to do with extortion. It has to do with, they don't have a case. If somebody has a case, they can stand up and defend themselves. This is a situation in which all of the evidence is on one side. I'm in a lot of cases that are close cases. One side has a point of view, another side has a point of view. There's evidence on both sides. And you have to make close calls. This is not one of them.
David, in relation to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, now saying that's it, we've had all the Epstein files that is going to be put in the public domain, notwithstanding the fact we've been told there are 3 million more files which will never see the light of day in terms of being put in front of the public. What is your response to that? Does that in any way constitute full transparency on these files?
Well, it's clearly not full transparency. We haven't begun to have full transparency. We have more transparency, thanks really to Congress. We have more transparency than we've had before. And I think you see in the documents that are now being revealed why people fought so hard, powerful people, rich people, politically connected people, powerful people in business, in politics, fought so hard to keep this evidence secret. There's more evidence there. We know there's more evidence there. They're admitting there's more evidence there. Some of the documents that they have produced refer to other documents that have not been produced. So we know that there's more there. And perhaps Congress, perhaps the courts have got to step in and have got to say to the Department of Justice, do your job, be transparent. Legislation, bipartisan legislation, was passed requiring the Justice Department to be transparent, to produce all these documents. Abiding by the law is part of what makes this country great. It's part of what has made the United States, and before that United States, the United Kingdom, really a beacon to the world.
What the fuck?
You can't just ignore the law. And I'm confident.
I believe both of those countries have ignored international law.
Continue to get to the bottom of things.
You told me 6 months ago that you'd looked into the claims of criminal wrongdoing by both President Trump and by former President Bill Clinton. You said you were quite confident neither of them had any involvement of the sex trafficking or any sexual activities. First, is that still your position from everything you've now seen from the files that have been put out?
I've not seen anything that would cause me to change my mind on that. I think that both former President Clinton and President Trump would say that they regret their association with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I think that there were certainly aspects of poor judgment involved. And I think it was a reflection of how tolerant we were of the abuse of young women and girls, that very high-placed people would work with, socialize with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. So, for the record, I mean, I don't know what he's basing this on. If you pinned me down to make a statement about whether I thought that either former President Clinton or President Trump were like, you know, if we had enough evidence to prove that they were involved in Epstein's illicit activities with minors or with the trafficking of those minors, I would just say I don't know, because I don't know, right? But I want to point out that even if Trump and Clinton had nothing to do with this, there's every chance that Donald Trump's actions, his hesitancy to release these, is due to the fact that he's still involved with some really bad people. Like, what is this guy saying? He's saying that his opinion is that for Trump and Clinton, and I don't know what he's basing this on. They feel like he's really giving us, much to, believe it, like, right, to rest this on. But the Trump and Clinton, are not implicated in any way in this. Is like, even if they're not, the hesitancy of Donald Trump to release these files, right? So he was saying maybe they just have bad judgment, right? Bad choice and bad judge of character, right? We all know that. Like, we've all been guilty of that before. You trust somebody, and later we wish we didn't trust that person. That person turns out to be a really bad person, right? Does something fucked up, and we wish we wouldn't have trusted them, right? That's being a bad or an inconsistent judge of character, right? I'm going to say that I don't think that that Epstein showing up in these men's social lives is a red flag so much about bad judge of character. I think it's the people that they were I think it's indicative of the people that they were hanging out with, right? Hanging around. And therefore, years later, when Donald Trump promises as part of his campaign to release the Epstein Files, and then gets a chance to do so, of course he gets cold feet. Of course he gets cold feet, because just like back in the day when he was hanging out with Epstein, until the heat got too hot. Let's be real. The only time that Donald Trump ever cut ties with Epstein was when knowing Epstein would reflect on him badly, would implicate him in some way, right? So even if we don't have a situation where Donald Trump's, really sketchy words, like talking about how Jeffrey Epstein, much like him, enjoys young women, and whatever, right? Even though there's a lot of smoke there as far as Trump possibly being a creep himself towards underage women, even if he's not, he's still, at the best case scenario, he's still wrapped up with the same kind of people, just like Epstein. And look, there's more of those people than anybody realized, right? There's more people in the upper class that are involved in horrible fucking criminal shit. And they're getting away with it because of their fucking wealth. That is the point. That is the point of the Epstein class, anyway.
People would work with, socialize with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein. But I don't see any evidence that either one of them participated in any of the sex trafficking, or actually prior to the time that they stopped dealing with him, really were aware of the sex trafficking.
The other thing you said to me, that you felt there were between 10 and 20 men.
And the other thing that we're missing here that I do not expect Pierce to really pick up on, because of his current connections, is the idea of a Bannon backdoor. What do I mean? That sounds gross, doesn't it? I'm talking about with Epstein, chat, that even after Donald Trump had formally sworn off Epstein, wanted nothing to do with him, went to the FBI, said what he knew in 2006 or whatever, right? Even after that shit, Bannon, who has in the past and on occasion, it's kind of back and forth as far as whether Bannon is in Trump's good graces or Bannon is in the doghouse, but right, Bannon has absolutely acted as Trump's emissary, right? So when Bannon, and what was it, 2017 or something like that? It was really late in Epstein's life. Bannon, goes over to help him rehearse the kind of answers that he's going to give in court, right? And there's 2 hours of it. We haven't watched it yet, but it's apparently very enlightening. But yeah, Bannon was still working with Epstein. Bannon was still talking with Epstein. Bannon was still plotting with Epstein. So chat, what does that tell you? What does that tell you about Trump's, connection to Epstein? Actually nothing, right? It's not it could still be either way.
Men who you felt the government had enough information, evidence on, that would justify at least a serious prosecutorial investigation, and that Andrew Mountbatten wins it.
Virginia should have gotten a better lawyer than this guy. She deserves better. Yeah, I mean, he's not. He seems to be Bidening. I don't know if he's all there.
Former Prince Andrew was one of these men.
You don't know who the red jumper guy is, but he looks like a CIA villain. Well, we're gonna have a CIA villain here in a second, except in addition to being a CIA villain, a guy that actually did work for the CIA, he's also a whistleblower who is the reason that we know about waterboarding, about enhanced interrogation and all that shit. He's going to be on the panel in just a second, Burpel.
And was given a pass.
Oh, also, wait. I read something interesting in offline chat. Speaking of Burpel, right? I guess I should read it. Right, so with praying hands here, right? And hark, saith the Lord, Irene of nocommentchick descends from the mountaintop, and lo, the people looketh upon their graven idols, whence upon they saweth a great halo of light, and amidst it Irene of nocommentchick descended, without walking, but upon the Lord's wings, with 2 marble tablets, each nestled neath her arms. And the people looked upon it in awe, and they said to one another, the Lord is good. Burpelets 420. That's our reading for today, chat. Thank you, Burpel, for that offline chat.
Is that still, again, your position?
Yes, I mean, I think I might amend it. I probably should have amended it 6 months ago, but 20 men and women.
Right.
I don't think it's just limited to men, unfortunately.
So there were women also perpetrating crimes.
Yes, and certainly engage in activity that is worth investigating.
I mean, some of what we heard about Ghislaine Maxwell implied this too, that she somehow functioned as a like she found it easier to gain the girls' trust, and then she would manipulate these girls into a sexual situation with her, and from there she would kind of like introduce Epstein, you know, that like she's there, you know, to making, you know, them feel safer. Of course, they shouldn't have felt safer. You know, she's, from what we know, every bit the predator that Epstein is. But yeah, he's talking about, I believe, co-conspirators, right? Is this even her lawyer? I think it was her lawyer. It's one of her lawyers here. Like maybe, like he looks like kind of a lawyer from years past. Maybe I don't know. I like this is the first I've heard of him, honestly. David Boyce, is that his name? She was like Epstein's lieutenant. Yeah. So she was definitely doing some bad stuff as well, too. So yeah, the fact that Epstein, that some of these co-conspirators, by which we mean, chat, people that potentially did stuff to Epstein's victims as well, maybe even were provided to you know, these co-conspirators, maybe the girls were provided to these co-conspirators by Epstein, right? It's people like this. And what he is saying is that he knows of 20, right? We've heard various numbers thrown out there. I think there's like, 6 confirmed. Other people say there's at least 10, and he's saying 20. And not necessarily like there's a limited thing, but he's saying like at least 20. So yeah, you know, these are people that really should have been part of the case. And honestly, chat, if they had been part of the case, I don't know, maybe do we find out more about Epstein? Right? I feel like from what I've read, this investigation was basically tampered with. And instead of proceeding at it as it should have, right, it was, you know, it was stalled by people using influence, by wealthy, influential people like pulling strings. Yeah, David Bowie's. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's my first time seeing him too, so I don't really know. Yeah, I got what you're saying, chat. He doesn't seem like much. Still, he's confusing me, and I'm wondering, is he confused himself? He does, yeah, feel like maybe, you know, maybe he's a retired lawyer. I don't know.
I don't want to try to make a judgment without looking at all the evidence about whether anybody actually committed a crime. But a lot of people acted very wrongfully, improperly, and there's enough evidence of criminality to warrant an investigation.
Should Andrew Mountbatten Windsor now come to the United States and face the music under oath in front of Congress, in your opinion?
Absolutely. I think he's got an obligation to tell what he knows. Now, I also think that if he's afraid of being arrested in the United States, we ought to give him safe passage to come to the United States to testify. Because I think we don't want there to be any excuse for him not coming and telling what he knows. But he knows a lot. How much, I don't know myself, because they gave up in the litigation we had against them just before his deposition was supposed to be taken. So I don't think anybody knows how much he knows, but we know he knows a lot from his contact. And whatever he knows, even if it was a little bit, I think he has an obligation to share that.
Do you believe that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor committed crimes? I mean, obviously you represented Virginia Giuffre. She made very serious allegations of criminal behavior by him against her. Do you believe that he committed crimes?
I think that it certainly is something that justifies an investigation. What he knew and when he knew it what he knew about her age, what he knew about the extent to which he was coerced, she was coerced, I think needs to be decided by investigators, prosecutors, and ultimately by judge or jury. He certainly engaged in terribly wrongful conduct. He clearly knew that Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell were trafficking these girls. Now, whether he knew that they were underage, whether he knew that there was force and coercion involved, that is something that is a state of mind that I think before I made a judgment on that, I'd want to see more evidence. But it's certainly something that's was worth investigating. Whether statute of limitations have now passed, I think is a question. But I have been, as you know, I have been very disappointed in the authorities in the United States and in the United Kingdom for not doing this investigation in a timely way.
There's been a lot of pressure on King Charles in the UK.
So yeah, anybody's asking why this guy didn't get thrown into the mix with the panel debate, you can kind of see he's not really,
to take more action against his brother. He has removed his titles, and Andrew has now moved from a very luxurious home to a much smaller but still pretty luxurious home that will be paid for by the king, including a staff and so on. What should King Charles do? A lot of people are asking that question. In your opinion, what should he do?
Yeah. I think that's really hard. Andrew has lost his title. He's lost his home. He's lost almost all of his friends. He's lost the ability probably ever to make a living. He is, after all, Charles's brother. And I think it's a special situation when he's also the king. And he's got responsibilities to the nation as well as to his family. But I would not want to be in Charles's position.
Yeah, this is the Weinstein, Weinstein. This is the Harvey, oh my God, what the fuck was his name? What's the scam guy that scammed a bunch of rich white dudes and actually got in trouble for it? I can't, I had his name on my brain a second ago. Harvey, not Weinstein, Harvey Keitel? Is that who I'm thinking of? Oh my God, chat, it's barely in my brain. Harvey Keitel, is that who I'm thinking of? The guy that did go to jail for, Ponzi schemes?
You said in 2021 that you may seek to
He's making me feel dementia, chat, just like watching this.
depose Meghan Markle, Prince Harry's wife, as part of Virginia's civil suit against
Bernie Madoff? Harvey Keitel is an actor? Jesus Christ. Harvey Keitel did nothing wrong. I recant my claim that Harvey Keitel was enacting a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, Bernie Madoff. How do I get Harvey Keitel from Bernie Madoff? That's crazy. That's crazy. He's the actor that plays Wolf in Pulp Fiction. Wait, which one is Wolf?
Andrew, as she may have important knowledge about the then
Bernie. I was gonna say Bernie something, and then I was like, wait, no, Bernie Keitel, and I'm like, Harvey Keitel?
prince's behavior. Is that something, do you still think she may have information that could be useful?
Oh, I think that's quite likely. Now, whether she has any information that we don't already know, I think is more doubtful. We know so much more now than we did when we started the lawsuit against then Prince Andrew. So whether she has anything to add today, I'd be less certain. But she certainly was in a position to know a lot about Prince Andrew.
We've also seen the downfall of Lord Mandelson, who was the UK ambassador to the United States. He lost his job. He's now being investigated by the British police, not least because he appeared to be trading highly classified information about what the UK government was doing.
Yeah. Elizabeth Holmes too. Yeah, she ripped off like Donald Rumsfeld. She ripped off like what was Hillary Clinton's money in there too? Yeah, they definitely came for Elizabeth Holmes.
A business minister. So he's in very hot water then. But again, he has so far resisted going to the United States to testify in front of Congress. Do you feel the same way towards him as you would towards Andrew, given Mandelson's clearly lied about the nature of his relationship with Epstein and was clearly around him, including on the island and everything, for a sustained long period of years?
I believe that everyone who has information ought to share that information. You still have, as you saw earlier on your program, people who are denying the existence of the facts that are in front of all of us. And I think particularly in that context, it's important that everybody who has information come forward and provide that information honestly. As I say, I think that I would feel the same way about Lord Mandelson as I do about Andrew.
Oh, wait, chat. This just in. It looks like, is there something happening between Hassan and BTC? I'm trying to look up the Cheryl Hines stuff. And I'm running into this, damn it, I gotta click it now. Yeah, it looks like there's a back and forth right now between Hassan and BTC. Chat, this may be tomorrow's content, a little preview of it today, right? We all know Brian Tyler Cohen, a successful YouTube channel, started maybe 2 years ago. It's, over 2 or 3 million now. He's got like a whole network. He also started a dark money group called Chorus. And yeah, it looks like he's beefing with Hassan right now. Oh god damn. Yeah, this is rough, chat. This is about okay. So I don't want to throw us too much off of track because I went to Twitter just to look up Cheryl Hines clips, right? To see if I could find what people are talking about from the Cheryl Hines interview or the Cheryl Hines on Joe Rogan, but look at this. Here we go, chat. Just when you thought you were gonna fall asleep to the sounds of attorney David Boyce, we got fresh drama, I guess, between the Chorus funded creators need to stop doing shit like this. Straight up Israeli asset. Wait, what am I looking at? Okay, this is on Twitter. I'll bet this is about ideology. Results for Ilhan. Oh my god, they're searching Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush with the name Zachary K. There's Zachary K, Zachary Kirk. I don't know who this guy is. I didn't support either one. And for the record, I strongly support these two other accounts. Now go cry about it. I don't get it, chat. This is responding to Zachary Kirk. Zachary Kirk says Jasmine Crockett was a favorite of the far left until she ran for U.S. Senate in Texas. It's about ideology, electability, or deeper pattern on how black women are treated. Yeah, this is right. People are noticing that Jasmine Crockett is worse on issues like Israel than a bog standard Democrat, right? Like Talrico. Really, I don't think Talrico's anything too special, right? But he, unlike Jasmine Crockett, yeah, this is the whole thing. People fell in love with Jasmine Crockett because of her roasting Marjorie Taylor Greene. They did not fall in love with Jasmine Crockett for her support of Israel. In fact, that is part of the reason that she is less likely to be able to win the Senate race than Talrico. But here we have, Zachary Kirk doing, usually, chat, when you hear about somebody, sort of using, identity, right? Most of the time, what's happening in the United States of America is like black people, black women especially, are being discriminated against, right? That is a pattern, that's a pattern called white supremacy, which is unfortunately very strong in the United States of America. But, you get Republicans trying to make it out like people talking about racism are making it up or are using it cynically, right? Are trying to say, I'm so oppressed, so therefore I deserve this and this advantage or this and this consideration, right? But here we just have literally, hey, people are saying Jasmine Crockett might not be the strongest candidate, might not be the furthest left candidate in the race. Some people considering Talrico, and it's racism? It's because of racism? Anyway, I guess we should watch his video. Let's not just sit here and look at it.
For years, Jasmine Crockett was everything that the far left claimed that they wanted in a leader. A brilliant civil rights attorney, a fierce advocate.
Okay, no, this is instructive, actually, chat. I'm sorry to have deviated. I'll be right back. This is a quick sidestep, right? I realize I'm talking about tomorrow's content today. Here's just consider this a sneak preview, right? Jasmine Crockett, can be a fiery advocate because she's a good speaker. All right, she's a good speaker, and she's especially a good speaker when somebody is trying to, lay down some bullshit like Marjorie Taylor Greene. That doesn't mean I agree with her on everything.
Voting rights, a woman who stood in committee hearings and dismantled Republican talking points with surgical precision. When she called out Trump and the Republican Party, progressive far leftists erupted in applause. When she became a national voice of the Democratic Party representing the future of a multiracial democracy fighting for the working class, she was hailed as our Democratic superstar. Was when she was convenient. That was when nobody looked into what she actually stands for. And the more people do, the less they like about what she actually stands for. The more they realize that she's not just like a bog standard Democratic politician. She is a conservative. She is a centrist, right? She is, everything that people hate about the Democratic Party, except, she does, stand up and she is good at roasting Republicans. She's a fucking, she's an expert roaster. All right. You could be an expert roaster and have Ezra Klein politics. It doesn't mean that I want to vote for you in a primary. She was their megaphone, their frontline soldier, not when she became their candidate. Representative Jasmine Crockett announced she was...
she got known after she was elected, right? So there wasn't an election that happened after she roasted Marjorie Taylor Greene and she got to funnel all that energy into that campaign. What happened to Jasmine Crockett was actually a crime. Look, I don't hate her. I don't want to demonize her. I do, place some respect on her for, having the ability to do what a lot of Democrats can't do. But she also she was the Republicans, basically they redistricted her out of a district, right? Her district was erased by redistricting. And I think that was on purpose. I think the Republicans don't like having a Jasmine Crockett in the House of Representatives. So she throws a curveball and says, oh yeah, well, I don't need the House of Representatives anyway. I'm going to the US Senate. And so she's running she's running against James Talrico. This is Talrico was part of the recent Stephen Colbert controversy as well, right? She's facing off against Talrico, and now that people are looking into okay, what does she stand for? Yada yada yada. They're looking at Talrico, they're looking at Jasmine Crockett, and they're liking Talrico better. They're also looking at the polls and liking Talrico's chances better. The only thing that she's kind of got going for her is that the previous opponent, I believe, like said, oh my God, I'm trying to remember what this was, chat. I'm trying to remember what this was. There was some kind of tea that got spilled by the previous opponent that didn't make Talrico look good. But anyway, she was fucked over. All right. It sucks what happened to her. However, you got to take each race on its own as its own thing. For instance, chat, Graham Plattner. You saw how I reacted when Graham Plattner was blowing smoke up all of our asses about the tattoos that he got at a younger age, and no doubt regrets, right? But the way that he was explaining those, tattoos, look, it's, if you get caught doing something fucked up, it's probably better to just come forward with that, all in one fell swoop. I don't think that Graham Plattner did that. However, when I look at the race in Maine, what do I see? I see Graham Plattner, I see Janet Mills, right? Who, much like, Jasmine Crockett, got in a fight with Trump, right? And actually won. She got Jasmine Crockett arguably got in a fight with MTG and won, right? Janet Mills was the governor of Maine when Trump tried to strong arm her into changing their policy on trans involvement in sports. She resisted and she ultimately won, right? So that's kind of cool. But do I just go on that? Hey, she fought off Trump. What have you done yet, Graham Plattner? You've got a Nazi tattoo. That's not impressive, right? Or do I look into their politics and see that my politics line up a lot more with Graham Plattner's than Janet Mills, and certainly more than with, Susan Collins? So yeah, same thing with Jasmine Crockett. I'm sure there's if it was Jasmine Crockett versus Rahm Emanuel, I'd probably vote for Jasmine Crockett. But yeah, she is particularly on the side of the Israel lobby. I don't know what else to say, right? And so, the problems that we have with other Democratic candidates are present and more pronounced with Jasmine Crockett. That's why I suspect why it's difficult for a lot of progressives to get excited for her candidacy.
Running for the United States Senate, praise from the far left is oddly not there. Instead, they gave their support to her opponent, James Tellerico, a 2-year middle school teacher, youth pastor, and state representative. A man whose legislative accomplishments, while respectable, pale in comparisons to Crockett's record as a practicing civil rights attorney, elected official in both the Texas House and the United States House of Representatives, and National Party leader who served as co-chair for the...
These liberals are going to hate the fact, and chat, if we have a chance, Narwhal gave me a code for a New York Times article. The New York Times has an article doing a group on Democratic voters. And it's interesting. It's actually really interesting. Guys like this are going to be crying a lot of tears because 9 out of 10, or at least according to the panel group, but, kind of estimated 9 out of 10 Democrats are looking more for a candidate like James Tallarico than they are for Jasmine Crockett, even if she's got some bangers, even if we love to see her roast. And look, chat, here's my deal, okay? I don't like her politics at all. I think she's kind of like one of the worst Dems, not one of the worst, but one. She's on the bad side, right? She's got very centrist policies, right? But I want her to find her way back into Congress, right? I do think we need Jasmine Crockett somewhere, but there is a real chance of peeling off a Texas senator in this race, and I think that Tallarico is better positioned to do it, and also if you make me choose between the two of them, obviously Tallarico is a better candidate. I don't all of a sudden hate her, right? I mean, I know like a lot of people, it's very personal when a candidate is pro Israel in a time of genocide, right? That people have some strong reactions to that. So I'm not saying this guy is reacting to nothing, but I think for a lot of people, it's not necessarily about anger or I don't know, misogynoir, as he's suggesting here. It's about politics. It is about ideology, and unfortunately, what people are looking for as far as ideology is cutting away from centrists like this guy, right?
Harris Walls campaign. America's far left is backing this man who has centered his campaign on opposing billionaire influence, blasting wealthy donors, and proposing a $10,000 contribution cap. But he still accepted a $59,000 check. One from
But
Republican.
you're not perfect. But you're not perfect. You may not be one of AIPAC's favorite members of Congress, but you're not perfect.
Look at mega donor Marion Adelson. Yes, the same Adelson who poured $100 million into pro-Trump efforts in 2020. Black women are celebrated as...
Look, if he's getting Adelson money, that sucks, but I'd rather him have Adelson money than be espousing Adelson politics. You always should look for this, by the way, right? Because somebody who's espousing talking the right talk might not be walking the right walk, and looking at their list of donors might be, you know, a way that you find that. So that should make you suspicious. You should look at not just assume that he's going to do the things that he's claiming. Look at his record. Look at it if there are any votes where he kind of takes a dive, for the Israel interests, right? But again, it's not gonna be as bad as somebody who openly is like, Israel's a very fucking important ally for us, and we need to stand by them. That's literally what Jasmine Crockett thinks. Jasmine Crockett thinks what Joe Biden thinks, right? That Israel's so damn important that if it didn't exist, we'd have to invent it.
Symbols, but not trusted as leaders. They can be the voice of your movement, the face of your resistance, the warrior in your viral videos, holding the goddamn megaphone. But when it comes time to actually give them power, to let them do the work, when they ask you for your support to move up and not just speak out, suddenly there are concerns about electability. Texas.
So I'm not going to offer this this bullshit, the dignity of a real response. I don't even think he believes this shit, but it does illustrate a really important thing: the difference between somebody who, like Gavin Newsom, sounds like he's against Trump, and somebody who, when it comes to rhetoric and when it comes to policy, it is actually against the things that Donald Trump is for, right? It is actually fighting Trump on the issues rather than just fucking, I love you for roasting MTG, okay? But that's not enough, right? To make me want to just be like, oh, well, she fucking loves Israel. She thinks they're our best ally. But she's burning down Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, we're not suckers like that, right? And this new Democratic Party, let me see if I can find it. This new Democratic voter panel by the New York Times kind of shows that. Let me see. I don't know if I can find this. I know somebody sent it to me. Sent a version that is readable. Oh my god, all this Ethan Klein shit. Apparently there's a big drama of Ethan Klein and a billboard and James Charles. It's crazy, chat. Yes, Narwhal by Nature coming through with the link. I just want to go over this really quickly. I'll get into this article maybe more in detail. No, it didn't work. It didn't work. Wait, did I do that wrong somehow? Yeah, I don't know. I can't get into it right now. I'm not going to sweat it too much, chat. But what I'm trying to say is that voters aren't looking for a candidate with Jasmine Crockett's policies, right? When they do look for policies, when they are paying attention to more than just personalities. And granted, yeah, Jasmine Crockett's got a great personality, right? She's got a great and yeah, we do need people that are going to stand up to Republicans and fucking roast them. That's a huge skill. I want her to get back into Congress. I think it's bullshit that the Republicans pulled her seat out from under her. But yeah, in this race, it's not, gonna, the desire to see Jasmine Crockett, offer more, more effective, shit talk to Republicans is not, it's not worth like electing her to the Senate. But yeah, she deserves to be in the mix somewhere. Anyway, so that's what Hassan's responding to, this Zachary Kirk guy and his TikTok. Then Hassan says chorus funded creator, so I guess he's a chorus funded creator then. Need to stop doing shit like this. Straight up Israeli asset. I'll bet this is all about ideology. Looks up Ilhan. Oh yeah, looks up so Zachary K. Did he post about Ilhan? It looks like no. Zachary K. Did he post about Cori Bush? No, he did not. He responds, I didn't support either one. Oh, does not like Ilhan Omar, does not like Cori Bush, Bell for more. What? Okay, wait, should I know who this is? Oh my God. Now go cry, and he posted a gif of Zoran and Miss Rachel. All right, so this is, I guess, where BTC comes out. And look, Hassan, I showed you where he mentioned chorus. He mentioned he mentioned Bryler and Tyler Cohen, right? And I was kind of like, I don't know about this. I do think that chorus could be involved in the, sort of like it does seem like chorus members will spread Hassan clips whenever a negative one comes out, right? But as far as like calling it out for, being like possible coordination, I would say that's something that I wouldn't do unless I had a lot more evidence. Hassan's just kind of throwing it out there as it kind of seems like, right? And he did mention Tyler Cohen's name, and yeah, BTC may not have seen that, but he sees this. Chorus funded creators need to stop doing shit like this. Straight up Israeli assets. Brian Tyler Cohen, the funny part is that there are tons of chorus creators who like, retweet, follow, support Hassan and his preferred candidates, but he would rather shit on the program because it's convenient to have a boogeyman and feel like a victim. Follow up here at Hassan. What's to stop you from building a program? Oh, so Hassan should build a dark money group, a program to support creators and or the ecosystem. You love crying about chorus, which issues includes leftists, progressives, liberals, and apolitical creators, but no time to be part of solution. Just want to endlessly complain. Taylor Lorenz, off the top rope. How do we know chorus includes leftists, progressives, and apolitical creators when you continue to operate in secrecy and refuse to engage in the basic disclosure like publishing a list of creators you're funding? And then Mike from PA, can you get us an example of the apolitical? I don't know why he's flexing the apolitical. Ostenox, chorus includes leftists and progressives, would be a strong response if anyone knew which creators are funded by chorus. Release the list, release the chorus list, BTC. Release that list. Show how diverse and ideologically spread it is. But until then, why would anyone believe you as you operate a shot? Yeah, just it's dark money. Please start saying dark money BTC, right? Just please like make that really clear. This is not like a nice guy. That's just, he's definitely playing the nice guy. Look, Hassan, many chorus creators love you, Hassan. They agree with you. They support your candidates. Why would you be against us? Why won't you go? Why do you want to tear everything down when you could be building stuff up? He's trying to be the bigger guy here. But at the same time, he won't, he is keeping his money dark. He is keeping his organization dark, right? He is operating in the darkness and trying to pretend like, hey, no, I'm just like the, guy that says, hey, let's fight against the right wing. Look, we need dark money too, okay, chat? If the right wing's got dark money and we don't have dark money, we're gonna get destroyed on the dark money front, right? Dude, there we go. There you look at that. Dave with the based comment here. You took dark money. Nobody is lying about that. Wait, what is this? Oh my god. So I'm trying to get a sense of like who's winning on this thread. He has candidates on all the time. A weird thing to be mad about to BTC. Okay, anyway, it looks like it's kind of cutting against what's to stop you from speaking out against genocide. Yo, look at that. Calling BTC out for, and this is this is another reason that people are skeptical about Chorus. It's run by BTC, even though some of the content creators have been, pretty good on the issue of Palestine, right? It's headed by somebody who I think, from what I understand, just has not mentioned Palestine at all. Oh wait, no, here it is. For those who want to use their vote to punish Biden over Israel, Gaza inflation, I've never seen a politician in my life with whose views I align with mine on every issue. That's how it is, and that's how it goes. I'm not marrying a president. Oh, so it's almost like he is he's making a plea for, whatever you think about these issues, please vote for Biden/Kamala anyway. I guess would it have been Biden at this point? June 21st, maybe? So I think before this is before the shooting of Trump, I believe. Anyway, so that's what's going on. That's what you got to look forward to tomorrow. I will be trying to cover what might even be by that time, chat, a conversation. I'm calling it now, chat. We might see a conversation between Hassanabi Piker and Brian Tyler Cohen. Maybe not. All right, but yeah, I'll try to cover this all more in depth tomorrow. So look for that tomorrow. Hassan says, I work with a program. I work with multiple. It's the DSA, PSL, labor unions, anyone who will advance the interest of the working class, whether it be community organizing, mutual aid, or even electing representatives that advance the agenda. So this is to his what's to stop you from building a program of your own, like Chorus. And then BTC responds, and look, Taylor Lorenz is like the fucking what is it, like the nemesis, this BTC is nemesis, right? The BTC's like, everywhere. He's like running around trying to make arguments and shit. Like Taylor Lorenz comes up and is like, release the list. You have a dark money group. Why won't you be transparent? And BTC runs away. He's probably got her blocked for all I know. Can't tell. What's to stop you from building a program to support the creators or the ecosystem? Wait a minute. That's the same. What? Did he just? Did BTC reply? It's the same fucking thing. He copy pasted the reply. What the fuck is that? Oh no, I'm sorry. He didn't. Separate post. Okay, I got it. I was looking at I thought this was a thread. Okay, and then Taylor is here. Okay, I got it. So there it is, chat. That's where we are. And oh yeah, and this is definitely on. So I guess I'll cover maybe I will also cover Stephen Colbert tomorrow, since we're talking about Talrico and Jasmine Crockett, and that's definitely an issue that's tangential. Anyway, sorry for the sidestep, chat. I just thought it was important. We had breaking news, something new happening, and I'll definitely be bringing more on that to you tomorrow. We got to get to this guy, so we got to get through this debate and then try to get to the Cheryl Hines stuff, which I was in the midst of trying to find when I ran into this Hassan Piker versus Brian Tyler Cohen revelation, and possibly even do some bonus content. Speaking of bonus content, I should probably check and see. Let me make sure we're at 59 right now. We're at 59. Okay, so yeah, we're 41 points from getting bonus content. If we get 41 points further, we'll get some bonus content. We're also very far on the butterfly goal, I believe. Let me check that.
At Sashig219, super chatted $5, _weasel,
_weasel indeed. Thank you for the _weasel, Sasha G, and also a pair of Salamanca. Thank you for, thank you, Omega Star, for the gifted, well-timed gift sub to a pair of Salamanca. So, yeah, this is, brings us up to 70. We're at 70 right now. We're at 8 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. So butterfly, almost there. We're just 2. Wait, is that right? Yeah, 70. 70 is where we should be, I think. We are 2 super chats away from achieving butterfly status, and we have 1 hour and 14 minutes left to do it. So there we go. But yeah, I do think that even though it's a little bit of drama, conflict between Hassan and BTC, that's an important fight. Let's be real, right? Who do you want to have more influence in? The left at large, right? Hassan Piker or BTC? The answer is pretty obvious to me. I hope it's obvious to you, but there's that and the fact that we're sort of I think people really need to understand, right, this difference between a candidate like Jasmine Crockett, who, look, I fucking love to see Jasmine Crockett like lighting some MAGA some bad body MAGA lady up, right? I love it. I love it. Okay, I enjoy it. I don't have antipathy towards Jasmine Crockett. What I have is disappointment upon reading what her actual stands are. What we're looking for is somebody that is, yes, bold and assertive and sure of themselves, 10 toes down, the way that Jasmine Crockett is, but who also stands for what we stand for and believes what we believe in, is not making fucking easy compromises in order to get themselves more power and influence. Like, right, this is politicians are tools, yeah, ultimately. But yeah, it'll be interesting to dive further into that. Anyway, let's get back to this guy, see what the Biden guy is gonna put us to sleep.
If they're prepared to come to the United States and testify under oath, they ought to be free to do that without worrying about that the United States is going to seize them at the border. But I do think they've got an obligation to come forward. And perhaps they could even testify, if they didn't want to come to the United States, perhaps they could even testify in the United Kingdom. I believe Congress would send representatives over to the United Kingdom to take their testimony. But one way or another, I think there is no excuse, none, for them not providing the evidence that they have, not providing the information that they have about the sex trafficking.
No.
Current status of that bonus content poll that I should have mentioned earlier. Let's see if I can actually read it. 45 votes. Oh my God, chat, only 45 votes so far? Make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. That helps us decide what we get for bonus content. 45 of you, I guess, have. Also, make sure to like the stream while you're doing that, because I can't explain to you, right? Like, you could really make a difference in even just the amount of people in chat in one stream, right? Just by liking the stream. Obviously, one person liking the stream doesn't do much, but when we all like the stream together, we really do push it out there to more people. So massive appreciation to those of you who do that pushing with your thumb. Oh, that's what I didn't do, chat. I didn't make a Blue Sky post. I forgot. Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian in first place. Ethan Klein billboard situation, which, yeah, he made a James Charles billboard that said, like, hey, James, I heard you like 'em young. And that's in second place. Third place, we got Fox News on Hassan and his China maxing thought crimes. And fourth place, we have Pisco. Fourth place is more Pisco, because we will be watching Pisco after this. Pisco debating Michael Tracey. But yeah, more. We have an option to go for double your Pisco if you want to see Pisco debate against the Vanguard, which I don't even know what that's going to be like. Right? Is it going to be a love fest? Is it going to be a fight? I don't know what to expect. Obviously, they agree with more. They agree on more than the Vanguard and Hutch would agree with. But oh god, there's like I think there's all kinds of Hutch videos we need to watch too. All kinds of backed up Hutch videos.
I completely agree. I had Alan Dershowitz on the show.
Because of course you did.
A couple of days ago, and he went to great pains. He was obviously Epstein's attorney for a long period of time. He went to great pains to try and defend Epstein's original conviction as not being a confession of being a paedophile. He said that in the end, Epstein only pled guilty to soliciting prostitution from a girl of 17 years and 10 months and a 21-year-old young woman, and said that's not a paedophile. What is your reaction to that? And is he telling the whole story there?
I don't know why Alan Dershowitz continues to try to defend what is just indefensible. He ought to take responsibility for his actions. He ought to take responsibility for what he told the British press back at the time when he was representing Epstein. I've had my own issues with him, and I really don't want to, go after him more than I already have.
Oh my God. Has he been sued by Alan? Is that what he's talking about? It sounds like somebody, a victim of Alan Dershowitz's vexatious litigation, allegedly vexatious litigation. Let me just caveat that with an allegedly. It's been said that it might be veering on the vexatious just a little bit, Alan, just a little bit vexatious. Nothing to sue me about, but yeah, just slightly on the vexatious side of the spectrum, so to speak.
But
I have to pee.
I don't think
this guy's going to take forever to
reasonable to say that he only acted as a lawyer. He acted as a publicist, dealing with the press, telling the press incorrectly that...
Maybe he's just afraid of triggering a lawsuit. 100% Alice on fire. 100%. Yeah, I'd be scared too.
Epstein had passed a lie detector test.
Yeah, Dershowitz will keep his underwear on through the lawsuit too. That's the scary part.
Which he did.
Anyway.
I think that everybody who is involved with Epstein needs to step up and take responsibility for their role. And I think the more that they deny, I think the worse it is. However they thought at the time, they now know what the facts are. And whatever justifications they thought they have, they know those justifications are false. I think that everybody ought to take responsibility for what they did and for their support, assistance of what was going on. So I think Mr. Dershowitz, like a lot of other people, would serve themselves a lot better by coming clean.
And finally, David Boies, Ghislaine Maxwell refused to give any answers to questions before the House committee last week, but said she may testify in exchange for clemency from President Trump. What's your response to that?
There is no basis, none, for clemency. To give clemency or a pardon to a person who played the role that she did in the victimization of dozens, hundreds of young girls and young women would be a travesty. I think that the chances that President Trump's going to do that are small, but I think if that were to happen, it would be an outrage. She has no position or right to try to bargain for her evidence. The people of the United States, the people of the United Kingdom, the people of the world have a right to know her evidence. And although she has a right against self-incrimination, she can be granted immunity for her testimony. That is, she can be granted immunity for the testimony in the sense that the testimony cannot be used against her. But she's already in jail. Nobody needs to use that testimony to convict her. And if she fails to give that testimony after being granted immunity, she can be held in contempt. And she can be held in contempt and in prison for just as long as necessary. And the special treatment that the administration has given her, taking her out of the ordinary prison, putting her in a much more comfortable prison, is an act of grace. It's an act that I think itself was a terrible mistake. But there's no reason, none, to try to coddle her and bargain with her for her testimony.
I just took a quick look at the prediction markets. Polymarket currently say there's just a 17% chance that anyone will be jailed over Epstein disclosures. Would you agree with that?
Oh, I hope not. I think that is illustrative of the cynicism that people have about our justice system and the prosecutors. I think that's a reflection of the cynicism that people have about our Justice Department today. The cynicism that more than 4 out of 5 people think that our Justice Department is going to give a pass to people because they're rich and powerful. I think that's a tragedy.
Yeah, it is. David Boyes, thank you so much. It's great to have you back on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's good to talk to you.
Well, let's go back to the panel. Be bringing John Kiriakou. I mean, David Boyes is always extraordinarily impressive. He's one of the great criminal lawyers in modern American history with an extraordinary track record. What did you make of what he was saying there?
Oh, I agreed with everything he said. You know, it's like we never learn from history, Piers. We didn't learn from Watergate or from Iran-Contra that the cover-up of the crime is almost always worse than the crime. It's always better just to be honest, because the truth will out eventually anyway. So just be honest. If there are 3 million more documents, by God, release the 3 million more documents. Let's let justice run its course. And I want to agree with another thing he said. I thought that Ghislaine Maxwell was already given her gift when she was transferred from a low security prison to a minimum security prison. There's an internal Bureau of Prisons policy that prohibits people convicted of child sex crimes from serving their time in a minimum security prison, because minimum security prisons have no bars on the windows, no locks on the doors. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to abscond. They can't be sent to maximum or medium security prisons because they'll be killed there in many cases. So they have to go to low security prisons, which are secure, but not minimum. She's in a minimum, and she's the only child
At
sex criminal
219,
in a
super
minimum
chatted
security prison.
$5.
It's
Lux
just wrong.
Veritas.
It is completely outrageous. And on the other point that I discussed the other day, and Alan Dershowitz vehemently denied this, but there's growing evidence from these leaked documents that Epstein was working with Israel in some capacity. Do you believe he was a full-fledged Mossad agent?
I've said from the very beginning, including right here on the show, that I've always believed he was a Mossad.
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, I mean, look, I wasn't sure about this stream yet. I realized Waluigi won't acknowledge me. Did Les Wexner personally profit from Iran-Contra? Does Doug Leese, Ace Greenberg? I'm kind of glad that we did this because I'm just wondering what the angle from Kiriakou is. Now, for the record, chat, like I kind of described a little about him in the context that he is the whistleblower who, exposed the waterboarding, right? Which is huge. That being said, he's also a CIA agent, right? So, don't necessarily trust him too much. Did I miss anything? Do I need to roll anything back? I had to pee.
Access agent, maybe not polygraphed, formally recruited, but he was working on behalf of Mossad, I believe, to get them access to important people and closely held information.
Oh wait, Omega Star, with the super chat. Anyone else wondering what Lauren Boebert is gonna do? She went flying out of Congress after she read those files. Yeah, Lauren Boebert. Who else? Nancy Mace. Is Nancy Mace quitting? And Sasha G with Lux Veritas. Oh my god, that is 10 super chats. It is officially butterfly time. I missed us hitting the butterfly goal. Yeah, I missed the confetti and it's actual it's not, you know what I mean? It's not just like we hit the butterfly goal, but it's like we also got the confetti. And that's the only time that something magical happens in chat. It literally sprinkles down confetti. Twitch does magical stuff all the time. YouTube saves it for the super chat goal, which they're always like reminding me I need to use the goals. I need to use the tools that YouTube gives me. I need to do so many things, chat. But look, I think this might be, maybe this is Kismet a little bit. Maybe this is Kismet that we, like, cause like I said, like I got, like I went down kind of like a list of all of the content that I could possibly do, before deciding on this one. And it feels a little bit like working on, I don't know, the great essays. And then being like, all right, but here's what we're actually going with for the exhibition, right? Or working on like masterpieces, right? That I don't completely finish. And then I'm like, all right, here's what we're gonna go with. All right. Hand, finger paint, turkey. Yeah. That's the art. There it is, chat. This is my hand turkey. I hope you like it. I hope you wanna put it on your refrigerator, because it feels like, considering all the things that we could be talking about, right? This one does feel a little bit silly. Michael Tracey and his Epstein Hasbro. Sorry, I mean in the sense of explanation. I was gonna say Epstein explanation, and then my mind went to Hasbro from there. But anyway. Is he perishing in real time? What? Tracey? Oh yeah, we're on 80 right now. It should say 80. Wait, where is this? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the CIA spy master will expose something that, because the real thing I feel like that is still kind of opaque about this whole Epstein thing is how this whole connection to intelligence works, right? We have most of us, myself included, have a very, I don't know, basic model of how that works. We know that the CIA hires agents. These are people who work for the CIA. Sometimes they're undercover, meaning that they would have a cover story. They would be officially, I am the proprietor of this business. But then when you look into the business, there's not much business going on. It's a front, right? So much like organized crime will use a front, the CIA will use like front companies. They're kind of famous for it. And then below that, maybe you've got an asset, right? Which is somebody that is like not part of the CIA, but is working for them nonetheless. So understanding exactly where Epstein fits in all of this, I would hope this is something that Kiriakou, did he just come on? Did we just get done with the oh no, chat, wait. Polymarket predictions over Epstein conspiracy? What the fuck? Oh my god, I did miss some wild shit, didn't I? Ghislaine Maxwell may testify. Okay, let's just go to... Let me know if I miss some... If I need to really roll it back, let me know, okay? I'll be slightly frustrated, but it's better, you know, if we miss something, let me know. But yeah, I think I'll just start us off with Kiriakou.
He's extraordinarily impressive. He's one of the great criminal...
If that is your real name, sir.
...lawyers in modern American history with an extraordinary track record. What did you make of what he was saying there?
Oh, I agreed with everything he said. You know, it's like we never learn from history, Piers. We didn't learn from Watergate or from Iran-Contra that the cover-up of the crime is almost always worse than the crime. It's always better just to be honest, because the truth will out eventually anyway. So just be honest. If there are 3 million more documents, by God, release the 3 million more documents. Let's let justice run its course. And I want to agree with another thing he said. I thought that Ghislaine Maxwell was already given her gift when she was transferred from a low security prison to a minimum security prison. There's an internal Bureau of Prisons policy that prohibits...
Michael Tracey is Timu Stanley Kubrick? You know, I've probably seen Stanley Kubrick once in my life, but yeah, I think you're right.
People convicted of child sex crimes from serving their time in a...
Did I say his name weird? Kubritz, right? Kubrick? Not Kubrick. I said Kubritz. I don't know why I'm calling it Kubrick.
Minimum security prison, because minimum security prisons have no bars on the windows, no locks on the doors. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to abscond. They can't be sent to maximum or medium security prisons because they'll be killed there in many cases. So they have to go to low security prisons, which are secure, but not minimum. She's in a minimum, and she's the only child sex criminal in a minimum security prison.
So I knew she was the only one in that prison, right? Which is I guess you'd say notorious type of prison. They call it club fed, and you know, I don't know what extent, but the reputation that these kind of minimum security, this particular kind of minimum security prison has, is that it is only wealthy people who go there, and that is why jail is not even fucking real for the rich, right? That you're rich, you know, assuming that you didn't, I don't know, do some horrible violent crime, right? You go to a, you know, you more likely to go to a prison like this, which, you know, given the description of it, I mean, look, I'm sure any prison, you know, sucks, but you know, this is like a prison where you get to take care of a dog, and I don't know, what does that sound like? So it's not much of a concession, right? To be like, okay, you can have a dog. But anyway, that it's unheard of. It's unheard of for a sex criminal such as Miss Maxwell to reside in one of these minimum security prisons.
It's just wrong.
It is completely outrageous. And on the other point that I discussed the other day, and Alan Dershowitz vehemently denied this, but there's growing evidence from these leaked documents that Epstein was working with Israel in some capacity. Do you believe he was a full-fledged Mossad agent?
I've said from the very beginning, including right here on the show, that I've always believed he was a Mossad access agent. Maybe not polygraphed, formally recruited, but he was working on behalf of Mossad, I believe, to get them access to important people and closely held information that they otherwise...
Wait, these assholes actually use polygraphs? Aren't those like notoriously unreliable? You're telling me that the CIA and Scientology are using roughly the same technology?
Otherwise would not have had access to. But now we also know from the latest tranche of documents that he had actively sought
Or no, to be fair, he's talking about the Mossad. They're like mood rings, yeah.
With the CIA and the FBI, and that he had sought.
I wonder what the thought is, that maybe anybody that's got something to hide is going to be, you know, too nervous to even, I don't know, that maybe it's like a psychological thing almost. Like you're going to have to be polygraphed. You better not be working for anybody else, or else we're going to pick that up in the polygraph session.
Contact with MI5 and MI6 and possibly even the Germans. So he was out there as what we would call in the intelligence community an intelligence broker.
Yeah, Sasha G. The word tranche is doing a lot of work in this whole discussion.
Somebody who has a little bit of information or access to information and is looking to see who is willing to pay what for it.
Mike Benz, thank you for your patience in waiting so long to talk. You're a former US State Department official. You served in the first Trump administration. You've become more critical of the...
I don't know, chat. Like, I mean, maybe my whole conception of intelligence is all, like, wrong. Like, maybe a state administration employee is just as, like, spooky as a, CIA agent. I don't even know, like, right? I don't even know. Like, considering what's going on, like, yeah, like, the whole fucking system seems sus. The whole fucking system seems sus in the wake of, and especially if it turns out that even just, like, involvement with intelligence was used as a shield for these people, right? If by virtue of their activities, intelligence organizations require operators such as Epstein and require, like, giving him this insane level of impunity and protection, right? To the point where he is allowed to practice the kind of crimes that most human beings consider to be the most despicable. Wait, are we asking who is the guy in the middle? That's Kiriakou. John Kiriakou, whistleblower, CIA agent, I guess, from back in the day. And the reason that we know what waterboarding is and that the United States government was doing this. This was, the enhanced interrogation process. So, yeah, I guess he's on here to talk about the intelligence connection, which is funny because Michael seems like, from everything I've seen so far, his beat is like, this is a moral panic. This is not real. This is journalistic malpractice. Everyone is going crazy. Everyone is turning into a rhinoceros, and I won't have it. I will stand up. Will no one else stand up for JP Morgan? I will stand up. I, Michael Tracey, will stand up for JP Morgan.
The government since then. First of all, your reaction to David Boies and that interview we just did.
Well, I think it's generally right. There's the question of, I'm more concerned about, as John pointed out, the cover-up. I think it's been, I'm not sure what the point of trying to contest the, sort of evil nature of what was done. That to me matters much less than the protection of it by institutions in our government, whether they be the Justice Department, the FBI, intelligence services, or oligarchs on the outside who want to hide their own relations. That to me is really what the heart of the scandal has moved to in the 7 years after his death and the absence of questions. What I would add is that Congress can actually take an additional step with the, I'm reminded of the George Bush 2003 speech, mission accomplished, after we invaded Iraq. This is kind of what this feels like, to say, we've turned over everything. mission accomplished. By the way, there's 3 million more files. We have zero information from the Central Intelligence Agency or the State Department. The State Department actually leased Jeffrey Epstein a 5-story mansion that he stayed in for free for extended periods after it seized it from the government of Iran. While Jeffrey Epstein's own personal history in the CIA and foreign intelligence adjacent spaces date back to the 1970s and the kind of Iran, Middle Eastern, and Latin American operations there. It seems very obvious at this point that there are entire troves
Like, when you
both
look at
within
your
DOJ and CIA and state that need to be turned over. What can be done right now, I think, to move the ball forward in both what David was saying and what folks like John mentioned here, is in 1992, after the outpouring of anger that happened after Oliver Stone's JFK movie, there was a bill passed by Congress. It was called the John F. Kennedy Records Collection Act that forced the CIA to turn over or to set up an independent auditing board to begin the process of reviewing and declassifying documents. So you can do the same mechanism here. If the Justice Department is saying there's 3 million we're not turning over, pass another bill. Who's going to be on the other side of it? This one passed 427-1 in the House and 99-0 in the Senate. Pass a bill and force them to be reviewed by an independent auditing board. And don't just make it DOJ, FBI, extend it to the intelligence services the same way that both chambers of Congress passed in 1992 around JFK.
Fascinating. Michael Tracey, was there anything David Boyce said giving you pause for thought?
I have to say, Piers, I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't ask him a single challenging question. I invite you to ask me any challenging question you'd like, and you'd think that given David Boyce's stature and him being hailed as this legendary criminal attorney, that maybe he could tolerate one or two probing questions that might be outstanding, such as amongst these files that have been produced as of January 30th are a memo that memorializes internal deliberations amongst prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, in which they frankly convey that they are stunned as to how outlandishly non-credible Virginia Roberts Giuffre was when they interviewed her in September 2019. This memo is December 2019. David Boyce represented Virginia, including as to the lawsuit that was brought against Prince Andrew. And yes, it was an extortionist lawsuit, but the British royal family is incredibly feckless. They are not going to challenge any of the premises that are being marshaled against him to foment this mass hysteria and moral panic. And therefore, everybody takes the resolution of that lawsuit to mean that there was some concession to Prince Andrew's guilt. Even if we want to stipulate that he did have some sort of sexual contact with Virginia Roberts Giuffre when it was alleged to have taken place, she would have been above the legal age of consent in England, and yet we're told this is a giant pedophilic sex trafficking crisis. But you know what the files show us? That the government investigators who were on a warpath at this point against Epstein and then Maxwell discovered no credible evidence of any pedophilic sex trafficking or any sex trafficking at all to any third-party individuals, which was the crux of the mythology that Virginia Roberts Giuffre incubated, that Tara Palmieri amplified so lamentably credulously, and that David Boyce actualized in the legal filings that he carried out on her behalf. This is outrageous.
All right.
This is a fraud that's been perpetrated on the public.
Oh no, this is outrageous.
By a conspiracy. You know what the conspiracy is? The conspiracy is this unthinking, brainless hysteria combined with journalistic credulity, combined with an unwillingness to do any actual research as to the facts and evidence, and to treat David Boyce like you just did. Now, why didn't you ask him about the 30% in attorney's fees that he convinced Judge Rakoff in the Southern District of New York to reward him for his almost $350+ million lawsuits against Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan that he's now trying to extract even more from Bank of America, which is why he's trying to prevent the disclosure of Epstein files, because he doesn't want to undercut his case.
Do you know what? I'm hearing it.
He will literally talk until you cut him off. Chat, that is crazy. So the rap against this guy is he's defending Epstein. I don't think there's any controversy. Like, that is pretty clear. There wasn't even a caveat there of, look, they're horrible people who did horrible things, but let's correctly identify the horrible things that they did, you know, which were right, you know, the crimes that, you know, he's convicted of, and but no, he's just straight up like, yeah, and fuck fuck this, like. That is crazy, but I've changed my mind, chat. All right, I came into this entertaining the idea that Michael Tracey might be, as I think will be alleged in just a bit, might be taking some money from certain billionaires in order to represent the perspective they want represented. Like in the time where the world is closing in on them, they want one guy, one hero out there riding into battle with a flaming skull of Jeffrey Epstein's face carved into it, and be like, F you, Virginia Giuffre. That's Michael freaking that's Michael Tracey, right? That's who he is. And it is insane to see it like in like up close and personal in real time, like the exact thing that he rides in with. But yeah, this is like, you know, they were not convicted of any of these crimes. This is a mythology and a witch hunt, and yeah, and attacking Tara as well. You know, Tara's a journalist who's worked on the Epstein Files, but yeah, almost acting like that's that you scumbag for selling this non-story, right? Epstein is just a guy that, you know, partied a little too hard, I guess.
Can I ask a question?
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories, but they're all coming
It's a slight straw man that I just offered, but only a slight straw man
out of your mouth. Let me give the final word to Tara, because he
what
keeps.
Conspiracy theory did I postulate?
When he's not lecturing me about my interview skills, he's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what
I gotta say, at this point, Epstein did nothing wrong sounds like the ultimate conspiracy theory, the ultimate turn everything on its head. Scientology uses e-meters to simply accuse the subject and then pressure them into spilling out their personal info. They later use it to hold over their heads and blackmail. Is polygraph more sophisticated than that, though? I mean, I know the Scientology things are famously like soup cans or something, but I feel like I've heard that the data never supports the polygraph. Oh, Prince Andrew has been arrested by the UK police. Is this real?
What David Boyes had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach, you know, the police in Palm Beach, the detective? Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young as 14?
I've listened to them all.
Yeah, and you think that they're not
listened
credible?
to it all, Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school?
Do you think Virginia
nearby...
Roberts Giuffre is credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations against
let her speak, please.
A Harvard professor, Stephen Koslin. Recanted against...
Chat, there's no way that this is like a human being here. Like, I feel like something crawled into Michael Tracey's skin and it is puppeteering him from the inside. Like some kind of fucking tapeworm crawled up his butt, and it is now taken over. Wait, does that happen in Men in Black? Is that what I'm thinking of, chat? Like an alien goes up inside like some dude and makes him like walk around and do stuff. I feel like Michael Tracey is like going to be like filled with worms or something, right? And they're all controlling him. And they're like, I don't know what the fuck happened, chat. This is some kind of like, what are we watching? He's been infested, is what I'm saying. Like he's got some other organism living up inside him, and it's making him go hard in the paint for Epstein. This can't be real, chat. This cannot, or like a drug. Is this the drug that the rich people give you to make you go hard in the paint for Epstein drug? Is that what we're dealing with? Chat, we've already heard of the drug that makes you dap up Hamas drug, right? That was one drug, all right? Nobody believed that could be a thing until, you know, we found out that it was. What is going? I think Michael Tracey is the subject of some kind of CIA control or something. He's wearing an Edgar suit. Is that what it is in Men in Black? For the record, Men in Black is one of these movies. Have I talked about this before? There's certain movies, chat, that especially when I used to be in places where people, parents, you know, relatives, friends, whoever had TVs on, you would catch movies that would be on a television station, but it's like it's on, you watch a little bit, you know, a little bit of it, not the beginning, right? And then it goes to commercial, so you go and like you wash dishes or, you know, you do something else, right? So you don't end up, and then you come back in maybe later and you see like a later scene in the movie. So you never end up seeing like the full movie. Men in Black is one such movie. I feel like it was always on TV, right? And there was always somebody watching Men in Black. And so theoretically, I should have seen it many times, but it's never been, it's always in a situation where it's, if it's on TV, like I can't watch it because I don't watch through commercials. I find other stuff to do when commercials come on, and I mute them. Alien bugs wear human skin. Can't remember the actor. Yeah, this is. I'm afraid for Michael Tracey's well-being. Like I think he's got a bug up his ass. Like Naked Lunch style.
Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the credibility of your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met.
Who are you working for? That's right.
Anyone in my entire life who would like who's paying you? Who do you work?
I think Elon's got a Neuralink in him right now.
I think a lot of people are wondering this because
Elon.
I've never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of.
I've never seen anything like this.
Sex crimes and attacking them like this. So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like.
Wait, he is having trouble with his note. He is having trouble with his earpiece, right? Who do you work for? This is beyond weird contrarianism. This is like I would say performance art, but I don't think he's. I think he's serious about this.
These accusations that have been made against them, and I think it's fair to ask. Are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I would be asking, are you an alien? But sure, yeah, that too.
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
I'm asking you if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of crimes.
Maybe somebody can
an astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question. And rather telling, I may say.
I heard it.
Okay, I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying.
If he can hear you, can you?
Okay, so. On his side, it does look like he was having some kind of issue with his headphones. It could have also been him taking out his headphone because he didn't like what he's hearing from her. Right when it starts to go into like the question of like what is motivating you to say these things, he is like, you know, fuck this. I'm not listening. I don't know. So yeah, he claims he was having trouble and he didn't hear what she said, but he pretty accurately, you know, like, it sounds like he knew what she was saying. So either he like predicted what she was gonna say next, or maybe he heard what she was saying and he's pretending to have trouble. But it looks bad for him regardless, right? Regardless, this is not coming off well for him, especially when Piers Morgan kind of makes it official by being like, that's a pretty convenient time for you to have audio issues, Michael Tracey. Bluetooth causes pain in the Neuralink. Yeah, maybe that's where his Neuralink is implanted. Maybe his code, like his code stopped upload. He gets his code uploaded from the Neuralink earbud.
Ask him that question because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah,
I think it's a fair
Michael,
question
can you
to
hear
ask.
me?
Did you
Can
just?
you hear
I
me,
can hear you
Michael?
very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
If he's faking the audio problems, this is insane histrionics from him. Like, unbelievable histrionics.
I asked you if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
being Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or
You're not
allege
answering
What's the
some
answer to the
kind of
question?
motive. Of course,
Yeah,
I'm not
that's the
being
What's the
paid by
answer?
anyone.
Okay, so he does answer the question. Now the question, I have is like, I guess the thing that makes the clip look devastating is the fact that he is, unable to answer the question of, are you being paid by anyone? The thing about it is, like, you heard him gish galloping, and that's what that was, right? He was on a gish gallop. He was not going to shut up until somebody talked over him. You heard him gish galloping, all that stuff early on. I don't think he'd have a problem with somebody saying, "Are you paid?" I don't think that would shock him, right? So like the idea that like he is like deer in the headlights, I don't buy. I don't think that's what. So yeah, the thing, which unfortunately I think is how this clip is going to be perceived, right? If I'm imagining me seeing 2 minutes and 21 seconds of this on Twitter, right, then I see him unable to answer. And maybe I don't even get, he does eventually answer and say, no, of course I'm not paid. You're just using this to impugn me, blah, 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 blah. He's just right back on his bullshit. But because he is so on his bullshit, he is so on that bullshit game, he talks that bullshit in his sleep, chat. Like, he goes to the bathroom and he's still talking that bullshit. Like, right? He lets this bullshit just run like a river. And then he comes on the Piers Morgan show, he opens up his mouth and it just spills all out. This river of fucking diarrhea comes out of his mouth. So the idea that it would somehow get stopped up by her being like, hey, is there maybe a conflict of interest here? Are you getting money? Is somebody paying you? That would actually effectively dam up the bullshit river? No, I don't think anything's stopping this bullshit river. Unpopular opinion, chat. Because he's a bad person, and it's wonderful to see bad people get dunked on, but I don't think he was really lost for words here, right? I think he actually did have, I think he really did have audio issues. But you know what, chat? Fuck him anyway. Fuck Michael Tracey anyway.
I am paid by my readers on Substack, you idiot. You just can't engage on the merits, Tara. You are a disgrace.
I mean,
you
I'm
are
happy
going
to go
be
through all of
remembered
our
So Reddit coded.
as somebody who was
which is
integral
fact-checked.
in fomenting this moral panic and mass hysteria that's led.
Yeah, you're going to go down in history when the history books are written and Epstein is revealed to be the kind benefactor that he always was. You're going to be the fucking villain of like, this bitch was trying to say Epstein was bad, but we all know him now to be the savior of humanity, and we all follow his way and view him as the one true, the one true God. Anyway, yeah, diarrhea of the mouth, basically. This is socialism coming out of his mouth. I am, speaking of water, I gotta go get me some more.
To mass defamation like you just tried against me. You know how
You can't talk to her about mass defamation when what is coming out of your mouth is mass defecation.
O'Connor and Thomas Massey got caught a few days ago accusing a random auto mechanic in New York and a random IT manager of having been complicit in pedophilic sex crimes? You're just following on in that tradition, which is so emblematic of how this issue has functioned in the popular mind.
I'm going to give
now
Tara.
Being weaponized politically.
Tara, let me just.
Of course, Piers.
Tara,
I resent the implication. I resent the question. I asked her straightforward questions about her own journalistic work.
Okay. I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get to
Instead,
talk ad infinitum.
Whole little defamation song and dance because she can't actually engage in an intelligent way because there's no defense to what
Tara,
she's
let
done.
me.
No, there is.
Nor for David.
Tara, let me ask.
I can talk about my reporting on the Broken Jeffrey Epstein
Tara, let me
podcast.
ask you. Tara, you don't need to justify your reporting. It's been excellent on the whole scandal.
Why not?
Tara, let me just ask you.
I'll justify
what was your?
mine.
Let me ask Tara. What was your response to David Boyes' interview? Finally.
You know, I think David Boyes has done a lot of incredible work, and I know that to go after, the crown was a really big deal, especially for his firm. They're obviously one of the biggest firms in the world, and so to target, the monarchy is a really big deal when you have offices in London, and that can affect, as anyone would know as a lawyer. So, and I think it's great that his partner.
Oh my God, chat, apologies. Oh, boom roasted? Yeah, now I know I gotta roll that back. I went away at the wrong time again. No, I was dying. I'm like super. I was hurting for water. Which is never a good thing. Okay, I gotta roll it back because chat is like, boom. I see the reaction from chat. I left it at the wrong time once again. I just need to get if I got like an absurdly long headphones cord, I think I'd be good. I'd be able to walk everywhere I need to go. Be listening to the stream the whole time. That'd be great.
Because she can't actually.
Okay. I'm going to give Tara.
Weaponized politically.
Tara, let me just.
Of course, Piers.
Tara,
I resent the implication. I resent the question. I asked her straightforward questions about her own journalistic work.
Okay. I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get to talk ad infinitum.
Whole little defamation song and dance because she can't actually engage in an intelligent way because there's no defense to what
Tara,
she's
let
done.
me.
No, there is.
Nor for David.
Tara, let me ask.
I can talk about my reporting on the Broken Jeffrey Epstein
Tara, let me
podcast.
ask you. Tara, you don't need to justify your reporting. It's been excellent on the whole scandal.
Why not?
Tara, let me just ask you.
I'll justify
what was your?
mine.
Let me ask Tara. What was your response to David Boyes' interview? Finally.
You know, I think David Boyes has done a lot of incredible work, and I know that to go after, the crown was a really big deal, especially for his firm. They're obviously one of the biggest firms in the world, and so to target, the monarchy is a really big deal when you have offices in London, and that can affect, as anyone would know as a lawyer. So, and I think it's great that his partner. I'm blanking on her name right now. She's really earned the trust of the victims, and they're really hard cases to pursue. I mean, when you go after the most powerful people in the world, you can't represent them either. And when you have a white shoe law firm, it's like, how are you supposed to do that? So I think it's incredible. I think it's very commendable. Excuse me. And I, There's still so much more to do, though. There's still so many more places to go. And unfortunately, I just...
Do you think he's really having... What is bro doing? He's getting a message from the home planet.
Don't see it coming from the Southern District of New York. Like, in particular, with Leon Black, I mean, the man who was picked to replace Leon Black by Leon Black himself, like, he picked his own successor, and that man is Jay Clayton. And now Jay Clayton is running the Southern District of New York. He is the lead prosecutor. And is he really going to do an investigation into the guy who picked him to succeed him at Apollo Management when he had to step down? when Leon Black had to step down because of Epstein, an Epstein investigation found that he paid Epstein $150 million to do estate planning. It's just everything is so incestuous. And how are we supposed to trust that power will police itself? We can't. And that's
well,
where
that's
we are
where
right
journalists. You know what? That's where journalists like you come in, and where lawyers like David Boies come in. I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much.
Go back further. It's even spicier. Okay, I can't resist. I'll make sure to skip past. Oh, wow. Wait, what the fuck? I feel like I haven't seen a lot of this.
This legendary criminal attorney that maybe he could tolerate one or two probing questions that might be outstanding, such as amongst these files that have been produced as of January 30th are a memo that memorializes internal deliberations amongst prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, in which they frankly convey that they are stunned as to how outlandishly non-credible Virginia Roberts Giuffre was when they interviewed her.
No, I didn't see this.
Did.
Well, I think it's generally right. There's the question of, I'm more concerned about, as John pointed out, the cover-up. I think it's been, I'm not sure what the point of trying to contest the, sort of evil nature of what was done. That to me matters much less than the protection of it by institutions in our government, whether they be the Justice Department, the FBI, intelligence services, or oligarchs on the outside who want to hide their own relations. That to me is really what the heart of the scandal has moved to in the 7 years after his death in the absence of questions. What I would add is that Congress can actually take an additional step with the, I'm reminded of the George Bush 2003 speech, Mission Accomplished, after we invaded Iraq. This is kind of what this feels like, to say, we've turned over everything, mission accomplished. By the way, there's 3 million more files. We have zero information from the Central Intelligence Agency or the State Department. The State Department actually leased Jeffrey Epstein a 5-story mansion that he stayed in for free for extended periods after it seized it from the government of Iran. While Jeffrey Epstein's own personal history in the CIA and foreign intelligence adjacent spaces date back to the 1970s and the kind of Iran, Middle Eastern, and Latin American operations there. It seems very obvious at this point that there are entire troves, both within DOJ and CIA and state, that need to be turned over. What can be done right now, I think, to move the ball forward in both what David was saying and what folks like John mentioned here, is in 1992, after the outpouring of anger that happened after Oliver Stone's JFK movie, there was a bill passed by Congress. It was called the John F. Kennedy Records Collection Act that forced the CIA to turn over or to set up an independent auditing board to begin the process of reviewing and declassifying documents. You can do the same mechanism here. If the Justice Department is saying there's 3 million we're not turning over, pass another bill. Who's going to be on the other side of it? This one passed 427-1 in the House and 99-0 in the Senate. Pass a bill and force them to be reviewed by an independent auditing board. And don't just make it DOJ, FBI, extend it to the intelligence services the same way that both chambers of Congress passed in 1992 around JFK.
Fascinating. Michael Tracey, was there anything David Boies said giving you pause for
fascinating is the way that Pierce says, I'm trying to fight sleep here. He zoned out. Or I don't know. I mean, it's maybe a different conversation than what he's trying to have here.
I have to say, Piers, I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't ask him a single challenging question. I invite you to ask me any challenging question you'd like, and you'd think that given David Boies' stature and him being hailed as this legendary criminal attorney, that maybe he could tolerate one or two probing questions that might be outstanding, such as amongst these files that have been produced as of January 30th are a memo that memorializes internal deliberations amongst prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, in which they frankly convey that they are stunned as to how outlandishly non-credible Virginia Roberts Giuffre was when they interviewed her in September 2019. This memo is December 2019. David Boies represented Virginia, including as to the lawsuit that was brought against Prince Andrew. And yes, it was an extortionist lawsuit, but the British royal family is incredibly feckless. They are not going to challenge any of the premises that are being marshaled against him to foment this mass hysteria and moral panic. And therefore, everybody takes the resolution of that lawsuit to mean that there was some concession to Prince Andrew's guilt. Even if we want to stipulate
I'm
that
sorry.
he did have some sort of sexual contact with...
He is defending Prince Andrew as well? Oh, no.
Virginia Roberts Giuffre.
I did not catch this on the first pass.
And it was alleged to have taken place. She would have been above the legal age of consent in England, and yet we're told this is a giant pedophilic sex trafficking crisis. But you know what the files show us? That the government investigator...
He's like, actually, age of consent in England is 16. Suck it, SJW.
Who were on a warpath at this point against Epstein and then Maxwell discovered no credible evidence of any pedophilic sex trafficking or any sex trafficking at all to any third-party individuals, which was the crux of the mythology that Virginia Roberts Giuffre incubated, that Tara Palmieri amplified so lamentably credulously, and that David Boies actualized in the legal filings that he carried out on her behalf. This is outrageous.
All right.
This is a fraud that's been perpetrated on the public by a conspiracy. You know what the conspiracy is? The conspiracy is this unthinking, brainless hysteria combined with journalistic credulity, combined with an unwillingness to do any actual research as to the facts and evidence, and to treat David Boies like you just did. Now, why didn't you ask him about the 30% in attorney's fees that he convinced Judge Rakoff in the Southern District of New York to reward him for his almost $350+ million lawsuits against Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan that he's now trying to extract even more from Bank of America, which is why he's trying to prevent the disclosure of Epstein Files, because he doesn't want to undercut.
Does he realize what this looks like? Like, even if this is not, like, accurate, it kind of feels like he's like, I'm looking out for Prince Andrew. I'm looking out for Epstein. It is bad, but not as bad as you say he was. And JP Morgan and Bank of America, they're getting screwed over. They're getting screwed over, and somebody needs to step up and
cut his case.
Do you know what? I'm hearing it.
Can I ask a question?
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories, but they're all coming out of your mouth. Let me give the final word to Tara, because he keeps...
I expect him to fully, like, I don't know, just get immature at this point.
Yeah. Theory that I postulate.
When he's not lecturing me about my interview skills, he's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what David Boies had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach, the police in Palm Beach, the detective? Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young as 14?
To them all.
Yeah, and you think that they're not...
They're all liars. They're horrible women trying to entrap these poor men.
Listen to it all, Tara.
I'm sorry, I'm putting words in his mouth. I don't mean to do that. I'm just joking.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school...
Do you think Virginia Roberts Giuffre is credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations against
let her speak, please.
Harvard professor, Stephen Koslin, recanted against Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the credibility...
Let her speak.
Yeah, we're going to speak up for Dershowitz and Jean-Luc Brunel. Who else is going to do that? Like I said, chat, this guy has had bugs eat out his insides, and they're now in control of him. They're making him say some just really fucked up off shit, right? This just feels like I don't know. It feels like some kind of like a Beetlejuice sequel that we're in.
Girl, cut your mic.
Your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in my entire life who would like, who's paying you? Who do you work for? I think a lot of people are wondering this because I've never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of sex crimes and attacking them like this. So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them. And I think it's fair to ask.
Somebody check the studio. Wait, his studio or Michael's studio for carbon monoxide, says Emily. Whoops. Wrong button. Oh my God, chat. Sorry we had to rewind this, but I couldn't tell what the good part was that I missed.
Are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just
blurted out. Oh, it looks so bad. It looks so bad. I honestly think that he might be having, like, there is some clues that point towards him. This doesn't look good, right? This doesn't save his ass. I can't imagine him thinking this would save his ass. I half think that he actually is having audio issues here, but holy shit. I mean, couldn't have happened to a nicer person.
I'm asking you if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of crimes. Maybe somebody can
an astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question.
And even the host,
I may say,
I heard it.
Okay, I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying.
If he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah,
I think it's a fair
Michael,
question
can you
to
hear
ask.
me?
Did you
can
just?
You hear me,
I can
Michael?
hear you very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
I asked you if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
being. Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her.
Wait a minute. Now I want to see what's on his hard drive. I didn't before, chat. I would have never thought to even question it. But like, me think thou doth protest too much. Like, that's terrible. That's terrible. He's like, did she just say that I was criminally involved in the crimes of Epstein against underage minors? And it's like, no, but now I'm wondering.
Journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible.
But I mean, yeah, what I'm really wondering is just how he is tied to this all. Like, what would make you say this? It's a reasonable question. I don't know the answer to it. My two top, theories were that he's been eaten out from the inside by bugs, and they're now occupying his body and controlling it. Or secondly, that maybe he's an alien, or he's being third option, I guess, is a combination of the first two. He's being like hollowed out and controlled by aliens. These are my, possibilities. But yeah, I mean, like, one wonders, like, right? Because him being involved in some Epstein activities, although I had not given that a thought, would be another reason for him to do this shit.
What does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or
you're not answering.
What's the answer to the question?
Of course, I'm not being paid by anyone.
Wait a minute. Is he insisting that she is calling him a pedophile? Because she didn't do that. Am I right, chat? She didn't come close. She didn't say anything like that. And he is dead set on, I don't even know, this is like a reverse pedo bait or something. What is it? What would you call this, chat? Like, it's like he's trying to, like, say that she's calling him a pedo as like a own on her. And it's only really a own on him. That, like, okay, well, I mean, do you get called a pedo often? Is this a thing that seems like kind of a, reflexive response on your part?
I'm paid by my readers on Substack, you idiot. You just can't engage on the merits, Tara. You are a disgrace.
I mean,
you
I'm
are
happy
going
to
to
go
be
through all of my
remembered as
reporting,
somebody
which
who was
was
integral
fact-checked.
in fomenting this moral panic and mass hysteria that's led to mass defamation like you just tried against me. You know how Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey got caught a few days ago accusing a random auto mechanic in New York and a random IT manager of having been complicit in pedophilic sex crimes? You're just...
No, because you're the only one saying it. Oh. Wait, which the one I had just before this one, Emily Sawyer? Oh, I didn't even I didn't even look at it.
Just following on in that tradition, which is so emblematic of how this issue has functioned in the popular...
Okay, so formerly TYT, yeah, correct. Formerly TYT, I don't remember much about the breakup with TYT, other than I think it was that there was some issue that Michael Tracey was on the kind of the right-wing side of, and the rest of TYT was on the other side of. I don't remember much more than that. I remember he had a grating personality, in addition to being, you know, kind of right-wing, but I don't really remember much more. I thought there was maybe like a scandal with this guy, but I could be misremembering. Maybe it's Jordan Sheridan. Was there a scandal with this guy? Wait, now I'm thinking wait, because I feel like the thing with Jordan Sheridan, I don't think that I don't know.
Mind
I'm going to
and
give
now it's
Tara.
being weaponized politically.
Tara, let me
no,
just.
of course, Piers.
Tara,
I resent the implication.
no.
I resent the question. I asked her straightforward questions about her own journalistic work.
Okay, I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get to
Instead, she
talk
tries to
ad
do her
infinitum.
whole little defamation song and dance because she can't actually engage in an intelligent way because there's no defense to what
Tara,
she's
let
done.
me.
No, there is.
Nor for David.
Tara,
Bowie.
let me ask.
I can talk about my reporting on the Broken Jeffrey Epstein
Tara, let me
podcast.
ask you. Tara, you don't need to justify your reporting. It's been excellent on the whole scandal.
Why not?
Tara, let me just ask you.
I'll justify
what was your?
mine.
Let me ask Tara. What was your response to David Boyes' interview? Finally.
You know, I think David Boyes has done a lot of incredible work, and I know that to go after, you know, the Crown was a really big deal, especially for his firm. They're obviously one of the biggest firms in the world, and so to target, you know, the monarchy is a really big deal when you have offices in London, and that can affect, as anyone would know as a lawyer. So, and I think it's great that his partner, I'm blanking on her name right now. She's really earned the trust of the victims, and they're really hard cases to pursue. I mean, when you go after the most powerful people in the world, you can't represent them either. And when you have a white shoe law firm, it's like, how are you supposed to do that? So I think it's incredible. I think it's very commendable. Excuse me. And I, you know. There's still so much more to do, though. There's still so many more places to go. And unfortunately, I just don't see it coming from the Southern District of New York. Like, in particular, with Leon Black. I mean, the man who was picked to replace Leon Black by Leon Black himself, like, he picked his own successor, and that man is Jay Clayton. And now Jay Clayton is running the Southern District of New York. He is the lead prosecutor. And is he really going to do an investigation into the guy who picked him to succeed him at Apollo Management when he had to step down? When Leon Black had to step down because of Epstein.
Okay, so chat, for the record, I don't see any scandal with Michael Tracey. I thought I remembered one, but maybe not. He was a Bernie supporter who has not voted for a presidential candidate since 2008. So he's, you know, kind of that is where Michael Tracey is at.
An Epstein investigation found that he paid Epstein $150 million to do estate planning. It's just, everything is so incestuous. And how are we supposed to trust that power will police itself? We can't. And that's
where journalists, you know what? That's where journalists like you come in, and where lawyers like David Boyes come in. I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, there it is, I guess. But that's not all, chat, because if you thought Michael Tracey was done, you would be incorrect. He also talked to friend of the VOD, Pisco Liddy. This is on Pisco's channel. It's called "I Left This Debate Completely Horrified. Michael Tracey on Epstein." Wow. Okay. And I've got I've got some videos that we can watch on Cheryl Hines. I want to try to avoid watching Rogan if I can. I just like if I could watch it through some other video, it's better because ostensibly they didn't get copyright claimed.
AOC I just happened to see tonight. She was asked about the Epstein Files, and she just declares that Epstein was a convicted child trafficker, which of course Epstein was not a convicted child
Chat, he does not look better on Discord.
trafficker.
Oh my god, Pisco was mogging! I never thought I'd say that. Well, look. Look at Pisco.
Game of words you're playing there, Michael.
With that label.
You're playing a game
but
right there. As part of the finding that Maxwell was guilty of those acts of trafficking and enticing minors for sex, there is a necessary finding by that jury that Epstein himself did it. Do you accept that Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex?
I don't accept the construct of trafficking writ large at this point.
Do you contest?
What the fuck did he? What is chat? What does that mean? He doesn't think trafficking is real. He doesn't think trafficking is a crime. He doesn't think trafficking is a bad thing. What does he mean?
That the overwhelming evidence suggests that
Oh my God.
Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex.
Chat, I have a feeling this is going to be really good. Okay, I'm going to grab myself some food. You do that too. Let me check on the poll really quick. Because I haven't in a while. We're at 80 out of 100. That's 20 points away from getting some bonus content at the end of the stream. What bonus content are we looking at? Well, people are feeling Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian. And so I believe are the donors, right? I believe that, yeah, that one's the... So yeah, 56 of you have voted already. Only 56 of you. I hope you're also liking the stream while you're voting because that helps a lot. I really appreciate that. And then you can let me know in the chat if you donate, if you wanna put your money onto the poll to try to affect the results, or if you want to say, hey, I donated and I want to like put a kibosh on changing the results via donations. You can say Vox Populi, but yeah, the donors and the voters tonight feeling agreeing, one would say, on Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian in first place. Second place, Ethan Klein billboard situation, which I don't even know if I understand that quite yet. But yeah, Ethan built a billboard of James Charles. It's a fairly close second place, other than the donations make it not close. But third place is Fox News on Hassan China Maxing. And then fourth place is more Pisco. Well, maybe this video will change your minds, okay? Remember, there's still time to vote and there's still time to donate. And either of those two things can change the fate of what we got. In fact, we're not quite at bonus content level yet, so can actually get us into the bonus zone where the stream does go on and we get to see something else, regardless, whether it's Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian, Fox News on Hassan China Maxing, Ethan Klein in the billboard situation, or Pisco versus the Vanguard. Anyway, I'm gonna put this on. Pisco. Do you need an editor? I'm just kidding. Oh my god, that's so rude. That's rude. I'm sure his editor is great, chat. I'm sure it's just kind of a long sizzle reel, but and I don't know about the music, but anyway, there's many ways to do sizzle reel, and I'm gonna get some food. I've got water, don't I? Yeah, I do have water. Do I need I'm gonna get food and drink. I'm gonna be right back, and we're gonna lock in for this is gonna be some epic. This debate. I've heard things about this debate. From what I understand, if you thought that Michael Tracey sounded like he was being controlled from the inside by an army of worms before, just wait. Now he's gonna sound like he's being controlled by an army of worms from the inside, but that inside each of those worms is also an army of worms. So that's the level of infestation we're talking about here with Michael Tracey, and it just really shows up in the pale moonlight of Pisco's Sour. Sorry, Pisco's Hour, Pisco Sour, whatever it's called, Chad. I'm sure it's a lovely drink, and I will be right back as soon as I myself procure a lovely drink.
To grant that at all. To whom did Epstein traffic minors for underage sex?
To himself.
If there were evidence that children had been on a large scale, then presumably that could be forthcoming, and that would be more than enough to satisfy me.
And by you mean evidence of forcible, not statutory? Because of course there's evidence of statutory. I'm trying to get beyond the statutes.
I don't know what grooming is anymore, frankly, so I don't know how to.
You don't have a concept of grooming?
I wouldn't, on my own volition or from my own first-person perspective, really describe anything as grooming at this point, other than a very straightforward case.
Strongly agree, strongly disagree, no opinion on the following. Ghislaine Maxwell should be pardoned.
I don't think it is justifiable for her to be sitting in prison at the moment.
All right, everyone can see you. How you doing, Michael? Good to catch you. You're a bit of a hot commodity at the moment.
I know, my face has been far too widely displayed recently on the internet.
And you've been making...
It should be redacted. It should be redacted, but like all the alleged victims.
Alleged victims. Well, we'll get into some of that.
I'm victimizing somebody out there just by my ubiquitous presence.
Yeah, well, why don't we just get started? Because you've made a bit of a splash, I'll say. Not just because of, I would say, your typical iconoclastic coverage of the Epstein Files on substance, but also in sort of how you have, for lack of a better word, treated the purported victims of the Epstein case. And my goal to bring you on was...
Treated them? How?
Treated them, yes.
Do I have... I don't have any treatment that I can apply to them. I don't know what that means.
Treated in the context of like your word and rhetoric. That's been the criticism levied at you. I'm just, I think, reproducing it. And I don't think that's an unfair reproduction. Do you?
No, it's not unfair to say that people have objected to my depiction of this or that alleged victim on this or that occasion. Sure.
And so
anyway, I was being pedantic. I don't know why I objected to your use of the word treatment.
No worries. My goal in this conversation was to give you another opportunity to talk to my audience about what you're calling the Epstein maximalist mythology in your coverage. But also to, I think, talk a little bit about more in the weeds, some of the, these quote unquote, in your words, purported victims in the context of the Maxwell trial, and to try to get your take on exactly what has been corroborated and what has not been corroborated. But
Can
yeah,
I stop you for a second?
Sure,
I mean, I think it's bad practice to append a qualifier to a statement about somebody's alleged victimhood that hasn't been corroborated, or even in some cases in terms of what the DOJ has redacted over the course of these file productions or record productions. Not even has any attempt been made to do the barest verification of even one detail as to the alleged victimhood. So do you think it's inherently insulting for me to say alleged victim or purported victim, or even
I don't think so.
Victim if I'm writing a text?
I don't think so. It's inherently, but I think it does signal, depending on who you're talking about, a disposition on one or more victims or purported victims, in which case people might object to that, which is to say the questioning of a particular victim and lumping them all
I
in
object
one.
to the disposition that says mere self-identification of a victim is sufficient to ascribe the label of victim, which is actually the literal criteria that has been employed by the DOJ to determine whom is entitled to have redactions imposed on their behalf on these records. I just don't think that's a workable standard.
I object to that standard as well, but why don't we start there?
Then, so we have the same disposition.
Well, I just want to be clear. I don't think we have the same disposition on some of the purported victims, including those in the Maxwell trial, which I hope we'll get into. But why don't we start with terminology? Because I think you'll find some agreement with me on at least some of what the DOJ is doing in terms of gamesmanship on the quote unquote number of victims and what's going on there. And I most recently, in a Substack piece that you put out, this number that seems to keep getting bigger, if I'm honest with you, of 1,000+ victims. So talk to us a little bit about terminology, and then also this the numerosity of the alleged victims.
Wait. I'm hearing from chat. He's acting sus as fuck. You can't look like that and actually be a pedo. Oh, you're saying, so that's his defense. That's his ultimate defense. Look, the whole thing was, though, as far as I could tell, right? Am I right about this, chat? Tara Pierce, nobody was calling him a pedo. Nobody was saying that he was involved in Epstein's crimes. He pulled that out of nowhere. He's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, and like, look, I'm on the fence as far as whether he was having technical difficulties with his audio either. Like, I'm willing to entertain the possibility that, because like, it just, like, I don't know, like, I don't imagine this guy would actually be lost for words with anything that she's gonna say. He is a true believer. It sounds like, in what he's saying, right? I don't think he's gonna be caught like without a response, right? So that leads me to believe that maybe he was actually unable to hear. I can't figure out what's up with Tracey. Yeah, I know, he does not seem real. He is saying shit that you would think that no one would say. And oh well. Did I miss anything, chat? Sorry for the excessive breaks. I just I knew that if we're gonna lock into this, I'm gonna have to get a drink and snack. And having procured both of those, I'm ready to lock in on this Pisco debate.
Yeah, I don't remember if we discussed that highly dubious alleged total of alleged victims when we had a stream in July.
I think so. It was in the summer.
But immediately when I read that now notorious July 6, 2025 DOJ FBI memo, I threw up some immediate red flags, because on the one hand, in that memo, which launched the uproar that we're still embroiled in now as to the whole Epstein issue, in that memo, on the one hand, they were dispelling all the common planks of the Epstein mythology, right? So they declared, whoops, sorry, everybody. Turns out no client list, no predicate to charge any additional third-party individuals as co-conspirators, no wide-scale child trafficking ring, etc. But then they threw in this new, wildly inflammatory claim that Epstein, quote, harmed over 1,000 victims. And I would think that a skeptical reader, although not skeptical from the standpoint of this all must be a lie, the Epstein mythology must be 100% true, and this is just a cover-up, but like a rationally skeptical reader would have read that and thought to themselves, gee, if they're trying to convey here that they have obtained evidence after a thorough review that over 1,000 children were sexually abused by Epstein, why wouldn't they just say that? Why would they use this bizarre weasel wordage and say that over 1,000 victims were, quote, harmed? Because harm,
oh my god, chat, weasels mentioned,
is not really the most legally precise term. That can mean a lot of things. And so I was always highly wary of that figure from the outset, and yet it's been repeated across the political spectrum and across the media ad nauseum.
It has
as
been
though it were a reflection of truth. I mean, actually, I think you and I might have. I remember you and I discussed an appearance by Speaker Mike Johnson on Meet the Press.
So look, here's my prediction. Pisco is gonna have some sympathy with the notion that, innocent until proven guilty, even for a dead person, even for a dead person that's probably a pedophile, right? He's gonna have some sympathy, like, for that notion of, like, well, it hasn't been proved or whatever, right? Beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt. But hopefully he's not gonna that's not gonna cause Pisco to allow Michael Tracey to get away with his bullshit. Hopefully his bullshit train, his diarrhea river will be stopped. Oh, also, Omega Star, thank you for the super sticker. This is the lemon taking a bow. Wait, does it say what this is? It says it somewhere. I'm Hassan maxing because I'm eating? Yeah, kind of. If I was really Hassan maxing though, chat, I'd be eating in a Mao suit or some. What is the female equivalent of the Mao suit? Would it be like a Mao's wife suit? I don't know. Yes, thank you, Omega Star, for the super sticker, bringing us up to 100 out of 100 and adding more fuel to the fire of Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian. The Kasparian attack. I asked you earlier, but are you considering the benefits of adding a soundboard to your stream? What do people think about that? Burpel is mentioning, I believe. Yeah, I saw that you were saying, like, can I ask you a question? Earlier, and then I never saw the question, so I didn't get. But that must be the question, considering the benefits of adding a soundboard. So what Burpel is referring to is that Hassan, starting this week, has decided to continue his stream with the use of a soundboard, right? Which is to say that he's got a stream deck and he knows how to use it, right? And when I say he knows how to use it, like I'm talking about, like, you know, he knows how to use it like this.
Dingus Gambit.
This kind of thing, right?
Fucking pronouns!
This is going bad.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Or my favorite.
West Side.
West Side.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah, so that's what Burpel is talking about. And Hassan is like, he's got like one sample that he just uses it over and over again. And I don't know, are most people happy about the addition of the soundboard? Like, look, like RM Brown, right? Am I thinking of the right content creator? I think RM Brown is really good with the soundboard, right? The sound drops make the RM Brown show. I'm not sure about the Hassan Hasnabi broadcast.
Where he recites this figure to underscore his revulsion toward Ghislaine Maxwell and to bolster his belief that Maxwell should never see the light of day. And, you know, it's, you know, so Rokana has like variously tried to revise the estimate upward to
Massey as
1,200
well.
alleged 1,200 victims. Has he?
I'm sorry. Do you think Ghislaine Maxwell should see the light? Look, I'm not a big fan of, like, you know, prison in general, or like, you know, especially in the context of the United States, right? That being said, you know, one of the functions that it can serve is to protect people from predators like Ghislaine Maxwell, right? I'd say that there's more of an argument for keeping society, you know, safe from her than a lot of.
I'm sure he has.
Well,
And
cited that
it just
figure
gets
at a very
cited to-
least.
Right. So on some level, yes, thank God for the Epstein files, because we have gotten some transparency and disclosure as it pertains to that number. And if you read my Substack from this past week, you'll know that according to internal FBI memoranda, that number is not a total of alleged victims. It's a number that's inclusive of alleged victims or purported victims. Sorry, I'm going to keep using that qualifier, and their family members, and we don't know who they're even counting among the family members that I guess have been victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sorry, did he all the victims' fathers as well? Are we including uncles and cousins?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him.
Criteria. And yeah, it's been
Epstein is a very persuasive guy, from what I've heard. I don't know, he's fucking people's dads. Look, with other people, I'd say it sounds ridiculous, but this is Jeffrey Epstein we're talking about.
Grossly inflate this supposed number of victims and inflame this moral panic that I think you would have to agree at least on some level we're currently in the midst of.
No,
I mean, I guess though, if what he's saying is that we should assume that Epstein has not committed any crimes that he wasn't convicted for, right? So he there's a 2 counts of of soliciting prostitution or something like that, and that's it. And so if there's only Epstein solicited 2 prostitutes, one of whom was slightly under 18, right? Then what is Ghislaine Maxwell, guilty of, right? Nothing. So I don't know. Maybe would he just does he think she is? Is he gonna agree with Trump? If Trump there's a good chance, chat, that Donald Trump will pardon Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for her clearing him, which she, already does, or already has done, I believe, of wrongdoing, right? As much as she can. She obviously can't, she wasn't there for all of Epstein's potential crimes.
Undoubtedly.
So that's just government propaganda.
I just want to say on a couple levels,
government propaganda.
Undoubtedly, in terms of the moral panic aspect to it, I think from every side of the political spectrum, you are seeing people's, the evidence of their claims. Their claims are exceeding what is currently available on the evidence and sometimes outright refuted by it. And I want to real quick take a step back here. The figure that we're talking about is relates to a memo that was sent out sometime, I think in July. Was it July 6th? Sunday. It was like a Sunday sort of drop where an unsigned DOJ and FBI said basically case closed here. We're not, everything that's left is too salacious or whatever. We're not going to release, almost kind of reflexively implying as though people are demanding CSAM material be released. And it's in the course of that where I think your Substack makes the point, which I think is true, that if the goal was to try to, Officer Wiggum, nothing to see here, folks, probably not a good idea to, use that figure if what we mean by victims is something much broader, the set of community members affected in some way by their relationship to victims of Epstein, who are more victims in the classical sense of actually having been sexually abused. But I'll let you respond to that.
And even so the figure is, they actually cite the precise number in the little footnote that is smuggled into this memoranda, where I happened to come across the explanation for the genesis of that figure. And it's something like 1,137, something like that. And even among the subset of that number that would be, in fact, alleged victim, as opposed to some random sampling of their family members, the public is just never made aware that the majority of those alleged victims, as far as I can ascertain, would likely be alleged victims who were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. And yet we're told this is a giant pedophilia crisis, that there are just scores of child rapes that have been allowed to proliferate around the United States and go unpunished. Ryan Grimm repeated this claim, bizarrely enough, a few days ago. And I don't know. I just don't think that these distinctions have been made remotely clear to the general public. And that, too, has only served to foment a totally unconstrained mass hysteria and moral panic. When Pam Bondi testified before the House Judiciary Committee this week, and the entire media and social media went wild because of this protest that was done by alleged Epstein victims. If you see the photo that I did, because I missed it, I couldn't watch it in real time, but the first photo of it I happened across had it showed these women standing behind her somberly and doing their act of protest. And because I'm probably a little too well versed in this
you
subject
annotated it with some typos, I might add. You got to watch that, Michael.
Did I? I probably did it too quickly.
Yeah.
but they were all the females in that photo were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. I could have gotten into even more detail. Like one of them, I think it's very highly likely, simply just hallucinated her entire experience with Epstein and Maxwell, meaning she is mentally ill by her own admission. She spent years in long-term psychiatric facilities. This is Liz Stein. She was just on some show I saw today that I didn't watch it yet, but she claims she realized that she was sexually trafficked in 1990.
Yeah, this is crazy. Not only is he like locked on to this like, I don't know, contrarian theory about Epstein, but he is like, this is wild. Like, what is going on with Michael Tracey here?
Facilities. This is Liz Stein. She was just on some show I saw today that I didn't watch it yet, but she claims she realized that she was sexually trafficked in 1991 and 2019 after Epstein died, and she made claims such as that, this is in one of her lawsuits that was filed.
Like, he is an expert on, like, it sounds like every alleged Epstein victim, in order to be able to go through and be like, oh, well, this victim actually was completely insane. And therefore, none of her testimony about what Ghislaine and Jeffrey did to her can be believed, right? Yeah, I wonder why people that were victimized in this way would have struggles with their mental health.
In New York State, that a cable man visited her apartment and told her that Epstein and Maxwell were looking for her. I mean, it's like just quintessential mentally ill delusions. But this is somebody who has been treated as though
Look, if somebody told me, like, I know the cable man that visited my house today, to fix the cable, he was working for two famous horrible people, and he put a listening device, he put some sort of device in my cable box, right? That does sound like, somebody experiencing mental illness, right? That's not what he's saying, though. Like, he's saying that somebody that came to her house ostensibly, to do a, repair job was somehow compromised by Epstein and or Maxwell. That, in this situation, considering who the fuck we're talking about, it could be the ravings of a person dealing with mental illness. It could be untrue. But it's not beyond the realm of being true. He's representing this because she's saying something that in most cases would sound crazy, that obviously she's crazy, but I'm sorry, we're dealing with Epstein here. We always have to consider that even somebody who is saying stuff that sounds crazy, might have experienced some crazy shit.
she's just a fully verified, quote, survivor. Like she was conferring with Nancy Pelosi.
Andrew was arrested on his birthday.
November, and it's just unbelievable that like not the slightest shred of corroborative inquiries ever done to substantiate even a smidgen of these people's claims. But even if we were to stipulate that they have legitimate claims as to them being victimized by Epstein or Maxwell,
these people meaning those specific individuals.
Children. Yeah, yeah,
okay.
They were not. They were adults when they alleged that they were victimized. Now, do you think that is known, generally speaking, to the wider public?
Absolutely,
and like,
absolutely not. But
isn't there a
there
journalistic
absolutely
failure
is.
going
No,
on right now?
I 100% believe that there is a journalistic failure going on right now, Michael. No doubt about that. And part of that, I think, is both really a problem of the journalists themselves, but of the sort of influencer class who take this kind of alt media role. and who, supposedly we're supposed to be getting more, influence-free journalism, hard-hitting journalism, whatever. And I think that is a problem in terms of reporting. In addition to, I think, some of our politicians, including Democrats, who I think have said things that are not substantiated, and I'll include among them some of my favorite politicians who say
I'm waiting for the turn.
Things like, we know that Trump
I'm waiting for the butt.
Engaged in, the sexual abuse of a minor. I don't think that that's been corroborated whatsoever. But I want to separate, though.
Who are you referring to specifically?
I think AOC made a comment like that. I like AOC. I think other Democrats who, have made something alluding to that. As I said,
I still haven't gotten a chance to watch that full Judiciary Committee hearing, but didn't Ted Lieu?
He threw Merrick Garland under the bus as well, and I thought that was inappropriate, and I thought that was horrible, and I wouldn't have done that either.
But didn't he reference this report that one of the FBI intake officers or agents took that alleges some kind of murder of a potential Epstein victim who was like kidnapped in Oklahoma or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's just some hallucinatory, crazed ramble that, like many other such rambles, was submitted.
Here's what I really distrust about Michael Tracey, right? Because I wanna be open to skepticism, right? I wanna be able to consider the idea, like, might there be a rush to judgment? Might there be, you know what I mean? But here's what I really don't trust about him. He's talking about some victims who were not who were not underage when the crime that they're alleging happened, right? Or at least one crime that they are alleging, right, happened, right? And he's trying to use that to be like, oh, so therefore, this is all bullshit. Nobody got, no children got abused. This is all a big lie, and nobody knows this, and like it's being covered up by the media. This is the media malpractice or whatever, right? That's what I don't trust about him. Is him taking, picking some cherries and being like, see, this cherry's, this cherry is rotten. This cherry is rotten. So therefore, the whole fucking tree full of cherries, right? You think you got this tree full of cherries? No, you got rotten cherries. All those cherries are bogus. But by spot checking, essentially, but by making picking the examples that he wants, right? That's what I really don't trust about him, even if he's right about some of these instances, right? Even if there are, because like obviously there's stuff in the Epstein Files that doesn't have any corroboration, right? I'm thinking of the FBI tip line, right? Could somebody call into the FBI tip line with something real? Absolutely. But they could also call in with a hoax, or they could, be delusional in some way, or, there's a lot of things that get sent to the FBI tip line, and some of them we would assume are probably not true. There's some of them that you could maybe, falsify, right? By, this person that you claim did this to you on this date was actually, in this location and seen by these people, right? Then obviously, that's not a true claim, but he's trying to use that. He's trying to use like the stuff that is bogus and say, see, it's all bogus. You can't believe in any of this stuff. It says crazy stuff that's obviously not true, right? So therefore we can't believe in any of this. Therefore what? It's literally just Epstein, being a creep to 18-year-olds and, soliciting sex work, right? It's not, that's what he's claiming.
To the FBI around the time of Epstein's arrest and death in 2019 and into 2020, and it's just standard operating procedure for the FBI to listen to any crank and memorialize what they reported. And of course, they're not conferring any truth value on these claims. And yet, when these Epstein files now get released,
when this started to come out, right, and I became aware of that they're releasing even the FBI tip line, right? I said, be really careful about believing that stuff that's in there is like 100% proven when it's not, that it's corroborated when it's not. but also be careful because they're going to try to find, some of these things that do not pan out, that are falsifiable. You can prove that this didn't happen, and try to say, see, so anything in there, you can't believe anything in there because this is in there too. And I feel like that's what Michael and when I was saying it, I was saying, be careful, watch out at the time for Trump officials trying to claim this. Like, that's who I assumed you would hear this line of argumentation from, not from a purported liberal and a dogged warrior against identity politics, Michael Tracey.
In mass, indiscriminately, people don't have the ability to distinguish when they're seeing what looks like an official document that it has this stern, text, and it's listing these wild incendiary allegations. And I guess it's understandable, like if a low information social media user sees something that floats across their feed and just assumes it to be true or reflecting the truth, like they don't have the context or they don't have the background knowledge to understand how to correctly interpret what they're seeing. But for Ted Lieu, I don't know if he's one of your favorite Democrats, for him to just recite this may mean,
and to throw Garland under the bus as well.
He's no better than your average freakish social media user.
Well, I think that it was also, I have no problem saying that Democrats, I think, have behaved irresponsibly on some of this stuff for sure. And I think throwing Merrick Garland under the bus and implying that Garland is part of a cover-up to, I don't know, protect child abusers, I think that is totally uncalled for and
but
not.
If there is a cover-up of some sort going on right now, how could Merrick Garland not have been party to it if he was presiding over?
Presumably, if he didn't know about it, I guess. But I'm not alleging that there is. So let's get to brass tacks, because you're not talking to an Epstein maximalist. I think you'd have to agree with that.
No, I got you. I'm just sort of like venting at some of just the alarmist insanity that's been allowed to promulgate almost entirely unrefuted.
So let's get to what we agree on in terms of the maximalist vision. Evidence that Epstein created sexual videos in order to blackmail people. You and I both agree that that has not been substantiated, correct?
Well, not only has it not been substantiated, when the Trump administration came in January of 2025 and they ordered this review of the investigatory file, thanks to some of these new record releases, we now know what they were communicating amongst themselves over the course of conducting this review. And people always suspected, they must be conniving to redact Trump. And, look, I'm sure there might be some instances of that, just if only to insulate Trump from something that might be politically embarrassing. But
that would be corruption, wouldn't it? I mean, you would acknowledge that would be a political cover-up. You shrug your shoulders, but of course it would be, of course. Why would you be kind of whatever about it?
Well, I mean, I would have to see a precise example
if it were to occur, if it's a conditional, if it were
to have occurred, then yes, I would find it objectionable. But the main finding, which I said like a week ago, I would have loved to seen the look on Kash Patel and Dan Bongino's face when they got this email from Maureen Comey, who was tasked.
She was one of the main prosecutors in the Max.
Okay, chat. Is that just me? Or does he because he's wearing like a red shirt with like this little hanging down thing here, right? Like this little necklace, right? And we don't see what's on the other side of that necklace. And he's got a white cap. Or he's got, he's got the headphones, right? But it looks kind of like a white cap on the back of his head. Chat, he looks like a Catholic bishop. This is a strange tableau with DGG's favorite law tuber, Pisco Liddy, interrogating the, diocese, on the issue of the cover up of the anyway. It's just like considering what we're talking about, considering what he's defending, it's really weird that he looks a little bit like a Catholic official. I don't know.
Trial as well.
Correct. And of Epstein initially.
Yep.
Before obviously that was terminated upon his death. But she was tasked with reviewing the case material in the possession of the Southern District of New York. And she reported up the chain of command. I guess maybe not technically the chain of command, but she reported upon request from the FBI to Kash Patel that after a comprehensive review of the files, some incredible findings were made that really dismantle the beating heart of like core planks of the Epstein mythology. But like, I haven't seen this really widely reported much. I mean, there's been a handful of items here and there, but it really should be more emphasized, which is that she said, and I don't know, Democrats don't seem to be cognizant of this because on the one, I thought they liked Maureen Comey, or I thought they were like big defenders of James Comey. So like they can't do the Republican talk.
You think Democrats are defenders of James Comey? No, but I think that applies to you too, because I happen to take objection with people who, for example, like support firing Maureen Comey over this kind of shit. And I do think that like you need to be consistent in how you approach it. I'm going to take that back at you when we get to the Maxwell trial, though, because you are crediting Maureen Comey in terms of her finding there.
I'm not crediting her with anything. I'm just noting that she was the prosecutor who was most intensively involved in both the Epstein and Maxwell
and would have more
prosecutions.
As an ambitious prosecutor, would have every and let's be clear about incentives here, folks. When it comes to prosecutors, they absolutely want to find the most salacious thing for their career. I have no doubt in my mind that if you are an AUSA or if you're working in the DOJ, you are an ambitious person who spent your entire career trying to get ahead, and there's no incentive just from a career perspective not to find that stuff. And so I have
not to ensure that they can marshal all possible evidence that could enable them to secure a conviction.
Yeah, and in some sense, I'm a person who oftentimes doubts these just so stories about the broader conspiracies within the Department of Justice. And so, yeah, I think that in order to allege that there's been a massive like manipulation of Maureen Comey, even why would they bring the case in the first place in 2019 against Epstein if on the basis of the Miami Herald reporting?
And so what does Maureen Comey say in this March 2025 email or memo of sorts to Kash Patel and the FBI higher ups? She says that they reviewed all the material that was seized from Epstein's devices in every property, I imagine, but definitely the New York property. And they found not a single video or image that depicted any sexual abuse at all. They depicted they found no CSAM or child pornography, as it used to be called. That
just don't say that a lot because we'll get demonetized. But CSAM would be preferred, but just we know what you're talking about. Yeah, they found some, but not.
Well, they found 10 or 15. They found 10 or 15 CSAM images that they say had been downloaded off the internet. Now,
yeah, he's quoting Bondi. I think he's talking about Bondi. Yeah, Bondi, right? Was the one who said, and that nasty man, Jeffrey Epstein, he had downloaded child from the internet himself. It turned out he was downloading child from the internet himself in order to pleasure his dirty mind. I don't know. It was, it's Pam Bondi. This guy in red is 37 years old. Is that right? Wait, where are we getting this? Michael Tracey? Oh, wait. Yeah, wait, is that right? 1988? He's born, is that 37? Oh, you're reading from the wiki. Okay, so yeah, 37-year-old, that's a rough 37 years, I gotta say, for Michael Tracey. If you've ever seen the sequel to Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, not that I would recommend you watch either of the movies, right? But Jim Carrey is driving a Jeep around, and like he always pulls it into the parking spot and like crashes, like it falls apart like right as he, and I mean that's Michael Tracey, right? That's his life, right? His Jeep is falling apart, is all I'm saying. He's not mogging. He's not mewing. He's not jester maxing. I don't know what he's doing.
Look, people, I'm not defending legitimate, violating.
Is he about to make a legitimate rape style statement here?
CSAM or like CSAM that genuinely is harmful to the children that that are depicted. But CSAM can include lots of different things, and so we don't even know.
Oh my god!
Among the 10 or 15 images,
he's saying, Rave. He's saying if the glove doesn't fit.
Do you doubt that it's lascivious content? Do you doubt that it's?
I don't know. I
appealing
honestly don't
to a prurient interest.
Neither do you. I mean, nobody knows because we haven't seen it. Not that I would like make a strong effort to view it. Okay. But like, we just simply don't know. I mean, the criteria for what constitutes CSAM is incredibly broad. And, I pulled up a court ruling.
He's cringe maxing. He really is. I mean, what do you think, Chad? Is there an audience for this? Is Michael Tracey going to make a comeback? Or maybe it's not. Maybe don't call it a comeback. Maybe until I look at his Substack, right? Maybe he's doing really well. Maybe he's a big Substacker.
Or
he's stacking those subs.
Decision that governs how the government designates what CSAM.
Yeah, maybe he knows what he's talking about. Maybe he's stacking those subs on Substack while I'm still here playing Jenga with my Singa water, right? Playing Singa Jenga over here. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
And CSAM can depict persons under 18.
I get a Vosh vibe here too. It's like Vosh's uncle. Wait, is he younger than Vosh though?
Who are fully clothed.
Or like about the same age.
Depends on like what the context is. But anyway, we don't have to get hung up on that.
Yeah, sure. I think
the major point is no sexual abuse depicted at all, and no sexually explicit material featuring any purported victim, and no child sexual abuse material that was self-produced by Epstein. Now, I'm sorry, if that were widely known over the course of how this Epstein mythology has been propagated, it would have been a big problem.
Wait, he's like a teenage Vosh? Wait, what?
Like, it's pretty contrary to what just the prevailing assumptions have been, is it not?
And say that in two sentences. Can you give the mythology in 2 sentences about what the overall narrative is?
The mythology, I define it as having originated with the December 30th, 2014 motion for joinder by Virginia Roberts Gouffre over the course of this litigation around the Crime Victims' Rights Act, which is sort of a pernicious statute to begin with, but that's a whole nother issue. Where she, or rather Bradley Edwards and Paul...
Ram Ranch Survivor. Hi, I just got here. I heard Sam. Who is Sam? Is it one of these podcasters? Emily Sawyer. Michael Tracey is where David, what's his name? David Gregorian took his money when Dave Rubin and Tim Pool were exposed. Yeah, there's some kind of strange money sloshing through this man's veins, and we're trying to solve the mystery here, right? I think, it's been hypothesized that he's being paid by somebody with Epstein liability, so to speak, somebody who might be implicated in the files. That's kind of boring. I like to think that either maybe he's an alien or that some sort of worms swarmed him, ate his body from the inside out, and then occupied his body in order to move him around like a meat puppet and have him say this stuff, right? That's my current, theory, right? That and that, I don't know, maybe the alien one too. Maybe it could be both, right? Maybe the aliens control the worms. Maybe the worms control the aliens. Maybe there's worms inside the aliens or aliens inside the worms, chat. I don't know. But yeah, there's some kind of alien worm conspiracy going on that's making Michael Tracey say the most obnoxious bullshit, the absolute stream of fucking diarrhea, power washing the world with his infinitely strong, infinitely concentrated stream of diarrhea. And the world does not appreciate it, Michael. The world does not appreciate it.
Cassell allege on her behalf, and by the way, Bradley Edwards has been intimately involved in crafting this legislation, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in concert with Rogan and Thomas Massey, frantically demanding in federal courts that efforts be taken to ensure the maximum possible redactions and concealment of records. So on the one hand, they prance around he and the alleged victims, trying to make it seem like they're the most vociferous proponents of full disclosure and transparency. But
Oh my God, can you imagine? Yeah, Blue Pip. Can you imagine this guy defending Hitler? Right. I mean, the kind of technicalities that he's calling out here. Like, well, we don't actually have the records of the deaths of the people who were incinerated, so I don't know. Maybe they, you know, man, I don't know. Maybe they went to Hollow Earth or something. Who knows?
behind the scenes, when they're writing these crazy,
For the record, I don't know what how Holocaust denialists explain that shit, but I know that they try.
letters to federal judges, they're actually demanding the fewest possible record disclosures and the least possible.
But I gotta say, so far, chat, I'm a little bit taken aback at how charitable our friend Pisco is being to this man, right? You know, I mean, I've told you that, you know, the Pisco is, you know, he's been friends with some really sus people. All right, let's just be real about it, right? A lot of his, you know, relevance and stuff, you know, sort of comes from his orbiter ship under Destiny, right? Which is, you know, I don't know, hard to explain away. But of the Destiny crowd, of the live and learn crowd, he is by far the most reasonable, by far the most based. And yeah, is willing to call out, you know, people like Ethan Klein when they are obviously full of shit. Like when he says he's enacting these 3 lawsuits against these women because they are the most flagrant violators of his copyright, right? Pisco called that out. So, you know, he's got some good aspects to him. He comes from a very bad place. Hopefully he is moving away from that place.
Possible transparency. Bradley Edwards on February 2nd actually demanded, in a letter to Judge Berman and Engelmeyer, that
in the SDNY,
the DOJ, that the DOJ remove the entire Epstein Files archive because it contains.
Lasherson, Pisco has disappointed me a lot. Yeah, I'm worried about that right now. I'm worried. I'm expecting like a turn. I'm expecting Pisco to like let Michael Tracey like just kind of rant himself, you know, tired, and then Pisco's going to come at him. I think. I don't know though, Chad. I don't know. He alluded earlier. You know, he said I'm not an Epstein maximalist, meaning that he like agrees, like, you know, on some level that the Epstein's activities, his crimes are being somewhat exaggerated or at the very least unsubstantiated. But yeah, at what point, like, obviously I don't expect him to get on the Michael Tracey train to Wormsville. Hopefully not.
Contained far too much disclosure and transparency, and I don't know, possibly might complicate his ongoing litigation for a few $100 million more that he's trying to extract from Bank of America and Bank of New York, although the Bank of New York component of that was just dismissed by Engelmeyer. Anyway, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, okay. So let's get 2 sentences of the mythology.
Oh, wait. You know who else he reminds me of? Like, low key, like, just like, okay, this is like, shit, I hate to say this. There's like a little tiny bit of Matt Christman in there. Not really. Okay, obviously not. But Matt Christman is like the based version of this, is what I'm trying to say.
Places where I think we're going to diverge.
The mythology, it doesn't originate with the Palm Beach prosecution.
I just now saw it and I can't unsee it.
Okay, so from 2006 to 2008, when there was a federal intercession in what had previously been since 2005, the local Palm Beach police investigation of Epstein resolved through the now infamous non-prosecution agreement. He then serves 13 months in the custody of the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, etc. Like that's obviously a major component of this entire tale. But in terms of what the mythology is that I'm referring to, that comes later. That comes by way of Virginia Roberts Gouffre, who's represented by Bradley Edwards, and who puts in this motion for joinder that she was victimized by what she says was this sprawling child sex trafficking operation orchestrated by Epstein that was enforced via blackmail, or that produced, voluminous blackmail materials that ensnared all manner of prominent people, such as a generic category.
Okay, so chat, we're on a section that's called terminology, DOJ content, and what they agree on, right? Agreements, right? In 3 minutes, we get to a section that's called debate, RE Epstein culpability. I'm guessing that's going to be the part where, um, I'm guessing that's going to be the part where Pisco really hopefully can actually come at this guy, because you got a fool on your stream, Pisco, and I hope you know what to do with him anyway. I mean, not like he hasn't talked to Destiny before, speaking of fools, but this is a fool that doesn't have any clout. There's no advantage to placate the guy and glaze the guy, so.
She says, of prime ministers and princes and politicians, but then also she specifies Dershowitz, Prince Andrew, and Jean-Luc Brunel. Okay, so that's the genesis of the Epstein mythology. Obviously, it's morphed over time. It's taken on different features, just like any mythology would, or like any kind of like world religion would. I mean, this really does sort of function like a world religion now.
Yeah, it basically functions. It's veritably taken the place of the mud shark in our mythology,
or a secular religion in a very perverse way. But that's the mythology, more or less. And people have added more recently, like the blackmail must have been directed by this or that intelligence service.
Mossad or CIA.
Obviously enjoyed suggesting Israel as the culprit, etc. But that's the crux of the mythology, and that is just flatly undermined by a number of the pertinent findings that one can glean from this latest Epstein Files production as of January 30th. Such as that Epstein was found to have produced no child abuse material at all, and actually nothing in his possession depicted any sexual abuse whatsoever. So I don't know. I think that's worth knowing if we're going to have a perpetual moral panic and mass hysteria, don't you?
I absolutely agree with that. And I think, frankly, that people ought be skeptical about not just what the government says, but also what some of these purveyors of, I think, conspiracies are trying to sell them. And I should be worried about that 100%. However, and I hope that you agree, you're not speaking to someone who affirms that notion. I'm skeptical of that notion of the mythology.
Okay.
You go too far, Michael. Michael, you go too far.
You go too far. Here we go. Here's the turn. Here's what we were waiting for, right? And he's like, so what he's done effectively, right? Now, I don't know. I feel like Pisco looks like he's being way too charitable, way too skeptical, right? And given the forces that are trying to hide and obscure this stuff, this is not a situation, that calls for, that kind of skepticism, right? But that being said, he has also indemnified himself against any accusation that he is reflexively going with the crowd. I guess that's us, right? I guess we're the going with the crowd, the unwashed masses that just like assume, yeah, I think Epstein is a really fucking bad guy. In fact, I would expect we don't know the half of it. It's probably underrepresented, not overrepresented. That's where most people come out. Michael is like coming out with his hair on fire completely the other way. And like, oh yeah, no, he's not a great guy, but he didn't, none of the child abuse is proven. Like, right? Maybe no children got abused at all. Maybe all these victims are lying. Because like he made a big deal about the 1,000 victims, and like it wasn't all victims. Some of them were family or friends or people impacted, right? But when you're gonna say that all these people are liars, which is what his case rests on, all these people are liars, these like 1,000 people, right? Including the friends and family, right? That's a little hard to swallow as well. That's actually very hard to swallow and hard to resolve as anything other than motivated reason. The question that we have here, and I'm being incredibly good faith, by not jumping to maybe the most obvious conclusion that I will bet that these are reasons with this is reasoning with some definite motivation here. Anyway, let me put him back on.
I'm sure many of your listen, many of
Oh,
your,
sure, they're pissed off.
listeners probably.
Yes, they're pissed
Yeah,
off.
they hate your guts. They want to. They're pitchforks and torches and
But you go
the whole shebang.
Go too far.
So are they pissed off? Are they pissed off at you?
They're come to get the monster, right? They've come to kill the beast.
Or they're only pissed
Both
off
of us.
like when you interact
Both of
with
us.
me. Okay, good.
We'll give you.
Do they understand? I've eaten 5 dozen eggs since I was a young child, and
the opportunity, I think, because you've been, I think, unfairly maligned by people as yourself having done some criminal acts. I think that's totally inappropriate. I think.
Wait, but who said that? Who said that Michael fucking Tracey has like abused children? I don't see evidence of that having happened. Wait, Splashson, I didn't even see you did a super chat. Oh my gosh. I don't know if it's YouTube that needs to fix your site or the OBS plugin that needs to fix that shit, but
I think it's uncalled for. And I think that there's
I see you now, and thank you for the super sticker.
Value in having a skeptical journalist on top of stuff, but
Think about
you go
think
too
about that
far
for a second. If I was actually trying to hide some depraved sexual motive of my own,
oh my God, no. These are not words an innocent man utters. What the fuck, Michael? Look, I don't want to think that. Like, I don't, who brought it up? Like, it feels like he made that up. Like, from what we watched on Piers Morgan, nobody was trying to call him a sex criminal. Nobody, right? It's only when he says that, he has having audio trouble, and look, I'm willing to grant him the possibility of that, right? But it's only when that happens that he's like, what did she say? Did she say that I was myself involved in some of the illicit activities that Jeffrey Epstein has alluded to have been involved in himself? Did she call me a Pedialyte drinker by any chance? And she's just like, no. I said that. Are you fucking paid? Are you getting paid? Right? Because that is like as far as like, explanations, right? It's a more Occam's razor friendly explanation that Michael Ritchie is somehow receiving some kind of financial benefit from what he's saying, as opposed to Michael Ritchie is himself somehow in the Epstein Files and has, done horrible things to children, right? I don't think anybody was saying that. And Pisco's like giving this, does Pisco know this guy? Pisco's being way too nice to him. I mean, I get that he's making his turn now, right? He's gonna lay into him, but I'm very surprised with how gentle and in good faith and that Pisco is being to this guy. Considering how bad faith it is to like be like, yeah, people are calling me a sex criminal, and it's like, that I didn't hear anybody saying that, but sure.
My own trail of child crimes, or if I was personally a pedophile.
Listen, if I did it, he's saying if I did it. What is he doing, chat? Is he just trying to pop off as like a based pedophile? Is he trying to go for that? There's some fucking audience out there that's gonna be like, yeah, that's right. He's like, if I did the.
Do you think it would be wise for me to be so out front on this particular issue? Like, does that?
If I was a pedophile, would I ever pop my head up to defend the Epstein pedophile class?
Just makes sense on its face. Anyway, obviously, nothing you could.
There is stuff about like the situation that makes it look like he is a true believer. Being a true believer, though, does not mean that you're not getting paid for it, especially when you're saying something that very few people are willing to say that is useful to a group of very moneyed interest.
Can really say will refute those allegations. If people want to malign you with these obviously ridiculous imputations of some kind of foul sexual intent, they're not going to be dissuaded of it through like rational argumentation, but it does give some insight into why there is so little genuine journalistic skepticism of this story, because who wants to deal with the onslaught of defamatory slime?
Only you. No, but I understand that it's a cost of what you're doing, and that's why I think that people should listen to you. in terms of, anytime there's a narrative that contradicts what people already think that they know, I think it's useful to, to examine it.
So on some level, yes, you don't want to be like locked into any, paradigm that you're unable to question, and that therefore, you don't notice the inconsistencies and the true, right? But at the same time, Pisco, this is the logic that caused that caused the community that you were associated with to talk ceaselessly about the morality of incest, the morality of child stuff, right? And no doubt brought in people with very purulent interests in those regard. And then, nice people like you, Pisco, are slimed with that reputation, right? I feel like there's something about the DGG demographic that is just very vulnerable to a contrarian, hence the fact that they're in DGG, right? This is what Destiny has always done. This is what Vosh does to a certain extent, right? It's contrarian content, content strategy that gets attention, which kind of gets the ball rolling on any sort of social media project. It gets attention by being like, oh, hey, look, everybody's saying Epstein is really fucking bad. Everybody's saying bunch of rich people probably also involved, probably also guilty, right? A bunch of people are saying giant pedophile scandal in broad daylight. I'm going to say, oh yeah, prove it. Prove to me that there are dangerous pedophiles. Prove to me that there are victims, right? Show me the, cases, right? And since, because of the, power differential here, there are no cases, right? The only case you've got is the 2007, bullshit, sweetheart deal. I want to say Epstein got, and then, whatever he's charged with now or was charged with later, which, didn't, obviously, oh my God, Chad, I'm starting to get tired. I better hurry this up. Because I'm also supposed to give you some Cheryl Hines. I want to look into the Cheryl Hines situation with Joe Rogan. And bonus content, which we're going to get some bonus content. And right now it's very heavily skewed towards Emma of the Majority Report going off on Anna Kasparian of TYT. Call themselves heterodox, not contrarian. That's like more the Anna Kasparian crowd that are like all heterodox thinkers. But yeah, these guys, this is the old school debate crowd I'm talking about, the contrarians, right? That just the idea being that what you do is you give a everybody thinks one thing, right? You go on Twitter and you say actually the opposite, but you don't explain yourself, right? And then a bunch of people are like, ooh, Vosh is a big debate bro, and he's saying something stupid. I'm going to go on his program and I'm going to win a debate against Vosh, and it's going to, I'm going to pop off for it. Meanwhile, Vosh is just sitting back and waiting because he doesn't mean what you think he meant, right? He did a Mott and Bailey where he implies the forward position. He implies the crazy thing to say that you think that he thinks, that you think you're going to defeat him at the argument about. And when you go to actually argue with Vosh, when you go to debate him, he is retreated to a more defensible position, right? He's well protected in his castle now, right? So it gets people to engage with him without leaving him vulnerable. It feigns a weakness, basically. Say, ooh, I think this really fucked up thing here. I hope somebody doesn't come into my castle and defeat me on the field of logic and reason. And the person's like, ooh, me, I want to do it, Mr. Vosh, and just becomes another one long in line of Vosh, crushes, MAGA supporter, Vosh crushes libertarian, right? It's that strategy. It's the same strategy. Destiny used it, Vosh used it, and one might think that Michael Tracey's doing the same thing since he is being very much a contrarian. However, there's this, like I said in the beginning, there's every chance this is just the way his brain works. So let's see what we can divine. Let's watch a little bit more. I'm super tired, but I want to give you this and cover the Cheryl Hines and then do some bonus content. So
Often, take some price or some cost for the person purveying it to, come to that conclusion and then put it out for the people to consume. But you go too far, and here's where I think you go too far. The first thing.
Can I?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Just to give you. So I'm just going to give you a kind of a random little data point that I just happened to come across today because I was reading some new material. But this is just something that would behoove people to know, but of course is never going to be made widely known, even though it's technically in the new quote unquote Epstein Files, and is something that I had been looking for some time, but wasn't able to locate, but happens to be in this latest production. Okay, so there was a deposition in 2010. Nope.
Awesome.
Well, I have been looking for that as well, but I'm referring to something different. And maybe this was publicly available somewhere. I just couldn't happen to find it. But there was a 2010 deposition by Joseph Ricari, who was the detective in the Palm Beach police who did a lot of the initial interviews of potential victims in the Palm Beach phase starting in fall of 2005. And he's asked, so if the people that you if the girls that you interviewed had all been above the legal age of consent in Florida, which is 18, would their activity with Epstein all have been regarded as consensual activity among adults? Because he had acknowledged when asked that there were also some potential victims that he had located and interviewed who were above the age of 18, and he discounted them as potential victims because they were above the legal age of consent. But the conduct was virtually identical, according to Ricari, in terms of girls who might have been 17 or 16, etc. So all the conduct, according to the police detective who was the most aggressive about trying to establish a case against Epstein in that initial Palm Beach investigatory phase, he himself said that none of the conduct was non-consensual, but for a particular girl being 17 as opposed to 18. Now, I'm not saying that necessarily should have insulated Epstein from any and all potential criminal culpability for anything. I'm just saying it's definitely a clarifying detail as to the severity of the criminal conduct that people just assume must have taken place.
So I believe he's referring to the two crimes that Epstein pleaded guilty to in 2008, 2007, whenever. Right? This was, I think prostitution, solicitation, something like that. And yeah, one of the girls was in her 20s, and one of the girls was, it was under, just under 18, right? And so this is what a lot of these fuckers kind of go back to, is that what did he actually do? And you're making the assumption that those are the only two cases that actually stand up. I don't think you have a lot to base that on. It feels like to me it's more likely that the cases that might look worse, that might doom Epstein to social isolation, if not permanent incarceration, might have been purposefully, just pushed out of the way through the money that somebody like Epstein, through the influence and money that somebody like Epstein can wield, right? That is what we're talking about. As somebody in chat mentioned, he's got victims that go back to like a story that centers around a high school in Florida, right? This has been happening for a really long time, and certainly the initial complaints against Epstein were from victims that were not of age. So, this is crazy work he's doing here, and one wonders, is he doing it for free? Anyway, chat, we'll find out, I guess, maybe, or not. I'm not sure.
AOC, I just happened to see tonight, was in Germany for whatever reason. I guess she went to the Munich Security Conference, and she was speaking to a bunch of students or young people, and she was asked about the Epstein Files, and she just declares that Epstein was a convicted child trafficker, hence why it's so abominable that so many people would have associated with him afterwards, which of course Epstein was not a convicted child trafficker. But when she
it's a game of words you're playing there, Michael.
With that label,
you're playing a game right there.
No, not really, because when she describes the alleged conduct of Epstein that led to his conviction in hyperbolic terms.
It's not hyperbolic at
then
all.
That makes people.
That's not hyperbolic. The statement that he trafficked, the statement that he trafficked minors for sex, for commercial sex on.
She said he was a convicted sex trafficker. He was not a convicted sex trafficker. He was convicted of 2 prostitution.
No doubt about that. But Maxwell was convicted, and as part of the finding of Maxwell's conviction,
she was talking about Epstein.
I understand that she.
But if fucking, God damn it, does he not understand that Maxwell's guilt is predicated on Epstein's activities, right? If I'm not mistaken, this was not like, Ghislaine. This is not Ghislaine world that she's inviting Epstein into, right? This is stuff that she is doing for him, for his benefit, for whatever weird, games they were playing, whether, I don't even know, chat.
He was talking about Epstein, no doubt. But as part of the finding that Maxwell was guilty of those acts of trafficking and enticing minors for sex, there is a necessary finding by that jury that Epstein himself did it. And you are playing games when you say, he's not.
Okay, so yeah, what Pisco's talking about is a finding by the jury, right? In a conviction like Maxwell's, the jury finds certain things, like the jury finds blah 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 blah. The client did willingly, knowingly pursue the victim, and blah blah blah. Like it's that kind of stuff, right? So amongst those statements was something, implying guilt of Epstein. So even though Epstein, he had that sweetheart deal in the 2000s, and then he was killed or killed himself before the charges could be pursued in the later case, right? That the findings in the Maxwell case imply guilt. So his whole thing, Michael Tracey's whole thing, where he's like, none of this has been found to be true in court, right? None of this is got the stamp of approval on it from court. Well, actually, here's something that does. And it relates to Epstein. And look, were Epstein alive and Ghislaine's case to be the first that was prosecuted, that shit would probably end up affecting charges against Epstein. But as he is not alive, it is simply a finding of truth in a criminal case that implies guilt on Epstein's part. Yes, for more than the 2 charges, the Dershowitz and now Michael Tracey. Is there an association between these two? Is there a connection between Dershowitz? Because he's doing Alan Dershowitz shit.
Convicted. They found it. It's a ruling on the merits that Epstein trafficked children. And of course he did, Michael. But I think that you would fight back against that.
He was dead. Of course.
No.
I don't accept that at all.
No, so you don't accept that Epstein trafficked minors for commercial sex.
Not that he was convicted of it.
I'm not saying
So what is he saying? Is Tracey saying that, listen, I would believe it if the case against Maxwell was prosecuted, the findings were what the findings were, and they either bring Epstein on the case and convict him too, or they, do a separate investigation of Epstein and a conviction is made. That's the only way that he'll believe it, because Epstein is dead at the time that the court makes this finding, right? Like if the court makes a finding that Al Capone killed a rival gangster that everybody suspected that he killed, right? If there's another case that where the implication is that, but Al Capone is dead, do we say nope, Al Capone, all he ever did wrong was tax. He cheated on his taxes. Tax non-compliance. That's what he was in jail for. He didn't kill that guy, even though this conviction of somebody, maybe even the person who physically did the murder, right? The conviction of him says that he was ordered to do so by Al Capone. We're gonna say Al Capone, just a tax violator, just a tax cheat, right? No murder. That's absurd. Nobody would say that. I would hope Michael Tracey would not maintain that Al Capone was a tax cheat and nothing more after that.
That he was convicted, that that in the process of this jury finding, that of course, tantamount to the prosecution's theory of the case is that in some sense, Maxwell is an accessory to Epstein. Of course, the jury can't find that Maxwell.
That's not what AOC. That's not what AOC.
She's not a lawyer. You're playing a game with the conviction term.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I mean, I'm not a lawyer either, but like I do try to be precise if I'm going to trumpet claims of who was convicted of what child sex trafficking crimes, because the point that she was trying to make in this appearance was that look how heinous it is that Howard Lutnick turns out to have gone to the island and brought his family in 2015 after Epstein had been convicted of child trafficking crimes. So she's referring to the 2008 convictions.
Well, I understand
the Maxwell conviction came in 2021.
No,
I feel like Tracy's hiding an ace of spades up his sleeve in the saloon poker table. Like, wait, is this a reference to like U.S. troops?
No doubt about that. But now knowing what we know about going back and
is there no obligation for anybody in the public arena to just be like minimally diligent about the
I think
record?
that this is. Can we just back up a little bit and talk about the nature of that statement and why it's such a faux pas in your mind? I mean, so let's start first with like the base facts. Do you accept that Epstein
also he's drinking Fiji water? Chat. Can we figure out who he's working for based on the Fiji water?
Minors for commercial sex.
I don't accept the construct of trafficking.
Is Fiji water a Coke like subsidiary? I can't remember.
Writ large at this point.
And
it's so nebulous.
Okay,
it's so nebulous.
So by nebulous, you mean you don't know what it is? It's undecipherable to you?
No, I know. I know what it's claimed to be per the various federal trafficking statutes.
So in what sense is it nebulous?
So subject to prosecutorial discretion.
Well, I mean,
where they can fit a pattern of fact into one of these trafficking rubrics according to whomever or whatever they would like to charge, that it's no longer anything like a coherent concept anymore. So
it's coherent. You can
wait. Chat, did it like I like was doing something when the sizzle reel was going on, and this clip I think and a few others were playing. But does this guy like not believe that? Does this guy think that trafficking is a construct? Does this guy like not believe that trafficking is a thing?
At the hard way when Diddy was acquitted on the sex trafficking charges that she brought against him.
So let's talk about it. So sex trafficking is not coherent. In other words, I understand coherent to mean you don't understand what it is. It's undecipherable. Not that someone with prosecutorial discretion, like for example, you can think of someone who, like, if a police charges disorderly conduct, maybe you say that that's so like indecipherable. What does disorderly conduct mean? That's a different, or it gives too much power to the prosecution. That's different than saying it's incoherent.
The concept of trafficking no longer refers to a coherent and predictable and understandable and consistent set of facts, such that I dismiss it as conceptually incompatible with any kind of like rational apprehension of anything anymore. I'll just give you like one quick.
He's saying that because you could call so many different things trafficking, I'm assuming things that he does not think are should be crimes, that therefore the notion of trafficking is incoherent, right? It includes things that are crimes, and it includes and that are wrong, and that there should be like a law about, and it includes things that are not bad at all, right? I think that's what he means.
Quick example, because I'm writing something on this that hasn't come out yet, but there was a court case in Massachusetts where guys who had been convicted of trafficking appealed their convictions up to the appellate state level court. And what did the state of Massachusetts charge these men with trafficking for? They charged them with trafficking after a police decoy posted some ads on some app advertising sexual escort type services from a young woman, and put in the ad, call this number for a sexy time. And like a handful of guys call the number and agree to meet the fake
police decoy escort at a hotel. And then once they arrive at the hotel, they're busted and arrested. They were charged with trafficking, sex trafficking. So that just goes to show you how
coherent it is as a concept.
elastic.
I mean, it could be elastic, doesn't mean it's not coherent. And if you keep using the term incoherent, it's going to be a problem for us because it seems like you can understand
It was found. It was found incoherent by the appellate court because they actually had dismissed those charges.
Wait, just because by virtue of the fact that it was dismissed doesn't mean that it's incoherent. I can understand it. Perhaps it's an extension of the jurisdiction of the state of Massachusetts if it was charged. I don't know the specific case you're talking about, but I can cognize what trafficking is, and more specifically in this case, in the Maxwell case, in the Epstein case. I mean, all of the elements of trafficking here seem pretty clear to me, and we can walk through them. I mean, it doesn't seem indecipherable.
I strongly disagree, and I'll give you one example. So, in order to establish trafficking, right, there has to be some kind of interstate nexus. I mean, it depends because there are different trafficking statutes. There's the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, which has been broadened and further codified over the years, but generally speaking, there has to be some element of interstate commerce, right? So
yeah, that's an article. That's an Article 1 problem that you have to use a channel instrumentality of interstate commerce, and that just like sort of speaks to the extent of congressional authority.
And do you know what the instrument? And do you know what
it can be? It can be something as trivial as internet using an American bank account. It can be, and this has been upheld.
Do you know what it was in the Maxwell trial?
No, there are multiple. There are multiple. There were multiple in the Maxwell trial.
Do you know what the marquee piece of evidence was that was cited?
I don't know. How about the flights? The flights between states? There were flights between states.
That wasn't the key instrument of interstate commerce that was alleged.
You're talking about the Palm Beach. You're talking about the Palm Beach prosecution.
I'm talking about the Maxwell trial of 2021.
Okay, what are you characterizing as a marquee?
Well, the prosecutors rolled out as a physical exhibit to display to the jurors, like in the courtroom, a massage table. And they told the jurors that this massage table was an instrument of interstate commerce, not because they could even establish that the massage table was transited by Maxwell across any state lines, but because the table was originally manufactured in the state of California and was used in the state of Florida. That's the
I don't know if you're. I mean, you sound a little bit like a Heritage Foundation guy right now, because I don't know if you're caught up on the Commerce Clause jurisprudence of the Supreme Court. There's this case called Gonzalez v. Raich, where a person solely growing marijuana.
Marijuana.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
So you might take an issue with how far the court has gone, from Wickard v. Filburn all the way to Gonzalez v. Raich and all that shit. But that really isn't about the decipherability of the statute. That's just like your own take on whether or not the Commerce Clause has gone too far in these crimes that should be limited to another jurisdiction.
It's my take on how arbitrary the elements of trafficking statute violations can be when prosecutors want to creatively concoct a certain case.
But what you're pointing to is an issue.
Chat, I believe that the U.S. government has used the RICO statutes in some pretty ridiculous ways, right? The thing that comes to mind is the RAV Act, which allowed the federal government to prosecute venue owners as drug dealers or as being involved in a criminal conspiracy if like drugs were sold in their club, right? If they own a club, the club plays dance music, people who listen to dance music buy and sometimes sell what is called club or party drugs. Right? The federal government, they made a specific act to be able to come after the venue owners to try to, kind of shut down people, just partying, right? Right. So yeah, I mean, like that's an example I could think of. I'm sure you could come up with other ones where the the RICO has been used, when there really is like no even like crime and to be able to go after a whole bunch of people, right, and punish them. But I don't think that the charges of RICO against Donald Trump were I think those charges should be explored, in other words, right? I don't think all RICO I think there can be a criminal conspiracy right? In fact, there may have very well been one that happened on January 6, 2021. But anyway.
It's not about some federalism. It's not about some larger issue really around the Commerce Clause.
Is that what he's trying to do, though? Find some examples of them using, trafficking charges against bullshit, and then for him to try to be like, see, anyone charged with trafficking, there's you did nothing wrong.
No, it is. When you say it's so ridiculous, how can this be a channel or instrumentality of interstate commerce? Well, because the Supreme Court has held that even like trivial things that affect directly interstate commerce can be. But the thing is,
I realize that.
Yeah, but the contention doesn't
And
speak to whether or not
it's totally arbitrary. Which is why I find the concept of trafficking as a legal construct to be increasingly
but you could say that about any statute which uses this jurisdictional hook in the statute. For example, there are CSAM statutes that will use in or affecting interstate or foreign commerce. There's nothing improper if Congress is going through and these statutes are all subject to judicial review with them just using the powers that they have according to the Supreme Court to criminalize some conduct. And crucially, it doesn't speak to whether the act itself is understandable, just because you can think of how a prosecution might wield it sort of maliciously. It doesn't say anything about that. And it's really just your take on the Commerce Clause jurisprudence, not about the coherence of trafficking as such. Do you agree with that or not?
No, I would maintain that it's more about the coherence of trafficking as such. Obviously, if you wanted, you could broaden it out into a more theoretical discussion about Commerce Clause jurisprudence writ large, but one need not do that in order to make the more specific argument I'm making now as to the growing and I think absurd elasticity of trafficking as it's conceived by prosecutors. And it's a very useful tool for them to create.
Oh my God, Pisco, not beating those allegations, are we?
What they call conspiracies, which I think I remember talking to you last time, is very much something that prosecutors favor.
It's so crazy, Chad. Even if he does get away from Destiny, like I'm watching who's donating to him, right? Just like, yeah, this is the problem with Pisco. Like he seems like an okay guy, but he's just always surrounded by the biggest sus buckets you can imagine.
Because it's just such an expansive concept, and it's very much.
Meanwhile, chat, the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you. We don't have any Twitch poll goons to try to fill up our coffers, right? The stream only runs due to people like you supporting it and donating us, which gets us extra time for the stream, extra bonus content, and allows me to do the work that I do. So massive appreciation to everybody who supports me, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Twitch, supporting me on Patreon, or supporting me on Throne, right? All of it is very much appreciated. And I don't have to listen to like some fucking supposedly reformed Nazi VTube frog, tell me he likes when I shit on Destiny, right? I don't have to worry about some weirdo tech working whale dropping $250 on me because I'm insulting Infrared Haas, right? It's brought to you by viewers like you, which allows me to be independent, which I greatly appreciate. And I wish independence for everyone. I don't want anybody to fall under the thumb of somebody that's just been that all he does is fucking manipulate people, and now he's in Pisco's donos. So
determined by a prosecutor's whim. So I'll give you another example of how absurd the trafficking construct has become. Like when Harvey Weinstein was sued civilly by a woman who claimed that she was sexually victimized by him because they were attending the Cannes Film Festival one year, and he invited her to her hotel room, and she claimed that something sexually untoward happened at the hotel room.
Look, I mean, do I know that every allegation against Weinstein is 100% true? No, but the fact that this guy is now defending Harvey Weinstein after defending Epstein, after defending Maxwell, I feel like, was there another one? Like, it's just like so many, like how many sex criminals is this guy gonna defend, right? Before long, he's gonna be like, oh yeah, Destiny got a raw deal too. That's totally unfair. I can't believe that people.
Federal judge found that she could bring a claim of trafficking against Harvey Weinstein, where the facts at issue are her going to his hotel room and then something sexually improper allegedly happening because the judge found a thing of value was exchanged insofar as Weinstein allegedly suggested to this woman that he could help her get movie roles. Now, I'm sorry, if trafficking is broadened so radically beyond what would have been conceived to be when these statutes were originally passed, then I'm sorry, I have to just insist that it's, yes, incoherent. When the TVPA was passed in 2000, and you go look at like the statements that were made by the sponsors of the bill, the legislative history, what Bill Clinton said when he signed it, it was contemplated as putting a new tool.
Yeah, chat. My picture is unfortunately hiding Pisco's shame right now.
The federal law enforcement arsenal to crack down on like literal mass organized sex enslavement. Mostly
but the statute isn't limited in its terms to those situations. I mean, it just is the case that the language of the statute is broader. And no, the statute says it, right? The statute says to engage in a commercial sex act. What you described with Weinstein there, I don't know the facts of that case specifically. That's prostitution, right? You might not believe that it's plausible that in the case that you're citing that it was in fact prostitution. But if someone says
exactly, I agree.
Okay, but then that's not a problem with this.
Everything that would have been commonly understood to constitute prostitution like 10 or 15 years ago is now reflexively assumed, especially by prosecutors and also in the political domain, as trafficking. So for example,
some cases by definition. In some cases, by definition.
I don't agree that there's a static definition that's just somehow being accessed.
18 U.S.C. 1591. That's
that people in the year 2000 couldn't access.
Wait, no. I'm saying the people of the United States, through their Congress, enacted statutes, and in those statutes, they determined that certain prostitution acts constitute trafficking. Now, you might say, "I wish it weren't that way. I wish that prostitution weren't sometimes defined as trafficking," but it just is. And the case that we have of Maxwell is so clear. It's like in what you would expect.
Contemporaneously, in 2000, when this federal statute was passed, as far as I've been able to ascertain, no one suggested.
Okay, so chat, here's the deal. He's arguing against the definition of trafficking. He is calling trafficking a construct. This is as deep as we can go in this rabbit hole right now. I am supposed to be getting to bed earlier. I am not getting to bed earlier. I still need to give you more content talking about Rogan. We're just going to have to put this on the, I don't know, back burner for now. It feels bad. I'm a completionist, chat. I am super, you know me, I got super focused.
After 2008, after he was arrested,
So yeah, this might be the best one. Thank you for everyone who suggested this. This is a Lance covering Joe Rogan sweeping for, I don't know where I saw this. I know I haven't watched the Surfs video for it yet, but this is the only place I can find kind of a concise version. So Lance it is. Lance it is.
after he went to jail, were actively taking money from him. MIT took money from him and tried to hide it and said make sure that any donations from Jeffrey are listed as anonymous. So you find out like people are like
as the podcast that I think has the record of the most close associates of Jeffrey Epstein, people who were aware of Jeffrey Epstein, or even people who were tangentially related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Could be Rogan
in some way, someone who might know something. See, RFK Jr., Cheryl Hines' husband, he's flown on Epstein's plane.
He was on that Epstein plane. He was on that Epstein plane. Yeah, look, Lance knows how to do an intro. He keeps it short and sweet. That's how sizzle reels usually work best. Yo, Puffles, thank you for resubscribing and bringing us up to 106. We're at 106 now. Out of 200, if we get to 200, we'll cover the top 2 stories. As is, we're going to cover at least the top story, which right now looks to be Emma Vigeland going off on Anna Kasparian. and we're gonna speed run this Cheryl Hines on Joe Rogan story. I would love to give you more complete coverage of this. Unfortunately, we're just running out of time, so I'm gonna try to give a short and sweet of it. Here with Lance.
Being front row and center right now to the fascist destruction of a lot of children's lives is gotta be fucked up. And I, for a long time, I'm gonna have to admit something right now. I've done a sexism. And not just once in my life, but multiple times. But I'm just saying I did one recently, and I've done one in a couple situations. I've done this thing where there's multiple women married.
Does this guy still understand that prostitution? Yeah, it needs to be. If it's not consensual, it's not like I wonder sometimes, anarcho-arachnid, how many people don't get that very simple concept, right? They classify something as prostitution, illegal, illicit, bad, and so then they're like not hung up on, you know, whether the sex worker was you know, either forced to or manipulated or in some way strong-armed, you know, to participate in something that they didn't even want to, for whatever price, right? People lose track of that, right? And it's because of the way that people think of, it's basically slut shaming, right? It is basically the way that sex workers are treated in the society.
Married to very, very horrendously evil men, people like Usha Vance or people like Cheryl Hines. And part of me, and I don't know why I keep reflectively thinking this, is like, well, they're eventually going to leave them, right? These awful men will join the listen up liberal, I'm divorced club, because obviously they're not going to be able to tolerate the horrifying things that their husbands are doing on the world stage. I mean, the very idea now that we have Dr. Oz of all people.
You know, I gotta say, this was not a term when I first encountered the serfs and Lance's content, but Lance is one guy who has been jester maxing since before it was cool, right? Before jester maxing was even a thing, Lance was doing it. Anyway.
Backtracking on measles vaccines because things are getting out of control.
I have to pee again.
He's the writing on the wall. He knows how bad things could get, and he knows what it would be like in, say, 10 years to be on the other side of, no, I knew that we shouldn't have completely reversed our policies on the measles vaccine, and it has resulted in mass suffering and death. And now I don't want to be, I'm sorry, on the record, being one of the guys who was just watching the circus and letting everything burn. Get fucking vaccinated. Please, for the love of fuck, go out. Get vaccinated. Get the measles vaccine. Get your children the measles vaccine. If they don't have it, it will save lives. It's cheap. It's safe. It's effective. Go out and get it. But not RFK Jr. No, not RFK. And the reason I bring this up is because why is it that I keep assuming that? We got to be clear, okay? Because women are not a monolith. There are also exceptionally evil women in this world. And a lot of the women who are married to these men are very evil people who are not reluctantly being pulled along. This is not what I wanted in my life. Oh my God, I can't believe I have to stand by my husband. Some of them are completely fine with this fascistic nonsense. Some of them are enabling it. Some of them are on board. Fucking, how can you be married to RFK Jr. in amongst everything? And I'm not even talking about the fact that he is accused of sexual assault, the fact that he is pretty much admitted to sexual assault on live television, all of the weird stories involving the brain worms, involving the whale carcasses, and all this other weird shit that you hear all the time. Not to mention the infidelity, like the notorious infidelity, to the point of like, what, like literally hundreds of stories? Like, it's just wild. And then I'm always just like, wait, is that the woman from Curb Your Enthusiasm? That's her. No fucking way. I watched that show for years. What the fuck is she doing beside? She's married to RFK Jr.? Like married. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why did I think she was married to Larry David? I mean, like, I know they're married on the show. I just, for some reason, I assumed off the air that was his real wife. Either way, not for nothing. Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why is she married to RFK Jr.? She's not on board with all of this shit. Like the Trump shit and the anti-vax stuff or the fascism. Like the extermination of trans people, the rounding up of all the people who aren't white, putting them into concentration camps, the medical misinformation that is most likely going to result in mass death, the mass death that's already happened from them basically reducing the amount of provisions, life-saving aid, medical, food, fuel, supplies. That's resulted in estimated hundreds of thousands of people dying in countries in Africa already. That administration. So she's on board with this? Damn. Is that weird for the rest of the cast? Like, because I know Larry David's not on board with this. He wrote a whole letter calling out Bill Maher for trying to downplay how serious Trump is, called my dinner with Adolf. And the whole thing is just mocking Bill Maher for being like, I did go and have dinner with Trump. And you know what? He was nice to me. And heaven forbid he loved my jokes. Heaven forbid I have a discussion with someone with whom I disagree with. Heaven forbid I had a pleasant evening. It's like, motherfucker, no one cares how nice your night was. No one gives a fuck. You had an opportunity. You were sitting across the table from Hitler. Like, come on, man. I don't care if, like, the coq au vin was particularly delightful that evening. It was exquisite, I tell you. The wine.
The Joe Rogan Experience. It is.
But that's blue pill. They took the blue pill.
Is there such thing as a black pill?
Yes.
What
That's
is the
people
black
that
pill
think
mean?
we're doomed, and
I'm just ODing on it right now. I'm gonna have to fucking take whatever the naloxone equivalent is, and I need a lot of it now.
fucked, and everything's. They think it's all pedophiles and Satanists are running the government, and then the white pill is people who think everything's going to be great.
Oh. Can I get the white one?
Yeah, the white pill would be a good thing to take, but I don't think it's accurate. I think you want a gray pill. If they should have a gray pill that gets you like, hey, there probably are a bunch of Satanists and pedophiles in positions of high power.
Yeah.
And then there's also probably a real good chance that we'll pull through this and we'll be better than we've ever been before. That's possible. There's a lot of exciting possibility about the future of human beings. And I think the good thing and the bad thing about the internet is the free distribution of information. There's a good thing about it that I try to focus on is that more people have an understanding of how things are really working than ever before.
Yeah.
Like this Epstein file thing, right? That was a big eye-opener for a lot of people. When you see how many people after 2008, after he was arrested, after he went to jail, were actively taking money from him. MIT took money from him and tried to hide it and said, make sure that any donations from Jeffrey are listed as anonymous. So you find out like people are like, they refer to him as Voldemort.
Wow. You're doing that thing, Joe. That thing you do. As the podcast that I think has the record of the most close associates of Jeffrey Epstein, people who were aware of Jeffrey Epstein, or even people who were tangentially related to Jeffrey Epstein in some way, someone who might know something. See, RFK Jr., Cheryl Hines' husband, he's flown on Epstein's plane multiple times. We didn't find that out under torture or duress. He just voluntarily gave up that information in the middle of a Fox News interview. Even Jesse Waters was kind of astonished. They had to change the chyron in the middle of it. Like, he's just talking, and then he's like, sorry, did you just say that you flew frequently on Epstein's plane? Yes. Not only did I fly frequently on Epstein's plane, I flew on it with my wife and children, actually. Okay. Joe, you could ask so many questions right now, right? Did it ever, at any point in the history, in totality, of your husband's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, flying on his private jet, for example, numerous times with your family, did it ever come up, or did you think to bring up the fact that he's a convicted pedophile? And at all, did that worry you or concern you? Because again, in 2008, he had pled guilty to solicitation of prostitution with a minor, aka he had raped a teenager. So that was already a matter of public record at that time. You know, it seems like the majority of people who are somehow now appearing in the Epstein Files or the Epstein list, they had an email to Epstein or something like that. A lot of their excuse now is just like, that was such a long time ago. And I was like, yeah, did people who associated with someone and it turned out that they turned out to be a bad person, are you now forever tainted with the sin of not knowing that at the time? And it's like, 2008, y'all. 2008 is the period where you could plausibly say, I didn't know that he was a bad man. But then after that, which is where the majority of all of this takes place, that's where it's just like, so why?
My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and, you know, I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties, at fundraisers, the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. And but other than that, I had no relationship with him.
How do you address concerns about...
Anyway, chat, that's a blast from the past.
Team decide.
Here, I've noticed something about RFK Jr., right? It feels like he does some unbelievable, inhuman shit that should catch everyone's attention. Everyone should just perk up and like pay attention to what RFK Jr. is doing. And I do realize I still have a Waluigi in front of me, right? But just shit that should make you wonder, is this guy even human? Like, what's going on? What is he gonna do? Should we be worried? But every time that he does, there's somebody, usually Donald Trump, that does something a little bit more extreme, and we just never reckon, we never pay attention, right? I believe that the reason the reason that RFK Jr.'s admission that he was on the Epstein plane twice did not make bigger news was that it was happening, I think, around the time of Biden dropping out, failing at the debate and dropping out of the election. And that took the headlines, right? But there's always something. There's always something. It usually involves Trump. Ran across him in my Bearer mobile. Oh my God.
To award him a VIP ticket to a very, very sought after and difficult event on Broadway to get to. Why would you do that? And then, you know, the after effects of this are like, oh, well, J.K. Rowling's team actually didn't let him inside. So that tells you that they took a stand. And it's like, no. Peggy got mad afterwards and did this whole, like, you know, reaming you out email because you didn't remember to give him a second VIP ticket. She had demanded a second VIP ticket. She's like, 2 tickets for Epstein. You accidentally gave him 1. He shows up with who knows whom and then gets turned down because that second ticket and his, you know, +1 wasn't able to get in. And so he's like, oh, okay, well, fuck y'all. And then afterwards, he clearly told someone who then gets Peggy to email J.K. Rowling's team. Was like, who at the door had the audacity to turn down one of the greatest philanthropists the world has ever known? I said 2
Wait, Palsier, is this real? I guess I don't know all the details of RFK Jr.'s falconing trip, but there was a fire truck ladder involved to get him up higher to falcon so he could be like, watch his falcons like dive down. Does he get off watching his falcons like kill like little rabbits and mice and stuff, chat? RFK Jr. is a strange guy, and someday we're gonna notice. Someday we're gonna apparently not today. Apparently not today. Apparently not tomorrow. Oh yeah, Norm Finkelstein, one of the few people in the Epstein Files being based. You know, telling somebody that they should, what is it, throttle Dershowitz and Epstein. RFK Jr. admitting to being on the Epstein plane didn't make bigger news because he was honest about it, and he is showy. As showy as a lot of Trump's lackeys, the Kennedy name isn't as big as it used to be. It's because he's honest about it. Yeah, well, he did it to get ahead, just much like the Bear story, right? Which he broke by telling Roseanne Barr his versions of a very shocked, chagrined, awkward feeling even Roseanne Barr was acting like, what is he talking about? He killed, like, Roseanne Barr is like, I don't know where the story's going, right? When you freak Roseanne Barr out, you know you've crossed a certain line, and look, that line is crossed every day by RFK Jr. Much to the detriment of public health.
VIP tickets, you only gave him one. It's like, yeah, okay, so Joe, same thing for you. The Joe Rogan experience, if you didn't know, is gotta be just like it is a non-stop rotating carousel of Epstein associates, of people close to Jeffrey Epstein, people who either went to the island, were his own personal chefs, who made the meals that were put.
That's what I'm saying, and that's also what I was saying earlier about the whole question of was Trump and Clinton hanging out with Epstein just bad judgment, right? Could we maybe forget, since there's no evidence that they participated in any abuse of children with Epstein, can we just maybe say, hey, these guys, sometimes you make a friend and the friend turns out to be Jeffrey Epstein. Like, it's never happened to me, but that's the argument. That's the argument. And like, look, we could all relate to, choosing to be friends with someone who did not, who we later regretted being friends with, right? So that's relatable. But Clinton and Trump and all these rich dudes, like almost every rich dude, like at some point, look, the company you keep does mean something. It is not for nothing. We cannot pretend that yes, do good people fall in with bad people by accident? Do good people misjudge character? Absolutely, right? But by and large, who are the company that you keep? And with Epstein and with Rogan and with RFK Jr. and with Cheryl Hines, right? Anybody that wants to think, because she was Larry David's on-screen wife, that somehow she's just not, there's no way that she is, accepting of this shit. I don't know. It kind of looks like famous people just make excuses for other famous people. It kind of looks like this shit is just sort of out there, right? And I don't know what it tells you about Rogan, but it's nothing good. I can say that.
Your capability to handle the toughest job in the world.
Damn, that sounds like a fever dream, chat. That sounds like a fever dream. Do we want to hear it one more time? Do we want to see it? Can't tease the soundbite and then not play.
My plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein, I took 2 plane rides with him. My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Max.
The man looks like soy jerky.
Well, and I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties. I mean, at fundraisers, for the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York. And but other than that, I had no relationship with him.
How do you address concerns about your capability?
Anyway.
Put into his mouth every single day. Yes, he sat across from him to deep big tech investors who turned out had really close personal relationships with Epstein, including Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, like all the people who've been coming forward and being like, oh yeah, well, I mean, it's not as bad as you think. Like, it's the Jeffrey Epstein experience, every day.
It kind of is. It kind of is.
If you ever wanted to learn more, because you really care about this, you talk about the Epstein Files all the time. All these people who are all over the Epstein Files, they're sitting across from you. They're at the table.
And
right
look,
now. I don't know.
Look, sometimes people that are friends with somebody that does something bad, and then they turn around and they focus their content on that person, right? Sometimes a person like that gets accused of being an opportunist. But with Joe Rogan, Like, the opportunity is huge. If he wanted to, he could do Candace Owens style streams on any of these people. He could go in on Elon. He could go in on Trump, right? If he really was just his own man, and this revelation that all these people that he had been talking to surprised him that much, right? He would be more invested in talking about Peter Thiel rather than ensuring his access to talk to Peter Thiel. Or if he does bring, a Peter Thiel or somebody else that's involved on, he would actually light up the flames underneath them, make them dance, put them on the spot, make them explain their association with Epstein. Maybe that clears their name and, you can feel guilt-free about being their friend again, or, or maybe they can't take the heat, right? That would be the business thing to do. But yeah, with Joe Rogan, I feel like it's all relationship. It's all access journalism. Sadly,
If you could snap him into like a conscious state, he's in like a stoned fugue state a lot of the times. So he's just randomly gonna be, whoa, wait, you were Epstein's chef for years. Like that would be, yes, we did discuss that. I didn't want to talk about this beforehand. You remember that? Yeah, but bro, whoa, what did you see? Right? Like you could ask him anything you wanted.
Like you couldn't say his name.
Wow.
There was a lot of people that met with him and did business with him and traveled with him.
I mean, one of them is married to the person sitting across from you.
Do you spend a lot of time reading them?
Crazy, right there. So chat, are you going to tell me that he never really broaches like the Kennedys, whatever the fuck you want to call this married couple, Schaubert? I'm trying to combine their names as one. Rarel. I can't make them into like a couple thing. I can't do the couple thing with them.
No, I try not to. I try to have experts come on. I try to read.
Oh my God. And you bring, the Epstein file subjects. That's your experts. I mean, they are experts, but they're just not answering the question. They're not being asked the questions that they need to be, let alone, answering. They know a lot about this Epstein situation. They're just not saying very much.
I am fascinated by this, and I talk about it every single day on the show. But no, I don't have to read it. That shit is gay. It's fucking gay, bro. So like, I bring on experts, right? And then they tell me, bro, like Cash Patel. Oh, I brought on Cash Money. Cash Money was fucking awesome, bro. Yeah, he was like, didn't happen. I was like, whoa, fuck.
Best conspiracy of them all. There is no conspiracy. Please just go back to work.
You can't.
Please go back to building the Trump economy.
Can't change it.
Go back to paying those tariffs.
Yeah.
And it'll fuck with your head.
Yeah, it's
like
toxic.
You will really get.
It'll stick with and I know I've tried not to.
Yeah.
I haven't read any of them. I do see things on the news, and I'm not saying, if I don't hear it, that means it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But it is such a toxic.
Who was the person that, wasn't there somebody who wrote an article that was like, we're all in the Epstein Files? And it was like a person who like probably knows a lot of people that are in the Epstein Files. It's just somebody, connected with the kind of, people that are, and it was kind of like, really? We're all in the Epstein Files? It kind of seems more like a you problem.
A situation that I think it would be hard to.
It seems very dark.
Very
dark.
Because
it seems like it.
Oh, hey, what's this? Random headline. Sorry, I was just scrolling through the news. RFK Jr. went dinosaur bone hunting with Jeffrey Epstein. What? What is that?
Yeah, I think they might have stayed at the New Mexico house.
This is like the Five Nights at Freddy's headline.
But yeah, this is one of the things that he took the Lolita Express to do.
No way that's real. Newly unsealed court documents from Jeffrey Epstein's case reveal a surprising connection. RFK Jr. once joined the convicted sex offender and Ghislaine Maxwell on a dinosaur bone hunting excursion.
Oh my
Detail
God.
emerged from the latest batch of files released by the Department of Justice, shedding light on the social circles of the late financier. I guess everyone kind of did the thing that they loved the most and wanted to share it with their friend Jeffrey, right? It was kind of one of those things where it didn't matter what you were into. Maybe it was like hunting, maybe it was baccarat, and then you wanted to just have that experience with Jeffrey because he was just so special to you. So you just wanted to share that. And so in the case of RFK Jr., it was like, do you want to swim inside a whale placenta, or do you want to go dinosaur bone hunting? Those are the things I do every day. It's like, sorry, what was the second one? Dinosaur bone hunting. That one. Yeah, I prefer that one. That sounds more something that human beings do. So probably that thing. The Department of Justice released millions of pages from the Epstein investigation on January 30th. Within the files, an email exchange from August 2012 confirms the unusual outing. Epstein wrote to Maxwell about a dinosaur and fossil hunting with paleontologists, mentioning they found 90 million year old clams and fossils. Maxwell replied the next day, references RFK Jr. Love that. Didn't we go fossil hunting with him and Bobby Kennedy in North Dakota? Epstein responds, yes. The trip was further corroborated in a separate interview. According to a 2023 deposition with the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, Maxwell confirmed the event. She stated that she had no memory of flying with Kennedy, but said because we went on the trip together, we went dinosaur bone hunting in the Dakotas. Reported flight records also show connections. RFK Jr. and his then-girlfriend Mary Richardson Kennedy, two of his children traveled to Epstein's plane from New Jersey to Florida in 1994. Kennedy has publicly addressed these travels. In a December 2023 interview on Fox News, the one I was referencing was super strange. I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times, he explained to the South Dakota trip for the fossil.
Chat, is that the wife that is that the wife that died under mysterious circumstances? The wife that he was with back then? That's the scariest thing. Like look, people give Cheryl Hines a side eye because she is, from what everybody knows, fairly normal, fairly liberal, and she's with Bobby Kennedy, who maybe a long time ago was just kind of an environmental activist and has just become more and more of a anti-vax nut as the years went on. People are like, hey, that's kind of weird that you're into that guy, but whatever. And then, it just gets worse and worse from there. She gets dragged into more and more things, and you start to wonder, like, right, is this like really something that she's being dragged into, or
of hunting weekend with the family?
Is she getting dragged into the La Brea tar pit with Bobby Kennedy?
The flights happened long before Epstein's crimes were known. Well, this was after Jeffrey Epstein, unfortunately, had already pled guilty to being a motherfucking pedophile. So you were doing dinosaur bone hunting with a pedophile, sir. A convicted pedophile at that. Fucked up. And also, Cheryl, you eventually married that man. Just so we're clear, this man here. Yeah, that man right here, who went on a dinosaur bone hunt.
But the other thing, like beyond the fact that, yeah, he's got very different politics than Cheryl Hines. He is a conspiracy theorist, a crank when it comes to vaccines. He is a now Republican official doing harm to public health under the Trump administration, associating her with, politics that she, from what anybody knows, reviles, right? So that's not bad enough, right? Because in addition to that, being with Bobby Kennedy Jr. means you get to wonder what happened to his previous wife, right? That will always be a mystery to you. You will never know for sure, right? What happened? Like, it's scary, chat. It would be scary as fuck to even be in the house with this guy, let alone to be married to him. Fuck.
Hunting excursion with the world's most notorious child trafficking rapist.
Yeah, how do you casually hunt dinosaur bones? Are there dinosaur bones detectors? You gotta be like consulting with a paleontologist who said, like, there's gotta be like a paleontologist who does their research to be like, there should be dinosaur bones right here. And then they dig in to make sure the dinosaur bones are there. They uncover a little bit of dinosaur bone, and they're like, all right, Kennedy and Epstein, get in here. You're going to discover a dinosaur bone. Do you think it's like that? Do you think it's like fantasy archaeologist camp? They make them feel like they're making a discovery.
Pedophile. Now, guess what? Cheryl Hines is not guilty of anything in that case outside of marrying this freak. Honestly, if someone was like, oh, so Cheryl herself is
wait,
involved.
Chad, I'm remembering more of the story. Bobby Kennedy Jr. was cheating on his wife at the time with Cheryl Hines. Right? I'm pretty sure this happened too. So, I don't know, chat. I don't know. How involved is Cheryl Hines?
No. We're all adults here. We can be mature and we can talk about what kind of involvement each person had and how much they participated within this. But it's also just weird as fuck to sit across from her and pretend like none of this is readily available for the public and anyone who wants to know at any time. Acting as if this is all mysterious and this is something that both of you have absolutely zero, ability to speak on outside of just, oh, I've read the headlines. Me too. Did you hear the Epstein Files? Fucking crazy, right? Something about, I don't know, kids? But yeah, I know. It's nuts. Have you ever looked at them?
Yeah. She's like, yeah, we're just like you. We're just regular people looking at these files being, wow. And then Epstein said that. Epstein did, and then he cheated on Cheryl with Olivia Nosey. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I wouldn't do that, no, because I just don't want to be bummed out. Yeah, me too. It is a bummer, right? So I just bring on experts. Yeah.
Was this bizarre blackmail influence thing that was going on for a long time.
So long
time.
Through different administrations. That's what's so unbelievable about it.
It's
how
dark.
long it was going on.
I'm
and
in
how
the
many
files
people.
for not going.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm in the files for not going because Jeffrey Epstein was trying to meet with me.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah,
that is
and
true.
I was like, what?
What? Bruh. It turns out Jeffrey Epstein's two comedians that we know of that he thought was really funny, Whitney Cummings and Joe Rogan.
No.
They were the comedians that he...
I'm sorry. Whitney Cummings, I haven't seen enough of her comedy, but I'm not impressed with what I have seen. And Joe Rogan, the fact that this man calls himself a comic, he got a podcast about doing something that he sucks at, right? Instead of, I don't know, a podcast about MMA, which he actually, would have been good at if the timing had been right for him. I think he was too, he was, when he was in his prime fighting wise, I don't know that MMA was on the map yet, but he, trained, Taekwondo and has since, I think, added jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. He is actually good at the mechanics of MMA and his fight IQ, chat. That's what he's got going for him, is his fight IQ.
Was hilarious. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad?
Yeah, but I would have never went anyway. It's not even a possibility that I would ever went,
But did
especially
you-
after I Googled him. I was like, what the?
Oh, so wait, you were able to Google Jeffrey Epstein? This was after 2008, because RFK Jr. apparently in 2012 wasn't able to actually ascertain any of this information. Had no idea that he was actually going dinosaur bone hunting with a convicted pedophile who would turn out to be one of the most notorious child rapists and traffickers in human history. He had no way of knowing that at the time, or he did know and was totally fine with it, which kind of just seems to be the case. Also, I don't believe for a second, Joe Rogan's, oh, no way, I wouldn't have gone. No shot. I'm like, kind of seems like every single person who said that at some point or another, information comes out that they actually had the exact opposite opinion.
It is like a famous last words. Yeah, Elon, who else? Lutnick? Lutnick is like, oh yeah, my wife and I met him and he was so creepy and we both said, we're never going back into that house again. And then it turns out he was like on the island after that.
Musk, one of your besties, like he's on the show so much too, right? You just see Elon Musk sitting there like, oh no, I would never go, disgusting, the pedophile. And you're just like, that's not the way you really felt, is it? You were begging to go.
Fuck are you talking about? This was like 2017. One of my guests was trying to get me to meet him. I was like, bitch, are you high? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
For what reason?
Here's a photo of RFK Jr. with Epstein. Thanks. Cheryl, are you aware of this? I know he keeps many secrets. Yes, including many scandals and infidelities. But I'm not sure if you're aware of this before talking to Mr. Joe Rogan about the Epstein Files.
What would be
if I was a guy who was like,
oh wait, so Cheryl Hines maybe so it was his previous wife that went with him on that Epstein plane,
sucking up to the rich.
Anybody got a date for me on when he started dating Cheryl? I mean, I know it sounds like he was maybe had like a secret relationship going on while he was married to his previous wife, who died, like I said, under mysterious circumstances.
Rich and powerful. If I was really interested in hanging out with rich and powerful people,
that's what you do for a living. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump. Fucking, you would 100% be rehabilitating Epstein's image right now if he wasn't dead. Just 100%. You would be a guest star on Joe Rogan if he had actually been acquitted or gotten pardoned. He would most likely have been pardoned by this point and then let out of jail. And then he would be on the Joe Rogan podcast, you know? So, you're pretty, you're controversial. Right?
What was it?
To say the least.
What was it like getting canceled?
But I have the next 3.5 hours to basically...
Epstein would have his own, like, red pill advice show for like young men, where he's like, you join his Discord and he teaches you how to get babes like he does, and then somehow he ends up with these guys that he's like coaching, like, right, he ends up like stealing their, oh no, okay, that's gross. They'd be asking him for advice and he'd be like taking notes, try to find their girlfriend, and oh my god. Anyway, chat, it's a good thing he's no longer with us, not being a red pill manosphere coach.
You know, pacify everybody and actually come across as somewhat charming and someone who just likes to smoke weed and drink whiskey.
Oh, it's crazy. That's so crazy. But yeah, some people
get intoxicated by being in a circle of rich and powerful people, even if they're not.
I put the circle on the screen 2 seconds ago.
Not like they don't even have any ambitions of being one of those people. They just want to be around them. They want to be around.
Wait,
Nobel
so it's
Prize
okay?
winners and because
wait.
What he was doing was very clever.
Wait, so that's okay if you're aspiring to be one, right? Like I ostensibly he was. So he's Joe Rogan's covered, even though he's met the richest and the most famous, right? Including the people that are, you know, in that Epstein circle, his guests.
So wait, Joe, you're describing yourself. It just, the difference being the fucking of the kids, you know, the raping of the children is the only clear difference here. Because that's you. You clearly want to surround yourself with rich and powerful people and pacify these billionaires who come on the show. All of these evil tech bros who are just fucking doing the most damage on society for a man who is so conspiracy brained. It's wild that, like, you know, there's rich and powerful elites that like fuck kids and like it would be nuts if I was just like sitting across the table from some of the people who knew him or knew him the most. That would be fucked.
In that he was getting all of these very powerful and very respected people together.
Yeah.
And you would figure like, oh, it's
if that
safe.
Guy's there, if that lady's
Clinton's
there.
Here. This is fine.
Right.
Clinton's here. How could this be bad?
Yeah.
Look, it's Steven Pinker. How could this be bad?
Yeah.
You know, he's a genius. Like, and so you would.
Weird he didn't mention Lawrence Krauss, especially considering that he actually had more terrible revelations come out in the latest batch of the Epstein releases. Might be because he's been on the show a couple of times and is also one of Joe Rogan's favorite scientists to have on the show to talk about the cancel culture and the war on science coming in the form of wokeness. Where we got to warn everybody, there's a war on science coming, and it's coming in the form of wokeness, of this cancel culture. It's like, oh, what? Sorry, wokeness is trying to reduce funding for colleges, universities, or grants for different studies. Is that what's happening? No, they're trying to tell older professors that it's wrong for them to date their students. Wokeness. Apparently, it's wrong if you want to take someone who's basically working to get credits underneath you and then tell them they have to have sex with you. Wokeness out of control.
I mean, unironically though, one of the biggest hobby horses of Epstein and Bannon, when they would talk and, probably themselves independently, was the Me Too movement, which they saw as a real political impediment, right? For whatever projects they had in mind, Me Too had to go. Had to go. And I mean, one can only imagine why someone like Epstein doesn't like the idea of famous men being exposed for their crimes of a sexual nature. I wonder why.
Oh yeah, I mean Lawrence Krauss, Steven Pinker, Richard Dawkins, fucking everyone that
Wait, Richard Dawkins was there?
Epstein wanted to have near him in his little inner circle. It didn't take much. Basically, I think Lawrence Krauss was.
Oh, Rebecca Watson has a video on that.
It's the way to get all of them involved, and then very shortly, yeah. I mean, it's hey, come party at the island. It'll be a great time. Chomsky, you want to come hang out? Chomsky, very close with Epstein. Man, did they ever love running fucking ideas past one another? Epstein could be like, Chomsky, I just have all these ideas about race science and how black people are more predisposed towards violence. What do you have to say about that? Seems like an interesting conversation. We will discuss it more at the Caribbean island. I am so looking forward to visiting. I cannot wait to see you, Mr. Epstein. Like, Jesus Christ, all these sick fucks. You're useless, Joe. You bring us nothing. Copies of the unredacted files. Trump's name shows up 1 million times. A million.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, I'm trying to remember the statistics. He is the most mentioned person in the Epstein Files. He is mentioned more times than Harry Potter is mentioned in Harry Potter. More times than Jesus is mentioned in the New Testament.
Apparently the original in the redacted version is 38,000. I don't know if it's true. This is coming from Mr. Kakalinski. Kakalinski says, breaking, Congressman Jamie Raskin says Trump's name shows up in the unredacted Epstein Files 1 million.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on here? Oh, wow. Anybody have Twitter? Do you see how Kyle Kalinski's name is red? Now, I could be wrong, but I think that's the plugin Shinigami Eyes. And it like tells you if people, I think it's, what is it, like transphobic? It's like red if people are transphobic. And that sucker is red on Kyle Kalinski. I don't know, chat.
No, I gotta be clear about this. How do you show up in anything a million times? Like anything, any document of any kind. Like it'd be hard to be in a
Okay, well, yeah, so yeah, a million times Donald Trump showing up in the freaking Epstein Files. I think that is like think that's it for the Cheryl Hines stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to cover that really quick before we get to bonus content. So chat, the time has come. All right. If you have donated and you want to put your donation towards one of these topics, let me know now. If you have not voted, vote for fuck's sake. Place your vote. You are literally running out of time, right? It will not matter. It'll not matter in a very short amount of time. Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian firmly in first place by 9 points. Ethan, Klein, Billboard, Drama in second place. Fox News on Hassan China Maxing in third place. And Pisco versus the Vanguard in last place. Okay, so unless anybody wants to, we've got 71 votes so far. Make sure to place your votes if you have not already. Also, like the stream, for fuck's sake. I mean, what are you even here if you're not gonna like the stream? That's so ridiculous that you would come here and not disrespect us like that by not liking the stream. Like the stream, for fuck's sake. Anyway, that is I'm just waiting to hear from anybody else who's donated or who wants to donate and try to skew the results. But right now, I'm telling you, the tail of the tape has, I believe, oh my God. $74-28. Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian. Okay, 72-29. Because more votes are coming in. But it is still like, or 70, it wouldn't be 72, it'd be like 74-29. Anyway, massive advantage for Emma goes off on Anna Kasparian. I am just leaving just enough time for anybody who wants to contend that, right? You contend that with your votes, or you contend that with the donation. If you have donated or if you want to donate, you can say, I put my money on something else. But right now, yeah, the lead is very high, 90, like, or wait, 73 to 29. So speak now or forever hold your peace. We'll watch. I am so tired, chat, but I promised you bonus content if we hit 100. And we hit 100, so let's do that bonus content. So yeah, they've covered Anna from, her crashing out on everybody to, the sort of apology by her. I'm trying to even remember. Yeah, even defending her, even I think at some point, like, wishing for the best when it came to Anna Kasparian and her right-wing turn. But obviously they had to face reality at some point. Which one is this that I'm looking for? I don't know if it's that video or if it's... Okay, this shit is hilarious. This RFK Jr. and Kid Rock. Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, because she's.
To be honest, at this point, this is kind.
Okay, so Emma reacting to Anna Kasparian on IHIP. I don't think she's really got, like, some people were critical of IHIP for having platformed Anna Kasparian. I don't anticipate any of that from Emma, but I think she's gonna pick a disagreement with something that Anna said on IHIP.
To be honest, at this point, this is kind of fun for me, making fun of Anna. I saw this clip. I couldn't believe. We could just play the first part because there's a statement that she makes here about Tucker Carlson that was just genuinely shocking to me in its ignorance. If you talk about Israel-Palestine in any meaningful way, I don't understand how you could make this statement. But credit to, you know, our buddy Jennifer Welch, Jennifer and Angie over at I've Had It. They're doing...
I always forget, Pumps' real name is Angie.
Really great work. That conversation with Hassan was phenomenal, and I loved how Jennifer talked about how she's changed her perspective and she's more open-minded. She was very much about, you know, vote blue no matter who is how she would categorize it. And while she still would probably act that way herself, she hears what Hassan has to say about, I'm not going to vote for Gavin Newsom, and sees how that's representative of so many other people's opinions, and is like, I'm not going to bludgeon these people for feeling this way.
That was a rational conversation
between
parts of the Democratic Party that need to talk to each other, and everyone trying to short circuit it is the problem themselves.
Exactly. And so she's just showing an open-mindedness that I think is commendable, and the members of the Democratic Party should be engaging in it. And I guess they had this conversation with Anna on. They had her on. You know, she's not a Democrat or a leftist anymore. She's independent, on the lines, in the center.
So impressive.
Or something. You know, a bespoke political ideology, if you will.
A pure individual.
We're all snowflakes, right? And no snowflake is the same. And apparently that's the same for political influencers and how they choose to brand themselves when launching Substacks. So this is an astonishing clip. Here is Jennifer Welch asking her about...
Wait, quick question. Did Majority Report go over the... Did MR do the Michael Tracey? Did they react to Michael Tracey? I'm guessing that shit's gonna make its rounds. I would predict we'll see a Hassan reaction to that. I'd be surprised if we don't see a Majority Report. I know TYT has reacted to that moment.
Her collaborations with Tucker Carlson.
Which I want to talk to you next. My next curiosity about you is I see you collab with Tucker Carlson a lot. And so I want you to tell me about that, because Tucker to me is a very dangerous person because he speaks to a lot of people in middle America that have extreme homophobia, extreme transphobia. And I have so many gay friends in Oklahoma that are bullied by their churches, their families, their governments. And
so, yeah, this is as confrontational as Jennifer gets with Anna Kasparian. Part of the reason her audience is not happy. But it is under the subtext is there. The subtext is there. She's throwing out, you know, calling something transphobia, and she's also, you know, talking about Anna's, you know, indefensible collaborations with Tucker Carlson.
He recently was saying like FAGGOT multiple times. And he is clear-eyed on Israel, but I feel like that his position on Israel is also wrapped in, this is my opinion, in some anti-Semitism the same way his homophobia is. And I wanted to get your take on that.
So chat, I mean, that is Kasparian bait if I ever heard it. Now look, she's trying to rehabilitate her image around the left. So she very much needs to have people that she can agree with, that she can be seen to be playing nice with, that she is, you know, working together with, right? So it's in her interest, you know, if she really wants to be, she's lost credibility on the left, right? You know, she's ostensibly on the left, but kind of, you know, nobody believes that anymore. So to regain that credibility, she can't blow up on them, but this is the exact kind of statement that grinds her gears. So let's see how if she can smooth this over.
I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I don't at all, actually. In fact, he has even in the past like supported Zionism. But I think once he realizes how detrimental
that was really, we're going to let it go, but that was the money quote for me. When I saw that, I didn't watch this whole thing.
Yeah.
I watched the clip of this, and that was the first thing I heard come out of her mouth. Tucker Carlson is not anti-Semitic, she claims, because he previously supported Zionism.
one of the things that the Anna Kasparian and TYT are currently lauded for, and chat, they are getting positive attention, okay, is their stance on Israel, their stance on Gaza, right? A lot of their appearances on Piers Morgan and other places like this, juxtaposed against Zionist, TYT tends to look pretty good and tends to, get, accolades, right? And people that don't know anything about them are like, oh yeah, this is really good. This is really cool. Like, I like this, right? And I think Emma suspects, just like I have come to believe, that their support for Palestine is thin. It is very thin, right? It's a thin veneer covering, assumptions like that somebody being a Zionist means that they're not anti-Semitic, right? I feel like Anna Kasparian has got to even know what that sounds like. And yet, but Emma's like, look, we're not gonna get her on a technicality, right? Because we don't need to. We don't need to get her on a technicality, right? We don't need to look into Al Capone's taxes because we've got, all this machine gun crime. I don't know.
How do you work?
Chat, why am I doing the Untouchables theme tonight?
Myself in the political discourse, debate, analysis space, and you're not a far right person and have that sort of opinion and understanding about Zionism.
Yeah.
Zionists are some of the biggest anti-Semites in the entire country. The Republican Party, the Christian Zionists that populate the Republican Party, Kufi, their entire ideology, and I believe that they've talked about this on their program before, is based on the idea that Jews need to return to the birthplace of Christ so that he can return, and the majority of them are going to get burned up and die, and then the third or so that accept Christ as their savior get to sit on the right hand of God, and they get to survive. The right-wing Christian evangelical Zionist movement in this country is predicated on a worldview that results in many Jews dying in their fantasy of the situation, let alone Tucker Carlson's trafficking and things like the Great Replacement theory, which he still to this day engages in. The notion that there's this demographic replacement that's being puppeteered by, these globalists, they'll say, but what that means is Jews.
I feel like maybe they do address what she said later on. I don't know if they're going to watch that far in the clip, but Anna does at least speak to the idea that Tucker, like I think Jen comes back at Anna with, well, this whole, thing where I think this might be this might be something that Jennifer brings up and Anna tries to address.
The immigration policy right now is being led by people who genuinely believe that. They believe a majority of the Great Replacement theory. They may not say that first part. They'll talk about how Latinos and brown people are replacing us and that Democrats want to import them in so that they can have a stronger voter base or what have you. They may leave out that first part, but that is where that originated. And Tucker Carlson was a major purveyor of that.
Mm-hmm. He was a vacationer in Israel for a long time. He's like, oh, wait a second, people have a problem with this country? Because, yeah, Israel got massively unpopular, but he was absolutely there.
He was vacationing.
More importantly, reinforced the Islamophobic narratives.
He was on the beach at Tel Aviv. What the fuck? Are you serious?
That are basically foundational to Zionism worldwide.
Well, this is the thing. As far as I know, he was a neocon not too long ago.
Anti-Muslim, they're monkeys, whatever he said about Iraq. He's been there. And this sort of idea that, now you got to give people space to change.
Yeah, I think you're right, Emily. French. I think that gets brought up. We'll see if they watch it.
Change your mind. His dad was part of fucking Air America, the CIA's, or was it not Air America? The
I forget what it's called. I'm sorry.
you know what it is, the sort of State Department's
carve out, yeah,
for Radio Free America. Like the idea that he didn't know what he was doing or what Israel's been doing this whole time is ludicrous. It's infantile, but it's something that people need to say in order to get onto his show. And the like sort of softball interview he gave Fuentes, to me, is cut and dry. He is just an opportunist. And like, actually, sorry to get a little bit upset, like Anna Kasparian is on this issue. I like anybody going on Piers Morgan say, you know, don't be Zionist and hate Palestinians. Anna talking about her pivot is because of what the Democrats' policy on Israel is a bit rich, because it was actually about the Democrats' policy on trans people and immigration. And that's just harder to say now because it's actually pretty disgusting that was
Thank
what
goodness.
she built her pivot on. So it's much safer.
Look, thank goodness, right? There's two factions fighting in the Democratic Party for what kind of adjustment is going to take place in the future, right? And the first one out of the gate was like, we are way too nice to trans people. Trans people are incredibly unpopular and we should cut them loose for the good of the party, for their own good, right? We should throw trans people under the bus. And then like immigration too. Yeah, we should just give up on it. Hey, we could be better on deportations than Donald Trump and the Republican Party, right? And then we got to be tough on crime. We got to always be tough on crime. Even when crime is at historic lows, we got to pretend that as long as, you know, it exists at all, that the answer is more cops. More money for more cops and more military grade equipment, et cetera, right? Luckily, these people do seem to be losing, right? But, I mean, there are still, you know, attempts, right? I think there was a poll recently that some group did to try to, you know, gaslight Democrats into thinking that support for trans people was costing them votes, right? There are still people trying that shit.
For her to say, actually, my problem with the Democrats is they supported genocide because, yeah, we all have that problem with them. Guess what? Trump is not a big change in any direction on that. In fact, he's doing the same thing to Cuba right now.
Richard Spencer, who is quite literally a white supremacist.
Wait, YouTube is erasing, Arvin says, YouTube's erasing my comments the moment I restart the chat box. I saw that one, and I see you say, stay safe, fam. Let's see, I don't know if is it. Yeah, I saw you just want to say morning, say good morning before take off to the workforce. Yeah, I'm seeing those comments, so it's not shit canning. Hopefully, it's not shit canning your comments.
Himself and a anti-Semite, don't think that's controversial to say, has described himself as a Zionist before and spoken about how white nationalism is analogous to Zionism. You could say I'm a white Zionist in the sense that I care about my people. I want to have a secure homeland for us and ourselves, just like you want a secure homeland in Israel. He and other Nazis and white supremacists have repeatedly praised the state of Israel because of its ethno-nationalist character. Additionally, white supremacists and neo-Nazis and anti-Semites in this country like the state of Israel because they believe that Jews shouldn't even be here and that they should be in Israel. This statement that Tucker Carlson can't be anti-Semitic because he's previously supported Zionism is one of the most ignorant statements I have ever heard from somebody who I once considered to be fairly intelligent.
Look, it might seem like a random, thing to nitpick, but honestly, Emma hit Anna where it hurts, right? Her core brand proposition is resting on her, essentially anti-Israeli, I would say even more than like pro-Palestinian, but advocacy, right? And that is, when she operates with this premise, shows herself to believe that, like, well, if somebody's Zionist, they're not an anti-Semite. I mean, that's just like, you don't even understand the issue, right? It's a test right there that anybody that is involved in the issue has been tuned into this knows, and Anna just kind of Anna just showed herself to be a bot.
Or at the very least, her media diet has caused her to completely lose touch with basic understandings of politics. I mean, we can go for a little bit longer if
I'll
you
just
want.
say real quick, the issue with Zionism, it has nothing to do with Judaism. The Israel with Zionism is that it's an exclusive nationalism.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, a lot of the original supporters, the founding fathers of Zionism, I forget which one, but thought that, for instance, Dreyfus was guilty during the Dreyfus affair. Like
Lord Balfour was anti-Semitic in and of himself. I mean, he did not
right.
want Jews to change the character of Britain.
Yeah, exactly.
That is why there was
the Dreyfus affair, I believe, was a famous incident in France where, I think the minister was like blamed for treason based on him being Jewish, right? It just
a marriage between white colonizers and the Zionist movement was because of anti-Semitism from its very outset.
Yep. And so the white nationalists like Tucker Carlson, don't people think it's a little bit suspicious how they have the exact same sort of paranoia about Muslims that the Zionists have? It's not a little bit suspicious?
Yes. And you know, she later on will address that. She addresses the fact that Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene have apparently changed their opinions, or at least Tucker Carlson, on Muslim people in general. But like, listen to the conversation that we're even having here. It's so factionalized. There's no like path for liberation for the people of Palestine, truly.
in the 1800s involved the banking institutions, but it was kind of a, if I'm not mistaken, a anti-Semitic moral panic that
with this kind of vision that is so factionalized and based on different religions versus the other.
Yeah. I mean, Tucker's engagement, it's like, oh, look at these Christians that got victimized.
Yeah.
Like, that's how he has to lead into it, because he knows he's conditioned his audience to distrust Muslims.
Exactly. Let's just play a little bit more of this and get more context. Maybe it'll help.
I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I don't at all, actually. In fact, he has even in the past like supported Zionism. But I think once he realizes how detrimental the U.S. alliance with Israel really is, he's kind of moved off of supporting Israel in the same way that he has in the past. I really don't think he's anti-Semitic. I think you raise a valid point about his views on, gay people. I definitely do agree with you on that. And I disagree with him. I have a completely different view when it comes to gay people, gay rights, gay marriage, and all of that. But in regard to the anti-Semitic question, I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all. In fact, he's pretty well read on the issues that hurt us due to our relationship with an alliance with Israel. And he articulates that regularly. And by the way, I mean, he had asked me to go on his show, his podcast, a year and a half in advance of me finally agreeing to do it. And part of the reason why I wouldn't do it initially is because I just thought there's like nothing, there's no redeeming quality about this guy. There's no use in having a conversation with him. But his producers were so persistent that I finally decided, okay, fine, I'll listen to his podcast. I'll make an informed decision and see if there's maybe a possibility that I'll do this interview. And I do think he gets taken out of context a lot. He's definitely deeply conservative. Obviously we're going to have to,
and very focused on, as if this matters, the booking process of getting her on Tucker Carlson.
I've actually heard things about that. Years and years ago, I mean, pre-COVID.
It's interesting.
I heard it's interesting who gets the invite and who doesn't. Because I've heard things about Tucker Carlson where he'll invite people who write for leftist publications and pick their brains about certain things like criticizing the Clintons or whatever. And I've heard that those people have said, hey, I'll come on to Fox News when you're still on there to talk all of this stuff. And then all of a sudden the trail goes cold because he just didn't really want to platform them. So it's just interesting who Tucker wants to platform versus who he doesn't.
Also, the whole response there was just about gay people and did not address one thing that Jennifer mentioned about trans people.
Oh, he's so well read now. When did he get well read about Israel-Palestine?
It's also like, I mean, some of the most evil people on the planet are well read. Oh, good. I mean, Henry Kissinger was a brilliant guy. Okay, great. Absolves him of everything. I mean, it's
but if
very,
he's so
very
well-read,
bizarre.
why is he? How much older than me is Tucker Carlson? Like, why is this stuff just? He's not a baby boy. He's been in news for decades and decades and decades.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
in the 90s.
Right.
This guy was writing for publications, but now he's well read about Israel Palestine. He could have shown it a little bit fucking earlier.
You know, it's fun for me to kind of mock this. It's just a bit of layups for us at this point. It's not that hard. But I mean, in reality, I guess it's a bit of covering this helps us kind of reframe how we should probably look, I think, at Israel Palestine as like when we're looking at the discourse and the momentum towards Palestinian liberation, what kinds of allies are going to be sincere in that fight? And it's not going to be a Tucker Carlson, who I think it's helpful right now what he's doing. I welcome that he goes and speaks he went to that orphanage, right? Again, it's this overfocus on Christianity because he's talking about the factions. He's stoking factions between religious groups.
He's stoking religious strife and
Exactly.
obscuring the nationalism of it. But sure, he's against Israel, so fine.
And fomenting anti-Semitism by doing that, as we claim he's not anti-Semitic, where, you know, what a true egalitarian vision is talking about Israel as a secular humanist state that is not maintained by force and domination and on the basis of ethnic or religious supremacy. And it's quite easy, I think, at this point, given where public polling is, speaking about the genocide and talking about the moral outrage of it, and going on cable news and advocating for that. I think that's a good thing to do. But when we're talking about like what the next step is for building a political constituency that can change things, deciding if Jews or Muslims are worse is not really the kind of discourse that I think is quite helpful in that regard.
No, I would say it's probably exactly the wrong sort of discourse. But look,
and ironically enough, it's the discourse that the Israel it's the argument that the Israel apologists are trying to have right now, right? In absence of an ability to portray Israel as the good guys, as they always had in the past, and as was assumed by a lot of Americans, they've gone to demonizing Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians specifically, and likely will take advantage of any sort of, world event, right? And any sort of, a violent event should happen, and the perpetrator be Muslim, be Arab, be Palestinian, very likely, there will be an effort to double down on that. So, yeah, and I mean, like, that's part of how you tell who's a real ally and who's not. Are they interested in improving the situations of the Palestinians, or are they interested in using the Palestinians as chess pieces in order to argue for the barbarism of Israel? But the bank shot of that is that they're really arguing the barbarism of Jewish people, right? That's the way that it works with Tucker Carlson. And yeah, in the end, not sure how helpful that could ever be.
I have Francesca Albanese on. It's just like when you're emphasizing again the religious elements of these this issue and not the nationalism, which is foundational to it, you're doing the work of the Zionists.
Oh my God, chat.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Sam Cedar pops up sooner than you think he will. Wait, what is that from? Like, life moves fast. If you're not careful, you'll miss Sam Cedar popping up at the end. I don't know. I kind of want to watch, I kind of want to finish the this crazy debate sometime.
This new trafficking statute could be used to encompass activity as simple as a quote John patronizing a prostitute. Like there were already statutes on the books that could criminalize that conduct if it wanted to be criminalized by a prosecutor, right? So no, I just don't agree that like just because that act was passed and it has been so radically broadened in its interpretation over the years to fit the needs or whims of prosecutors, that means it's just like
let me just define it.
What quality that trafficking is.
Let's just read the statute. This is.
But at the same time, I should probably get to bed. Otherwise, there's no chance of me making it to stream tomorrow, which I should be trying to make earlier and earlier, chat. Look, we hit, the same time that I'm scheduled to stream on Twitch today. Maybe starting a little bit after that. Yeah, it was probably like 30 minutes after that. But I don't know, chat. I'm trying to make it possible to start the stream earlier. I just want to get a feeling. Would people be interested in a earlier starting, slightly less focused stream, more talking to chat and like doing things around the house? Because because I would be still getting things together, and I don't know, like more little, like a little break to make coffee, that kind of thing. I like, that's the reason I don't start earlier, is because I've got stuff that I need to do and take care of before I can get on stream. But maybe I could, do some of that stuff as we go. And the other thing is that I do early in the morning is I just look at my YouTube feed to sort of prepare for the day. Anyway, that's just an idea. I'm going to try to be starting the stream earlier so more and more people will be awake for those streams. Let me thank my Patreons. Like I said, everybody that supports the Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily Fred, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverwood, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, and shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zera Xerix. With that being said, chat, I am nocommentchick, and I bid you a good night. Thank you to the mods for keeping us all safe. Thank you to Thumb Gang. Hey, Thumb Gang, you're awesome. Even if you forget to like the stream until the very end of the stream, if you hit the thumbs up at the end, you might actually help somebody find their way to the VOD, right? And if you want to, you could even figure out when the stream starts and put that timestamp as a comment. That's always a thing that you could do, a thing that's appreciated, and a thing that will get your comment pinned. But yeah, just liking the stream helps out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. Much love, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. I stayed up way too late. I'm gonna try to get up early tomorrow because I've got Thai class. So the only time we'll have a decent length of stream is if I wake up early. So do my best to do that. You take care of yourselves too. Until then, bye bye.